Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello. Okay, hopefully this is better. If it's not, it's got to be StreamYard. Unless, I don't know, was anyone else having issues with the audio? Because maybe it's something with maybe Flash, maybe there's something with your computer or phone or whatever you're using. I don't know. But y'all let me know. Hopefully it's better. If it continues to be bad, it's probably StreamYard and we might have to just see about it. But let's just give it. Okay, so far so good. Awesome. Okay, so let's just give it a shot. I know like Windows did a cumulative update today. And so I was thinking, well, maybe that was it because, you know, every now and again they can have a glitch, but I don't know. Hopefully, sounds so far so good. So we'll just go with that. Okay, so here's what we were at before. We were talking about this map with the death penalty, right? So because we were talking about states that have it and states that don't, but then there's some states that don't necessarily have it, but there's still people on death row. And so I kind of looked into it. And so what we were talking about is how, you know, some states they've abolished it, right? Like completely. And that goes through the legislature. And in other states, it's been put on hold from the governor. So it's just like a stay on executions. So that's where you might still have people sitting on death row, but like, in other words, it's kind of like a limbo, right? And the reason for that is because some states, like Tennessee, for example, has a stay on executions because they can't obtain the chemicals needed, right? We've heard a lot about that in other things. But then there's other states, and I would imagine California would be one of these where, you know, maybe it's in the process of the legislature actually like abolishing it, because, you know, that would kind of make sense. So it can vary. So, but what's interesting is, so here's the key here, right? So red is death penalty, right? Yellow is no death penalty, and green is a pause. So like again, for example, California, right? It's on a pause. So still has a death penalty, but it's on pause. So the 5 states that have it on pause right now are Pennsylvania, Ohio, Tennessee, California, and Oregon. And then what's interesting is if you go to the states that don't have it, it'll tell you the year. So for example, Michigan, I thought Wisconsin was first, but apparently Michigan was first, 1846 is when it was abolished. And in Wisconsin, 1853. And it's interesting because there's a big difference. Like if you look at, so Maine, 1887, and then like New Hampshire, 2019. So it's pretty interesting to see the difference in the years. But you can just hover over these and see. Oops, I didn't mean to click on it. Not that seems to have done anything. So okay, but yeah, and you can actually on here you can actually search by the year, by the region, by the state, and then it also has like a list here. So states with the death penalty, states without, and then states where it has it on hold, and it kind of gives more details here. So here we go. So in California, okay, 2019, Gavin Newsom said, "I will not oversee the execution of any person while governor. Our death penalty system has been by all measures a failure." And to my knowledge, he's still the governor there. So that's kind of, you know, again, where it would take time for it to be abolished through the legislature. And again, here, right, because they don't have the proper chemicals. Ohio, they must choose a different method, but they haven't chosen a method yet. In Oregon, oh wow, so okay, interesting. So in Oregon, the governor actually commuted all death sentences, which means commuted to life. So what's interesting, so here, yeah, this is a good example. In Pennsylvania, he said there's going to be a continuation of the hold. Encourage the legislature. Here we go. Encourage the legislature to approve the abolition. So that's what's going on there. And then again, here in California, it doesn't say that the sentences have been commuted. That explains why there's, hi, Abby. I'm so glad you're here. So, and hopefully the sound is still good, guys. So, so that explains why there's still whatever 600 and some odd people sitting on death row in California, because in other words, in California, they've not commuted those sentences to life. So they're just sitting there in limbo. However, here in Pennsylvania, there's a stronger attitude because it says he's actually encouraged the legislature to approve the abolition of the death penalty. And in Oregon, this is, I would say, the, a bigger step here too, commuted all death sentences. That means they don't have anyone on death row. And now those are all commuted to life without parole, I would imagine, right? And then in Ohio and Tennessee, it looks like they just don't have ways to do it because of the problem with obtaining the chemicals. So interesting. I'm surprised that California hasn't taken it a step further, like in Pennsylvania or Oregon, because, they're considered to be one of the more liberal states. But yeah, so I'm glad the sound is working. That is awesome. And that makes me really, really, really happy. Do they know if it's a boy or a girl yet, Abby? Abby's sister's having a baby. Hopefully Candace will come back as well. Abby, I know since you just joined us, I started the stream and apparently there were sound issues, so I had to end it and then restart it. So it seems like it's working better now. But the other thing I wanted to show you guys, so Flash Fan had made this request about Jeffrey Lee Weaver, because this was an anomaly, okay? Out of Florida, that's not surprising, where the jury, it was a death penalty case and the jury decided against it, right? But the trial judge overruled it and ordered the death and gave sentence of death. Now that has now changed in the jury instructions, where what it is now is it literally says it's in the statute, right? Which is why it's in the jury instructions, but it's a statute where it's been codified essentially, right? Where in other words, if a jury gives a verdict for death, the judge can override it and give life, but it can't go the other way around. But that did happen here. But let's take a look at what happened. So Jeffrey Lee Weaver appeals his conviction of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer and his sentence of death. In sentencing Weaver to death, the trial judge overrode the jury's recommendation of life imprisonment. And it's interesting that the jury went that route because, as we know, when it's a law enforcement officer, that's usually a huge, well, in terms of the statutes, that's an enhancement or an aggravator in, I think, every state, regardless of what the sentencing options are. But usually, it's interesting. I wonder what mitigating evidence they put on, because usually the jury, most juries, that's going to be a big factor for them, right? When they're death qualified. But so for the reasons expressed below, we affirm Weaver's conviction, but reverse the trial judge's override of the jury's recommendation of a life sentence. So in other words, this was reversed. That sentence was reversed. Recommendation of life and remand with instructions to enter a life sentence without the possibility of parole. So it might have been that after this case, that's when they codified it and put it into the statute that the judge cannot override for death. So in other words, that's what happened. That was the outcome of this. So we don't need the facts of the case. Let's just see if we can get to more of the opinion of what happened. Discussion of law. Weaver raised many issues on appeal. We discuss only the following. 1, whether discharge of appellant's second counsel was proper exercise of discretion. 2, whether the trial court conducted proper Ferretta and Nelson inquiries. 3, whether the trial court abused its discretion in requiring appellant to wear a stun belt. And 4, whether the trial judge's decision to override the jury's, this has got to be the biggest factor, 8-4 life recommendation was proper and sufficiency of the evidence. So I'm not worried about, again, let's skip to the part about the sentence. That was a long, so this is, okay, let's keep going. Scrolling along, scrolling till we get to the part. This is the stun belt. And I've heard talk about that. That is a thing. It's been abused in some cases, maybe even this one. But okay, trial judge's override of the jury's life recommendation. The jury recommended life imprisonment. The trial court overrode that recommendation and sentenced Weaver to death. We reverse on this issue and remand for the imposition of a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Long ago, we stated the standard the trial court must use in determining whether to override a jury's recommendation of a life sentence. Now, remember, this has since changed, but this was the standard then. This opinion was written in 2004, but I believe this trial was in 1999. So in Tedder v. State, we held that in order to sustain a sentence of death following a jury recommendation of life, the facts suggesting a sentence of death should be so clear and convincing that virtually no reasonable person could differ. This inquiry and built-in deference to the jury's recommendation honors the underlying principle that the jury's advisory sentence reflects the conscience of the community at the time of trial. As we recently emphasized, The singular focus of a Tedder inquiry is whether there is a reasonable basis in the record to support the jury's recommendation of life, rather than weighing the process which a judge conducts after a death recommendation. So it's, in other words, it's looking at it, could it be reasonable that the jury went with life? That was, again, this is back at this time, right? We explained in Keene that the jury's life recommendation changes the analytical dynamic. Yeah, I agree. And magnifies the ultimate effect of mitigation on the defendant's sentence. So in other words, when you're considering reasonableness, right? And it's like, what is the standard? Could a reasonable jury find, right? And also the view of the general public. If the jury found life, then clearly there's no debate, right? That means it's reasonable because it happened. And if you're going to go with one or the other, you have to go with, you have to go with the life. So, so now they're going to talk about the aggravating and mitigating circumstances. He had violent felony convictions. The victim was a law enforcement officer. He avoided, the defendant avoided lawful arrest. Aggravators 2 through 4 were merged into one. The court found one statutory mitigator of no significant history of prior criminal activity, with 3 statutory mitigators. So good employment record, cooperation with police, and adaptation to a life of incarceration, and a future value to society. So anyway, I don't know that we need to keep reading this, but yeah, basically, yeah, again, because the central focus of a Tedder inquiry is whether there's a reasonable basis in the record to support the jury's recommendation of life. This makes perfect sense to me. We must examine what was presented during Weaver's penalty phase. This is why, this is also a great example, guys, with all the death penalty cases that are going on right now. This is why the mitigation matters. And there's a case, I can never remember the name of the defendant. I can never remember the name, but this was maybe 2 years ago, and it was out of Texas. And, he was convicted, right? He was found guilty of killing. It was like his girlfriend or wife or ex-wife or something, and like her and their child, or maybe it was her child with another husband. I don't remember, but it was 2 people. It was like a toddler and a mom. Okay. And no prior, criminal history, none of that. Right. This dude was like a border patrol agent. Anyway, and in my mind, I'm thinking Texas, right? Again, you're thinking they're going to go with death or whatever. And I didn't watch the entire trial, but I watched the entire the penalty phase. I watched all of that. And I'll tell you what, they brought in these mitigating experts that did a phenomenal job. And it was the first time I'd really seen that, because not all cases are televised. And, anyway, I hadn't really seen that process where what they present for the mitigating when it comes to death penalty, like, what are they going to say? And they had phenomenal experts, and they put on a longer case for that during the penalty phase than the state did, like with the mitigating factors. And it goes to show you, because the jury came back and said life. And it goes to show you the importance of having, and to that end, if you guys remember Chad Daybell, he chose not to put on any mitigating evidence. And that was his choice. And I remember being shocked by that, because I know for a fact, like, the mitigating evidence can make a difference for the jury. So, oh, they're waiting to find out until the little one's born. That's cute. That's awesome. Hi, Candace. Glad you're here. I was like, I wonder if Candace is going to come back. Good. I'm glad you're here. Seems like the audio is working. So, oh, okay. Interesting. Right. Right. So I had heard of this. I heard of this with the stun belt. I didn't know this was the same case, but yeah. Shout out to everyone who's here. Thanks, guys, for being here. Glad it's working. That's good. Good news. So yeah, but yeah, just to reiterate the importance of mitigation, and the fact that Chad Daybell chose not to put any on is interesting. I don't know that anyone has ever done that before. Seems really unlikely. But it did save at least that one fellow's life, whose name I don't ever remember. So, let's see here. Then we heard from his family. So it's sort of like, family and friends, that type of testimony. The sentencing order does not follow a Tedder analysis. That's a sentencing order from the trial judge. It does not focus on whether there was a reasonable basis to support the jury's life recommendation. Instead, it appears to engage in the weighing process for which a judge conducts after a death recommendation. There you go. That's the wrong. So he used the wrong basis for analysis when determining the sentence. Yeah. While the sentencing order is thoughtful and well written, the order's override analysis appears to violate Tedder and its progeny to the extent that it engages in a weighing process of blah, blah. So there you go. And I would imagine it was after this that probably, they started working on the, again, from the legislature to have it codified where the judge can't do this. They can override for life if the jury recommends death, but they can't do it the other way around. So, okay. So with that, let me pull up. And one thing I was going to say too is that we were talking last night about the decision not to remove the prosecutor, right? And how that is possible. And so one thing I had pointed out is that in their efforts to have her removed, neither of the defense teams cited any argument or any, there was no mention of the fact that she's now testified as a witness. And I guess technically that would have to come after these hearings, right? Because, that's now she's testified, but I don't think that happens. So and for me, it's like misconduct or not, once she's testified as a witness, my understanding is there's no way. And so, but they didn't make that argument. And so part of me was wondering, well, is it just because if they'd made that argument to Judge Kite, would it have been different, right? But I did some research into it because I was trying to think, I was like, there's got to be something that makes this different. And so I did some research into it. So I just wanted to follow up on that, where literally everything says, yeah, if it doesn't matter who the attorney is, whether it's the prosecutor or whether it's the defense, if they testify as a witness, that's it, right? They can't be a part of it anymore. But then there was an exception that says, and it seems really rare, which makes sense because this is rare, where depending on if it's a very limited scope, okay, and also if it is not really getting to the core facts or core issues of the case. And that's actually what I said last night. I was like, I wonder if it's because it's not her testimony is not really having to do with what happened, right? It's a separate issue dealing with the attorney-client privilege. So just as important, right? But it's not really getting to substantive issues that will be at trial, right? And also I will say without a doubt, it was limited in scope. There's no question about that. It was very limited in scope. So I wonder if that's sort of potentially why they did not make any motions on those grounds for her having testified. So yeah, but now, so this is May 15th. We are going to be getting into this bond hearing. Flashbang says we've not even scratched the surface with misconduct. All right, well, we will see. Amazing.
And I've spoken with defense counsel. Christina Stifler and Alan Murdaugh on behalf of the state.
Thanks.
I have given defense counsel copies of the evidence list. I believe that they are stipulating to the admission of all except two of the exhibits. Exhibit J, which the state is by agreement not going to use for the purposes of this hearing. So that will reflect on the evidence list is not entered. I'm sorry, that's exhibit L.
Okay, I'm going to go forward while they're going through these exhibits, numbering the exhibits. Okie dokie. Wait, I want to hear this part. This is actually kind of nice because when you're doing the skipping, if you've got the subtitles, you can see if there's something. Oh, don't do the spinning wheel, YouTube. Well, at least this is pretty par for the course, and you guys have all seen this happen. But the reason I back
they're discussing what they believe Ms. Gardner needs, and their opinion, and that discussion between two people without the involvement of Ms. Gardner is totally irrelevant to the purposes of this hearing. And frankly, it's hearsay that wouldn't even be admissible at a trial.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw the word hearsay, and that's when I was like, wait, back up.
Hearing matter, this is a bond hearing under the pretrial detention statute and Arthur and its progeny. There are no rules of evidence the way there would apply at trial. Hearsay is allowed. This exhibit is relevant. The state would, number one, if we are proceeding under the rules of evidence, which don't apply to this particular proceeding, these are statements involving KJ, whom the state believes to be statements of a co-conspirator. They are relevant because exhibits I and exhibits I involve text messages between Ms. Gardner and her co-conspirator KJ that directly.
KJ? Who is KJ? Who's co-conspirator KJ? Who's KJ?
Reference and relate to the messages in Exhibit J, both temporally and in subject matter. So these messages are being relayed between KJ and SL simultaneously with messages between KJ and Ms. Gardner involving topics of conversation, and the detective is going to testify.
So wait, are they saying there's more co-conspirators that haven't been charged yet? I am really confused. Because the only co-conspirator that I know of is Mario. And I mean, unless they just gave him random initials, right? KJ. I don't know what they're talking about.
To statements disclosed by KJ involving her conversations with Ms. Gardner about the
Or Henry Tenon, but still HT.
situation. So it is relevant to explain the context of Ms. Gardner's actual admissions and statements the state is introducing.
Is nearly impossible.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no context.
Can we go to the detective? That's fine. I'll make an appropriate objection.
Okay, so I'm gonna hold that, okay? Exhibits A through I will be marked sequentially 1 through 9. J.
Right, so now they're going back through. Does anyone know who KJ is? Or there was another set of initials. I don't know who that was. Why is it spinning wheeling again? What is going on? Just because I fast forwarded it.
All right, I do have an unopposed motion to determine confidentiality of 2 exhibits that I'll hand to the clerk for filing at this time. Those exhibits have been marked as 1 and 2. They are letters from a medical provider and a mental health provider.
All right, there's no objection to those.
Here you are.
And Your Honor, I also have Exhibit 3, which is a declaration of from Andrew Wagley, a Washington State lawyer, with an order of dismissal in the extradition case for Ms. Gardner. And
Oh, Kim Jensen, thank you. So is this, they are saying co-conspirator, but they've not charged. Like, what? You can't say that. You can't just say that like, you know, someone could say that like colloquially, but like in this setting, that's like means someone is a co-conspirator. And like, why are there not charges brought forth?
Exhibit 4 is an email from Hancock's to Ms. Stifler. And Exhibit 5 is a composite exhibit that includes excerpts from a purchase agreement and deeds for 2709 Ocean Drive, Jacksonville Beach.
Okay, those will be so ordered. That is, defense exhibit 1 and 2 will be, I've granted the confidentiality, so they shall not be disclosed.
This one happens one.
It's not going to do a full on now.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other housekeeping matters?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
So
One more housekeeping matter, Your Honor.
Okay.
On the Zoom is Mr. Angel Cortinas. He's a lawyer for one of our witnesses, John Curry. I just wanted to inform the court of his presence.
I'll just say I just pulled up the Duval County Clerk of Court search, and I searched for Kim Jensen. And anyway, I thought there might be a lot of them, and there really weren't. There were like only 16 records that match that name. Anyway, all of them are closed, so I don't think. So I was just like, is there another? Is it just that, you know, the charges are there and I didn't see them anyway? So I don't know.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mansfield, how are you?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
I didn't mean to put you in a bind. We need an answer.
About,
Oh, did you come over for that?
yes. I heard it's one right here, and I.
No, okay, I needed an answer. That is a defense filed 2 exhibits that they assert are confidential in nature. They have sensitive information in it.
I believe this is what defense counsel emailed me about yesterday.
Yes,
Yes, there's no objection for the attorney.
okay, I'm sorry we didn't come over.
And I know that WJXT does it because I spoke with their counsel yesterday as well.
Yes, thank you. I didn't mean to make you rush over.
And the court calls.
Okay. I'm trying to find the docket line of the defense motion.
Okay.
Ms. Smith, do you have it? So the state filed a motion for pretrial detention, and that just found it. And then we're also, for record purposes, holding the hearing on defense motion filed in docket 170. The state indicated that they're going to go first.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay,
The
state's
state
going
can call
first,
for
guys.
Now, State Policy Inspector Chris Jones.
All right.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. First witness.
Ms. Court?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Christopher Johns.
And
It
Detective
is
Jones, what
loud.
agency are you employed with?
I work for the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
I'm just gonna pause to say it is loud typing. That is not me. That is somebody in the courtroom who is near the microphone and probably doesn't realize it.
How many years have you been, I'm gonna call it Jacks Beach PD for time's sake while we speak. How long have you been employed with Jacks Beach PD?
A little over 5.5 years.
And prior to your employment there, could you describe to the court your education and job experience?
I mostly worked in the financial industry, mostly consumer banking and investment management.
Wow.
I held a stockbroker's license as well as a firm principal's license.
What?
And I'm currently registered with the SEC as an investment advisor.
And with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, what's your current role?
I'm a detective in our general investigation unit, which handles pretty much everything with the exception of vice or drug crimes.
So that would include homicides, armed robberies, major crimes, all the way down the line.
Yes,
And did you have any special training or experience to become a detective in the General Investigations Unit?
On top of the police academy, I've attended approximately 300 hours of specialized training in criminal investigations or crime scene investigations, about 120 of that being for death investigations and homicides.
And you are a
Not
lead
very long.
investigator, a lead detective who was assigned to investigate the homicide of Jared Bridegan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your initial involvement in this case. February 16, 2022, were you dispatched to a scene in which Jared Bridegan was the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
And where in Jacksonville, Duval County was this homicide scene?
I was dispatched to Jacksonville Drive and Sanctuary Boulevard, which is it's really an on-ramp to JTB and also serves as an entrance into a neighborhood called the Sanctuary.
And when you arrived at the scene, was Jared Bridegan already deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
There was a child in the vehicle with Jared. And I don't want to use her name, she's a minor child, but are her initials BB?
Yes,
And what was her relationship to the deceased victim, Jared Bridegan?
it was Jared's daughter,
Do you know approximately at the time of your arrival on scene, how old she would have been?
about 2.5.
When you arrived on scene, where was BB located?
When I arrived on scene, a good Samaritan had grabbed her from her car seat, which was in the back of the vehicle, and taken them to their vehicle and covered her with blankets.
Do you recall what BB's demeanor was like when you encountered her on scene that night?
She was very upset, crying, scared, obviously.
And the Good Samaritans relate to you that they had taken her out of her car seat. Did you have the opportunity to observe Jared Bridegan's vehicle on scene that night?
I did.
And Jared himself was not in the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay.
Can you describe for the court?
Right. So what happened was there had been this whole thing about a tire, from what I understand, right? A tire, and I'm sure we'll learn more, but a tire placed in the road. And this was part of like the staging, right? Like they knew he would have to get out and move the tire, allegedly. And so there was a tire like placed in the road and to where like it was blocking it. He had to get out to move the tire. So my thought probably, if I had to try to guess, right, is like they wanted to get him out of the car, probably, hopefully, right? Because it would have been a lot worse if they were trying to, or someone was trying to shoot him while he was still in the car with the child in the car, right? So getting him out of the car, and the child was, so the daughter, I think it's a daughter, was in the car and he was outside of the car, because of that whole tire ruse, if you will.
In relation to where BB was seated in her car seat, what damage you observed to the vehicle?
In relation to where her car seat was, she was in the back, but at least 2 rounds struck the interior of the vehicle. One of them striking the bottom of the window seal and shattering the window. That would have been just in front of her car seat.
And I guess I didn't ask this specifically, but Jared Bridegan was pronounced deceased by the medical examiner, cause of death being gunshot wounds.
Yes, ma'am.
And
So it
from your
sounds
review
like,
there-
and I can say, so Henry, he's pled guilty, right? He took a plea deal. So, and he was the shooter. So it sounds like he maybe wasn't the best shooter because, striking the vehicle, but that definitely adds to the aggravating factor as we've gone over, or rather, it's actually another separate indictment, the one where you're endangering a child, for sure.
Projectiles that entered into the vehicle in which BB was in her car seat.
There were.
Did she make any statements to you or other investigators with the Jacksonville Beach PD that night?
She made mention of hearing a loud sound, boom, boom, saying she had to take her shoes off to cover her ears. And she made mention that her daddy was sick and was on the ground and needed a doctor.
Oh, that's terrible.
I want to skip ahead in your investigation. You obviously did many, many, many hours of investigation, many interviews in the days and weeks and months following your response to the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you eventually were able to make an arrest in this case for the murder of Jerry Bridegan?
Yes, we made 3 arrests.
And who did you arrest?
Henry Tenon, Shanna Gardner, and Mario Fernandez.
I want to speak for a moment about Henry Tenon.
Okay.
Henry Tenon was arrested and charged with the murder of Jerry Bridegan, including the discharge of the firearm that caused his death.
Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, has Henry Tenon pled guilty to his role in the murder of Jerry Bridegan?
He did.
Were you present when Mr. Tenon gave what's called a sworn statement
Okay.
in conjunction with his plea, which outlines his involvement in Jared's murder?
Yes, I was.
All right.
What did he advise you about how it was that he came to be involved in Jared's murder?
Okay. Now we're finally, this is the first time, again, going chronologically in what's come out in court. This is like the first thing that we're hearing about really kind of what is being alleged in terms of how this crime went down.
Mr. Tenon was a tenant
You're here,
at one of their rental properties, and he had been approached by Mr. Fernandez a number of times, asking him if he would participate in his homicide.
I think it's odd that his last name is Tenon and he was also a tenant.
Mr. Tenon stated that he initially denied Mr. Fernandez's request. However, once Mr. Fernandez had agreed that they would, being Shanna and Mario, would invest $150,000 into a pallet business, he agreed to participate.
And I want to go back and ask some follow-up questions about that. When you say that Henry Tenon said Mario Fernandez requested him to participate in a homicide, what specifically was that conversation, according to Mr. Tenon?
He stated that in exchange for the money, that Mr. Fernandez would provide a firearm, and then they would contrive a plan. Initially, the plan was to kidnap Mr. Bridegan and then take him to another location and murder him.
Wow.
And did Mr. Tenon advise as to what, if anything, Mario Fernandez Saldana said about why he wanted to murder Jared Bridegan?
They had initially planned, or were planning this in late 2021, and then after returning from a Hawaii trip in February, Mr. Fernandez approached Mr. Tenon and stated that this needed to happen this week. So, I mean, and if he didn't get it done, that his marriage was going to end.
Did Henry Tenon
Oh,
know Jared Bridegan?
okay. So that's really interesting. So let me back it up a second. Hold on. This is important.
Planning this in late 2021, and then after returning from a Hawaii trip in February, Mr. Fernandez approached Mr. Tenon and stated that this needed to happen this week. So, I mean, and if he didn't get it done, that his marriage was going to end.
So we've heard this. This is a similar, that last sentence. God, there's how many cases, right, guys? Have we heard of this? I'm trying to even think. There's so many. I'm sure y'all will let me know in the chat of where there's someone's given an ultimatum where they want someone to kill their ex-spouse or their ex, or whatever the case is. I mean, kind of honestly, well, with Chris Watts, just as an example, it sounds like there's, but it seems like there's been more information coming out, but in terms of what's her face's involvement, but her, the girlfriend, but it seems like, there's the potential that she gave him, and now again, this is kind of like reverse, but the same, right? That she gave him an ultimatum, like if you don't kill your wife, I'm breaking up with you type thing. But there's tons of cases, right, where this is a thing. So one of the reasons I backed up is because the Hawaii thing. So I'm guessing that vacation was probably Shanna and Mario. And so you could think of it like, okay, like if they were on vacation, like this is what it sounds like. They were on vacation together. And then, because I was wondering initially when he said I had to get done this week, I was like, oh, wow. What event spurred that, right? Or if they'd been talking about it or allegedly, and then something changed. And so obviously that thing that changed was, according to Henry Tenon, Mario told him that he had to get it done this week, or the marriage would end. So that right there, let me say, of course, this is all from Henry, right? Who has every reason to provide such testimony, right? Or such a statement. And I'm sure we'll provide similar testimony in trial because he struck a deal. Okay, so again, just to keep that in mind, this is from Henry. But if you just take this at face value, what does this sound like to you guys? Because to me, what this sounds like coming from Henry, this points to Shanna giving Mario an ultimatum, because that's literally what it sounds like. It has to get done this week or my marriage is going to end. So we'll keep watching, but that's kind of my thought so far.
Did Henry Tenon know Jared Bridegan?
No, he did not.
Had he ever seen him before the night of the homicide on February 16, 2022?
No, in fact, there were 2 instances where Mr. Fernandez took Mr. Tenon in an attempt to show him Mr. Bridegan, and both of those were failed attempts.
Other than the relationship of Mr. Tenon being a tenant of Mario Fernandez Aldana in Shanna Gardner's rental company, were you able to find in your investigation any other link or connection between Henry Tenon and Jared Bridegan?
None.
In your conversations with Henry,
Wait, so they had a rental company. So again, I would imagine that came from money from her parents, probably, right? It doesn't look like she's ever had like a regular job. And it seems kind of like the only things have been, again, investing money from her parents to have like her own business. So that rental company, and again, because they were married, Shanna and Mario still are, it's owned by both of them. So that's how you get to, he was a tenant in one of their properties. Interesting. Is that the same press conference that I had mentioned to you before? Because if so, it's in the playlist in chronological order. God, YouTube, why? Sorry, guys, YouTube's having another moment. YouTube moment. Yeah, this press conference is the next
Tenon,
after the
was
podcast.
Mr. Tenon able to, even before this night, describe what Jared Bridegan looked like?
Not at all.
What type of car he drove?
No.
Did he know on the night that he murdered Jared Bridegan that BB would be in the vehicle with him?
He did not know that.
Oh, okay.
Detective, I'm going to draw your attention.
I wonder, again, I'm just thinking I wonder though if they're going to say or allege at some point that Shanna would have known. Because I could see that being another distinction. Like if Henry didn't know, again, this is according to him, but if Henry didn't know, but Shanna did, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what they say.
To a screen that's in your witness box. Some of these exhibits have been entered by agreement of both parties. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. Detective, what is this?
These are articles of organization for a limited liability company named First Choice Home Rentals LLC. And the second document is a annual filing for that same LLC.
Okay, so when you say that annual filing on State's Exhibit 2, this would be the annual report.
All right. So there's the rental company, guys. Hold on.
First Choice Home Rentals LLC.
First Choice Home Rentals. Okay. So this is their businessy thing that they got.
Correct.
Going back to State's Exhibit 1, you have some familiarity with this from your prior experience. Who are the title holders or principals on these articles of organization?
Both Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez are listed as managing members.
Yeah, that worked out for this detective, right? Because like I said, I commented earlier, I was like, wow, only 5 years on the force. That's not very much. It's kind of crazy that he was the lead detective when this murder happened, because at that point he would have been only, what, 3 years on the force or something? Yeah, 3 years on the force at the time to be the lead detective. And how funny, what a coincidence too, right? That all of his background experience, which was so surprising to hear, he had all this banking and financial and SEC and investment experience. How crazy that ended up like overlapping and probably contributing to like his ability to work this case because of this whole factor, right? What are the odds, right? Crazy.
Considered owners of the LLC.
And the LLC is First Choice Home Rentals. What was the business of this LLC as incorporated?
The business was established to manage their rental property holdings.
And these are some of the articles, the full exhibit the court will have, but under Article 5, the electronic signator on this Articles of Incorporation is Shanna Gardner. Is that correct?
I don't recall, to be honest with you.
Moving to State's Exhibit 2, This document is an annual report. What does that mean?
This is just a document that's filed every year to basically let the state know this is still an active company and that to make any changes to the ownership or management of the company.
And this was filed in the upper right-hand corner, January 28th, 2022, which was a few weeks before the murder of Jerry Bridegan. And again, at the bottom, who are the still owners or signatories on this LLC?
The listed owners are Shanna Gardner and Mark Fernandez.
I'm turning your attention to State's Composite Exhibit 3.
Let me back it up for a second because there's a reason I'm looking for something here. Where is it? Okay.
Owners or signatories on this LLC.
The listed owners are Shanna Gardner and Mark Fernandez.
I'm turning your attention to State's Composite Exhibit 3. Detective, can you describe for the court what these documents are?
This is a bank statement from Navy Federal Credit Union that held the account for First Choice Home Rentals.
And in the exhibits the court will receive, you obtained these records via subpoena and they are accompanied by certification of records from Navy Federal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is the bank statement from, it's for a month, so for May. So March. 3/1 to 3/31. Interesting. Transfer from checking 14/6. They've got that in red. Interesting.
And there's a red box here. Can you describe for the court what that is indicating?
The red box is indicating a transfer from a separate checking account also held in a federal credit union. In this instance, it's stating that on March 15th, $5,000 was transferred from the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust account at Navy Federal into the First Choice Home Rentals account.
She's filtering money from her trust into the home rental thing. Let me show you guys something here. Hold on. You might have been able to guess what I was doing, probably, if you've been here before, but let me share this to you guys. So I looked up the address. Remember, it had the address on there as like, let me pull the banner down, the address for their business, right? So I was wondering, like, is it going to look like a rental agency or whatever, you know, the property management of the address, but it's a residential house. So I'm wondering if this was like her house or their house or whatever, because let me see if we can take another little peek. You know how we love doing our field trips. Does it have a sign? Is it like a, hey, we're a business? Nope, definitely. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So the reason I was asking is because there's a sign right here, but that says Marsh Inlet. So that's the sign for the road or whatever, or the community, but not for the business, because it was First Choice Property Rentals, LLC. Let's just see. What's that sign? Construction. So yeah, so it's not, you know, you wouldn't, in other words, it's not in a business zone, like zoning wise, right? Now that is, but if we go back, I love doing the field trips, guys. We go back. So see, this is obviously a residential neighborhood, right? Their house, presumably, I would imagine that's what we're looking at, is like the first one on the corner right here. I don't know who's still, oh, there's a sign. Hold on. There is a sign. What does the sign say? And now, of course, this could be someone else living there, but still, you wouldn't, like, if it was like an actual business, you know, like a, you know, how like rental agencies will have like a place where you go and you meet with the people and whatever you call it, like an office. That wouldn't be in a residential neighborhood. That wouldn't work zoning. It would have to be in a business zoning. So, but look at this. So I survived 8th grade, Fletcher Middle School, future class of 2028. So I don't know. Did they have kids that age? This would have been probably the kids belonging to, if this was from when they lived there. Oh, what does it say? No, it says, sorry, never mind. Image capture May 2024. So I don't know. Does anyone know what happened? Did they sell the house? Like, I don't know. It's so weird, right? Like, what happens when you are in custody? Like, what do you do with your stuff? Like, I don't even know. But yeah, so this is from 2024. So I wonder if someone bought this house. But regardless, right? Regardless, it's still true that this would have probably been their home where they were living, and they put that as the address for the business because, you know, obviously you can do that. But like, yeah, hopefully that makes sense because this is a residential neighborhood. So, okay, back to the hearing. I'll keep this up in case we need to Google Maps something else. So.
And this is another exhibit, or another page on composite exhibit 3, again showing that the First Choice Home Rentals LLC was getting, appears to be monthly transfers from the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust.
There was another transfer in April of the same amount.
And we'll come back to that trust in a moment. I'm going to move to State's Exhibit D. What records are we looking at here?
This is a PNC bank statement for Mr. Henry Tenon's account.
4. I'm sorry, composite exhibit 4. In your discussions with Mr. Tenon involving how he became a part of this scheme to murder Jared Bridegan, you mentioned that he was promised a payment. Can you give us any more details about what Mr. Tenon advised you that he was promised and how he would receive this money?
He was promised $150,000 in the form of investment into a pallet business.
And was this payment going to come in a lump sum or in installments?
So it'd be installment payments.
Right.
Was there any discussion of
Interesting.
why that would be the case?
As to not rise any suspicion.
Ah,
Moving through composite exhibit 4, documents for Mr. Tenon, and a portion of his standard checking statement.
whoa.
I'm drawing your attention to the screen now. There's a red box. Can you describe for the court what is indicated by that on this checking statement?
The statement is indicating
Wow.
a deposit for $2,000 on March 28th.
So that's interesting. So the reason this matters is because the check, so far, this is the first check we've seen, right? I don't know, there could be more checks, but any of the checks, it looks like, where they're allegedly paying, well, okay, this is clear, Henry Tenon is being paid money, right? There's no doubt about that. But the point being that it's coming from their business account, allegedly, it's coming from the First Choice Home Rentals, LLC. So I'm surprised there's not also some additional charges for like fraud. Like, that's interesting. I don't know. Like, because if you're a business, right, and you're paying somebody and money, and it turns out that that money is to commit murder, it seems like there would be problems with that. We've seen that before. I'm kind of surprised they didn't, of course, it's not like it's necessary, but usually, that's, for the sake of justice and whatnot, right? You wouldn't just like not charge things that are viable charges. But yeah, you can see it there. It's written from First Choice Home Rentals LLC. Interesting.
Which would be in line with the check that's in the top right-hand corner.
And this is March 28th, 2022.
Correct.
This would be about a month and some time after the murder of Jared Bridegan.
That's correct.
And then a second red box.
Correct.
Describe what this indicates.
This is the check that was deposited on the next day on March 29th for $3,000, also written
Oh,
from First
wow.
Choice Home Rentals.
Okay. And on the next,
I have to say, I am flabbergasted that they've got effects, like video effects on this presentation, because we know what it's like usually with people with these attorneys, any attorneys anywhere in technology, and like they've got like effects. I am shocked.
slide,
I've never
see
seen that before, ever.
the final check and final box. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
This check is on April 6th for $5,000 written to Henry Tenon from First Choice Home Rentals.
Wow.
And in the subject line, it says Kickstarter, good luck. Can you describe for the court, based on your conversations with Mr. Tenon, what this check was actually for?
Mr. Tenon stated this was the first of many payments that was supposed to be an investment into his pallet company, which was actually payment for the homicide.
Now, the prior checks, the
And I will note,
$3,000,
again, just to note this, right? So the pallet company, but there's different ways people can have a business, right? So, but this is paid the order of, and it has just his name. It doesn't say like so-and-so pallet company, it just has his name. But
$1,000 were marked for landscaping and roofing. What did Mr. Tenon say about those payments?
He stated that those payments were for legitimate work that he'd done on the rental property on the Potomac Highway.
okay.
So this was the first and the only payment he actually received from First Choice Home Rentals for the contract killing of Jared Bridegan.
Correct.
Okay, so that's important. I'm glad they made that distinction. So some of those checks could have been or were, for actual work he performed. And so, yeah.
I want to talk about Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez, your development of them as suspects in this case.
Oh boy.
When you were investigating the murder of Jared Bridegan, were you able to eliminate through investigative techniques other potential suspects?
In the beginning, we really didn't have any suspects. We looked at everyone who might be close to the family, any relatives, spouse. And so through various techniques, we started.
Here's the thing. Here's what I think happened here. Well, okay. So, because we know it took them almost a year to make their first arrest to Henry. So my thought is the way that this, and it's so, again, it's so what's the right word? It's not coincidental. It's like, oh my God, what's the word? Well, that this detective, right, again, who had very little experience on the force, but had a lot of experience with financial stuff prior and was the lead detective on this case, serendipitous, that's the word I'm looking for. So serendipitous that it looks like the way that, from what I can see so far, it looks like the way that they probably connected anybody to this crime were through the financial records. Like my thought looking at this is that they were able to subpoena these financial records, which makes sense, right? That's not abnormal, especially when, everyone knows an ex-spouse or a spouse, they're going to be the first suspects, whatever. So they got this information about this rental company. And then my guess is they started looking at these checks, right? And then that's how they got Henry. And then they, maybe we'll see that. I think that's probably how this developed, but wow, incredible for this detective that is what happened in this case, and that he had a lot of experience with this type of stuff. So
Or kind of eliminate people who just had no reason or no capability of doing it.
During your investigation, did you do search warrants and subpoenas into Jared Bridegan and those in his immediate inner circle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you download Jared Bridegan's phones, laptops, work phones, personal devices?
We did.
And you reviewed all those records?
We did.
So for anyone who's joining us, I just want to put my banner back up. So we are still in the early phase here of the bond hearing from May 15th, 2024. And for anyone who's new to this case, or is not new, regardless, but I've been going through it in chronological order. We are finally learning information about because initially we've been dealing with a lot of the attorney-client privilege stuff. So we're finally getting some facts of the case in terms of what the state thinks happened here. So it's interesting. So in other words, if you are new, you're we're not behind, because we're still just getting to the early stages of how they built their case.
Records and call detail records for Jared Bridegan.
We did.
Did you get them from his wife, Kirsten Bridegan?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get them from many people close to him and his family and inner circle?
We did.
Was there any indication through your investigation that anybody, putting aside Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez Saldana, had any problems with Jared Bridegan or any motive to carry out the homicide of Jared Bridegan?
No, there was not.
There's no debts that he was hiding,
Nope.
Yeah.
no evidence of drug use that he was hiding.
By all accounts, Mr. Bridegan was a very boring person who lived a very close and religious family life. He had no debts, had plenty of money in the bank, no indications of gambling or drug habits, no affairs, and these were all things that we checked for.
And you even spoke to people who even had minor arguments with Jared over the years, just to check them out and clear them.
Correct.
So during your investigation, at some point, did you start hearing from people that you should be looking at Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez Saldana as suspects?
Almost immediately.
And
Wow.
how did you get information
Interesting.
directing you to look into these individuals?
Wow.
We had several people come forward who shared stories that they had heard over the years
Wow.
of Ms. Gardner stating that she hated Jared and could not stand the fact that she had to share custody with him, and that she wanted him dead.
And you heard this
I mean, again, doesn't that though still kind of point to Shanna again? Allegedly, if people are, I'm only weighing in on it because people have been asking, right? My opinion, and I didn't have opinion because I didn't have any facts. I didn't have anything to go off of in terms of because again, I said from the very beginning, I was like, that's so interesting. Like, why was Mario involved, right? Because normally, like how does that benefit Mario, right? So I was like thinking that right from the beginning. So, interesting. But yeah, but I just wanted to point out that what he just said, that all points to Shanna, right? All these people had said that Shanna hated him. She, wanted him. Well, it looks like, does he say he wanted him dead? Hold on. Let me see. So far we heard, she hated him because of the custody issues. And now we have the spinning wheel. But if she actually told people she wanted him dead, now we've got a whole different situation, right? Like, that's a whole different situation. And that's her.
Ms. Gardner stating that she hated Jared and could not stand the fact that she had to share custody with him, and that she wanted him dead.
Yeah, that's insane.
And you heard this unsolicited from numerous people, not just one.
Yeah, wanted him dead. So this at this point would kind of point to, again, Shanna maybe like giving Mario an ultimatum or whatever. At this point, we're just at the beginning stage.
Correct.
When you heard this information, did you investigate into the past history of Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan?
Yes, ma'am.
And they had gone through a pretty acrimonious divorce.
Correct.
And can you briefly describe for the court what that investigation uncovered for you?
They were divorced in 2015, and pretty much consistently between 2015 up until Jared's death, they were in court at least annually. Pretty much every aspect of the child custody was litigated and fought through mediation. It was to the degree that they no longer had any type of verbal communication about their children. Everything was done either in writing or through an attorney.
Wow.
And from your investigation, were they even able to be in the same room together?
No,
How did they cope?
Wow.
through the court.
Wow.
When they went to the school, did they have separate parent-teacher conferences?
It was indicated that they had separate parent-teacher conferences, they would have separate doctor's appointments, or only one of them would attend the doctor's appointments.
So again, I just want to say that as we learn more information, my analysis certainly will change, right? And of course, this is just the beginning. But I still think it's important to look at it because you have to have. If we can't understand what we're hearing so far, we can't then cross-reference that with like conflicting information or things that change that, right? So as of right now, this whole thing of like the custody issues, the custody battles between Shanna and Jared, it still would say, well, why would Mario be involved? Because you know what I mean? Like it just, we see that so how many murder cases, right, happen out of this type of thing, right? Fighting over the kids, so many. It would be akin to like in Adelson's, right? Let's just say that, so we know Wendy, and Dan Markell, it's no secret, they're having a similar sounding, like almost exactly similar sounding, right? They had to go through the courts. It was very contentious, same type of thing, right? But let's just say that, Wendy had that boyfriend, Jeff, I think his name was. Let's just say that, this is just for hypothetical. Obviously, this is not what happened, but let's just say that like Wendy and Jeff, and Wendy's not been charged, but just for the sake of the example, let's just say that Wendy and Jeff, instead of what we have so far, Charlie and Donna, let's just say it was Wendy and Jeff. And Wendy and Jeff, allegedly murdered Dan Markell. And you look at it and you're like, well, yeah, Wendy and Dan had a really contentious divorce and fighting over the kids and whatnot. You probably asked a similar question, which is, well, why would Jeff get involved, right? It's not his thing. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. But again, I'm just weighing in on it as we get this information. To that same end though, right? You could say the same thing about Wendy, even with what we have already, right? Why would Charlie and Donna be involved, right? I don't know. Anyway, we're not going to tangent off too far, but yeah.
There was virtually nothing that they did together as far as the kids were.
During your investigation, you spoke with Mr. Fernandez Aldana and Ms. Gardner. Did they tell you and corroborate this information that there was this bad relationship between them as co-parents?
Yes, much of this information came directly from them.
And from your investigation, can you describe for the court some of what you uncovered about what Ms. Gardner was trying to do through the court system in terms of Jared's ability to participate in co-parenting?
Ms. Gardner was attempting to initiate a...
The other thing is too, right, guys, to the extent that anything that this detective is saying is, I'm going to back it up a second here, to the extent that anything that he's saying is untrue or incorrect, there's no reason to doubt we won't learn that because cross-exam, right? And whether it's Mr. Baez or one of the other attorneys, they're all phenomenal. I have little doubt that, he's going to get away with any type of lie or whatever, that's their job. So, and YouTube. So bad relationship between them as co-parents. YouTube's having a bad day. Do 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 do. Good night, Candace. Thank you for being here. Sorry you're falling asleep. Falling asleep the spinning wheel.
During your investigation, you spoke with Mr. Fernandez Aldana and Ms. Gardner. Did they tell you and corroborate this information that there was this bad relationship between them as co-parents?
Yes, much of this information came directly from them.
And from your investigation, can you describe for the court some of what you uncovered about what Ms. Gardner was trying to do through the court system in terms of Jared's ability to participate in co-parenting?
Ms. Gardner was attempting to initiate a quote-unquote social investigation or a DCF investigation in an effort to gain, if not majority custody, sole custody over the children, so that she did not have to involve Mr. Bridegan in custody issues.
That is really interesting because for anyone who doesn't know what DCF is, DCF is the Department of Children and Families, and it's got its own set of things that it's been dealing with in Florida specifically. Anyone who watched Kowalski v. J. Hatch has heard a lot about that. But it's interesting that that's what she was doing, because basically what you would have to do for that is, for her to do that, right, she would have to be making reports to the DCF that she had some reason to believe that there was something bad going on that made it unsafe for the kids, whether it's, you know, you guys I'm sure can think of a million things, but essentially it's a big deal to, hi, Black Leonard, glad you're here. It's a big deal to, like, that changes things for me, because here's the thing. If that's what she's doing, right? Because again, we can say regardless of who killed anybody, right? Even apart from that, let's just take that out of the picture. If you've got a contentious divorce, right, and you've got one ex-spouse who's reporting that the other ex-spouse who's now remarried with kids, if you're reporting them to the DCF, that is a big deal. Like, that's making allegations of like child abuse or like neglect or like they're being starved or they're, you know, that's encouraging the DCF to come in and step in to like extract the children from the home for safety purposes. That's basically what it has to be extreme right now. Of course, if you make that report, they're going to look into it. Right? So I've seen this before in other cases where people have used this to harass people, because anytime there's a report made, they have to follow up on it. Right? So imagine, like, if this is, wow, this really does change things in terms of how there could be even more issues, right? Because if this is what Shanna's doing, right? She's making these reports to the DCF, even if they're not finding anything when they go, if there's a report, you know, I'm sure at some point they would probably draw the line, but then they have to check it out. And so imagine though, if you're the other family and it's like there's being allegations made against you that, you know, DCF is showing up and your neighbors are seeing that. I mean, that makes things way more messy for sure. So Black Widow's command is BW. By the way, if you guys haven't met Flash Fan and Black Widow,
What kind of things were they
Black Widow's in Ireland, by the way. So shout out to Ireland.
disagreeing over in terms of child rearing?
Everything from schedules to who could be around when the children were there, and then to more severe things such as medication, medical devices that one of the twins needed. There was little that wasn't mitigated.
What about religion?
Boy.
A big contingent.
Just like Dan Markel. Oh my God. The religion. Wow. Really? 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 Are we going to have that?
Which I don't think it's ever made it to litigation. Mr. Bridegan did state that he wanted to raise his children in the Mormon faith.
Boy. Oh no, Mormonism. So we have Mormonism now entering this conversation. Okay. All right. So that, I mean, yeah, that potentially more than other faiths, I could see being another point of contention if you are not wanting Mormonism.
And Shanna did not want to raise the kids.
Wow.
At some point, one of the twins indicated that she wanted to be baptized into the Church of Latter-day Saints. And this was very troubling for Ms. Gardner.
Oh my God! This does echo Dan Markel. If you switch the Judaism and the Mormonism, wow.
And
Wow.
we all hear that.
Oh, you guys have
From the perspective of the court, how big of an issue religion was to Jared Bridegan?
He was a devout member of the church, a very faithful person. So it would have been an extreme issue for him.
I also want to talk about Shanna Gardner's financial motivations.
Okay.
Earlier,
This is one of the things. Okay. So I'm so excited to hear about this, because here's the thing. In the indictment, right, one of the charges, let me see if I can pull it up. I mean, I know I can pull it up. Let me pull it up. The pecuniary gain, because I was like, what? Right? Because we know she's loaded, or her family's loaded rather. Let me pull up the indictment. Check it out. Unshare, read, share, as per usual. Unshare, reshare. Okay. Oh, There we go. Okay. So, oh, let me pull the banner down. So, okay. Where is it? Oh no, it's not on the indictment. Sorry. It's in the death penalty. That's what it is. I don't think I still have that document. It's in the death penalty aggravating factors. That's what it is. That's what it is. And but what it basically says is it says something like, you commit murder or solicit murder for pecuniary gain. And I was like, pecuniary gain, what? Because of the fact that I'm like, why does she need the money for, right? Like I've had this question. And so I'm just really glad that it sounds like we might be getting an answer to that. So let me share it back here. Yay. Okay.
We saw records from the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust. Can you describe for the court, have you seen the trust documents yourself?
I have.
Can you describe for the court what the trust is and what it
I agree.
I guess.
I agree. He does have a pleasant face. He does. Yeah. And he doesn't come across as like a hardened, whatever, for a lead detective right now. Again, he had a lot of background experience in like financial stuff. So, but he does have a pleasant face. I agree. And a nice tie.
The trust operated as a separate entity. The trust was funded by Ms. Gardner's parents, and it was a way that they could essentially give money for the benefit of Ms. Gardner and the twins that would not be considered her personal income. And so therefore, Mr. Bridegan would not have any access to those funds. In this case, the grantors were Mr. and Mrs. Gardner, and the trustee was Margaret Fernandez.
So the trust not only was something that people with a lot of money do with their money, it was also partially motivated by wanting to prevent that money from being litigated in the courts between Jared Bridegan and Shanna Gardner.
That's correct.
I see.
They had a history of litigating finances in addition to all the child custody issues.
Yes, during their divorce, their financial situation, especially their marital home, was heavily litigated.
And I'm turning to a portion of State's Composite Exhibit 6. Detective Johns, this is from the trust document itself. Can you describe for the court what this clause means?
So one thing that I had pointed out before on a previous live stream was like, we had learned from something that, when they were married, he was like in school still. And that the money that they were receiving from her parents was paying for his degrees, basically. And so what it seemed like timeline wise was that, then I guess, he becomes a Microsoft exec after they're divorced. And now he's like, raking in the money, I would imagine, right? He even said as much. This detective even said that it was, they had enough money, whatever. So, one of my thoughts, right? We'll see if this what they say, but one of my thoughts was, I was like, I wonder if what Shanna was trying to do is say, hey, you now owe me for all this money that I loaned to you or whatever, or gave to you, or just used to pay for your degrees. Now that look at what those degrees got you, right? They got you this job, and now this is just, again, this is my thoughts of what maybe the state could try to be suggesting at trial, but this is just how I'm kind of interpreting where I could see this going based on what's being presented so far.
This clause states that once Ms. Gardner has no more legal entanglements with her
College,
ex-husband,
yes,
Mr.
college
Bridegan,
degrees, yes.
she may elect to serve as trustee of her trust, essentially giving her control over the assets inside the trust.
At the time of Jared Bridegan's death, who was the acting trustee of the trust?
Margaret Fernandez.
Interesting.
I want to turn your attention to
Why? Wait. Why was it not Shanna? Hold on. Back up. YouTube, gosh darn it. Well, the reason I was backing it up.
Once Ms. Gardner has no more legal entanglements with her ex-husband, Mr. Bridegan, she may elect to serve as trustee of her trust, essentially giving her control over the assets inside the trust.
At the time of Jared Bridegan's death, who was the acting trustee of the trust?
Margaret Fernandez.
Okay. So that trust, okay, here's what I think is going on. That trust is gettable, right? This kind of came up a lot, like, well, in civil trials, but even for anyone who was watching Murdaugh, right? Because that came up, like the whole thing about whether it's, in this case, it's, divorce and family, custody, all that stuff, right? But same thing if you're working with like a civil lawsuit, right? Where they're doing this discovery into all your money that you have, right? And there's some money that is protected. Like, remember how Alex Murdaugh was like, like his assets, right? He was putting them in Maggie's name, for example. And there were other examples of things he was doing to avoid detection of that money because he didn't want to have to pay it out in that lawsuit, right? As we know, it's not just him, other people do it, but just as an example. And so that's what this is saying, is like that trust fund that she's got from her rich parents or whatever, that money would be gettable, if you will, like for the divorce and the, all that, the alimony, and so this is just like Alex moving his properties into Maggie's name and then trying to move it back or whatever. This is just like that, where she puts it in, this is what it sounds like they're saying. She puts it in Mario's name because now that money is not gettable. Okay. And that after he passes away, she was going to put it back in her name. This is so similar. That's crazy. Okay. All right.
I want to turn your attention
Very true.
to what we discussed earlier, that you actually spoke with Mr. Fernandez Aldana and Ms. Gardner in the course of your investigation. How many times did you speak with Shanna Gardner after the homicide of Jared Bridegan?
I spoke to her twice.
And let's talk about that first interview.
All right. Yes, she gave 2 interviews. Don't ever talk to law enforcement people, but we're going to learn things.
That occurred March 1st, 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And did you speak with Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez Aldana at the Jacksonville Beach Police Station?
I did.
Did you ask them to come to the police station and speak with you?
Initially, yes.
I want to know. I'm sure we'll find out. I want to know, did he speak to them both at the same time?
And were you speaking to many, many other people as you testified earlier? At that point, you had no suspects.
We were doing dozens of interviews.
What was the purpose of these conversations with them? Were they custodial interrogations? Were they under suspicion at that time?
Absolutely not. At that time, we were just really collecting information about who Jared was, anyone that he might have associated with. We wanted to basically know everything we could about him. Really, he was kind of the focus of that point in our investigation.
What did you advise Ms. Gardner was the purpose of your conversation with her on March 1st, 2022?
I stated at that time we were doing something that we refer to as victimology.
And that would be a background investigation into the victim, in this case, Jared Bridegan.
Correct.
When you spoke with her, did you speak with her in what's called the soft interview room at Jacksonville Beach Police Station?
Correct. We have 2 interview areas. One of them would be what someone would maybe describe as an interrogation room. There's no soft furniture. It's very hard, very cold. This is just a room with a couch,
We know.
chairs,
We
and it's where we
know.
conduct our interview. Really, just more interviews versus interrogations.
And Ms. Gardner was brought to that room for her interview,
Correct.
just like every other witness you spoke to in this case.
That's correct.
And during that conversation, just a brief overview of her demeanor and how that interview sort of began.
She was very forthcoming. She,
Fine.
it was a very typical interview.
Things we can expect. Things we can expect. We can expect, unless the defense has a way to get around it, we can expect these to be used at trial by one side or the other. Who knows? Probably the state. But we can expect these to be used at trial. And also they will then become, so they're under seal right now. But we know that these interviews that they have were filmed. And so they will be, given the Florida sunshine, law, I'm surprised that they weren't already released, but somehow they've been under seal, but they will come out. My guess is it will happen at the trial. Similar thing happened with Murdaugh, right? Where his other 2 interviews with law enforcement that were videotaped and stuff, they did not come out until the trial. So like once they were shown at trial, then they were allowed to be released and now, and put on YouTube and whatnot. So.
She was very talkative and provided a lot of context without a whole lot of questions being asked.
And you said provided a lot.
I actually read somewhere that tracks with what I read. What I read was like she had made some sort of a statement, I think during this interview, where she's like, "Man, I'm not supposed to be talking so much, but like I just can't shut up," or something like that. Like she actually commented on it that she like couldn't stop talking.
But context, what was the general tone of that context she provided?
The general tone of it was, I don't really know a whole lot about Jared now, but I will tell you how he was when we were married and what our divorce was like. Essentially, he was manipulative and caused her a lot of trauma. And then moving on to, we had a terrible divorce, and then talking about how that affected the children and so on.
Did she bring up at any point that Jared Bridegan was at all abusive towards her, physically or verbally?
She stated that he was in fact not physically or verbally abusive.
And during this conversation, part of the reason you spoke to her is that she and her husband, Mario Fernandez, and her children, Daisy and Elby, were the last people to see Jared Bridegan alive.
Correct.
And did she give you some indication as to where everybody was in the house during the time of the homicide?
She stated that when the kids were dropped off by Mr. Bridegan, Mario was asleep and she was cooking with her earphones in the kitchen.
Did she say where he was sleeping?
I don't know that she stated that where he was sleeping during her interview, but he indicated that he was on the couch.
Did you have a second, and you also interviewed Mario Fernandez Saldana's separately, but on the same date as this interview?
Correct.
Okay, separately. Okay.
I want to jump forward. April 15th, 2022, did you have a second interview with Ms. Gardner?
I did.
Now, I believe at that point they've got Henry. I believe at this point they've got Henry. I don't know that he took the plea deal yet. I think he did. I believe it was March. I'm sure we'll hear. But either way, now they've got Henry.
And how was it that you came to interview her a second time?
At that point, we were not anticipating having a second interview.
Right.
We were actually approached by Mr. Fernandez. He asked if they could come by.
Oh.
They were receiving a lot of media scrutiny or
Oh.
people from their neighborhood complaining, basically accusing them of being involved in this. So Mr. Fernandez specifically wanted to know if this was something that we were encouraging or that if we were behind it. We indicated that we were not behind that. And then he just wanted to vent his frustration to what was going on. After speaking with him, we asked if Ms. Gardner wanted to come by and basically do the same thing, and she agreed because she was us.
I would imagine that Mario and Shanna know that they've got Henry. And that's why they asked to come in. Because we see this, again, we see this with people, honestly, whether they have committed a crime or not, we see this type of behavior all the time when it comes to this stuff, right? Where people get nervous, right? And they do the opposite of what they should do, right? So not only did they talk the first time, but they're like asking, can I come? Sarah Boone is a great example, right? Sarah Boone's a great example. She wanted to come by to like pick up her phone or whatever, but like she initiated conversation with them that next day. We see this with other people where it's like they just want to like check up on, like, I just want to check up and see how it's going, right? Can I come in? Alex Murdaugh, another example. That was another example where he was like, that second interview, he was like, that was his idea because he was like, I want to see how the investigation's going or whatever. And like, he gave some other reasons. I can't remember what they were, but so I wonder if that's what happened. Oh, that's not good if that's the case, because dang it, they're going to have to, well, if you're them, you want to really make it look like you've got a good reason to come back in, right? Because of otherwise, law enforcement is going to be like, yeah, you're coming in because we got Henry. Oh boy.
Like the first interview, was this what we would call a soft interview or a custodial interrogation?
It was a soft interview.
Same interview
Okay.
with the couches,
Correct.
no reading of Miranda rights, no questioning of her as a suspect.
Correct.
During this interview, describe her demeanor.
Or you know what?
this-
I take that back. I take that back. Sorry. It's the following year that they have Henry. I take it back. Sorry, guys. I was remembering March. I forget that I've forgotten that it took so long to get him. So it's March of the following year that they get Henry. So when I was seeing the timeline here, and then I saw May, I was thinking May is after March, but this looks like it's still the same year as the murder. And then they didn't get Henry until March of 2023. So
She was much more upset, but she was upset because she felt like she was being attacked in the media or on social media, really. And
that makes it even more interesting that both of them volunteered to come in again, right? That's really interesting.
she did not feel safe leaving her home because people were recognizing her and they were basically blaming her for the homicide.
In this particular interview, did you ask her many questions?
No, not at all.
Did she do most of the talking
She didn't.
unprompted?
Yes.
You did ask her a question about whether she had any theories about what happened to Jared.
Towards the end of the interview, we asked if she had any theories about what she thought might have happened.
Did she?
She provided some.
And let's start there. What did she say she believed happened to Jared Bridegan?
She said that maybe it was a drug deal gone wrong or a gang initiation, and then she stated that we should look into Kirsten Bridegan.
What did she say about it being a drug deal? What made her think that was a possibility as conveyed to you?
She said that she had heard from friends that Sanctuary Boulevard was where you go to buy drugs in Jackson Beach.
And you're a general investigations detective with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department. Based on your knowledge and your years with the force, is that true?
I have never heard that.
Okay. What about, you mentioned gangs. What did she say about gangs?
She said that she had heard that some gangs do initiations by doing drive-by shootings like this.
Well, yeah, that's
And in your experience with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, have you all ever had a gang-related drive-by shooting initiation case involving the murder of a father in a vehicle with his child at 7:50 p.m.
I'm unaware of any of them.
In general, do you get many gang initiation shootings in Jacksonville Beach?
I'm not aware of any.
Lastly, what did she tell you about Kirsten Bridegan?
That's surprising.
Just that we should look into her as a suspect for the homicide.
Did she give you any reasons?
Not that I can recall at this moment.
All right, so she gave you these theories to potentially investigate. Presumably she was trying to be helpful.
Presumably.
Did she ever mention that you all should investigate Mario Fernandez Saldana?
No.
Did she ever mention any conversations she had with Mario Fernandez Saldana about killing Jared Bridegan?
No.
Did she ever mention someone by the name of Tenon?
She did not.
Did she ever mention anything about knowledge of a vehicle that looked like the one in the news release that Jacksonville Beach put out?
No.
Did she ever mention to you that people might come forward saying that she had said she wanted Jared Bridegan dead?
No.
Did she ever mention to you that people may come forward saying that either she or Mario Fernandez Saldana had talked in the past about hiring a hitman to kill Jared Bridegan?
No.
Was that your last contact with Ms. Gardner?
Yes, it was.
Now, after that point, you began to develop leads in your investigation, and you began to look at some point at Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez Saldana suspects.
That's correct.
And you zeroed in on Henry Tenon and were able to identify him as a person of interest, perhaps the shooter.
Correct.
Okay.
And after his arrest, you were able to obtain evidence further into his involvement, as well as the involvement of Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez Saldana.
That's correct.
I want to go through some of what your investigation revealed after you last spoke with Ms. Gardner. And for the court's information, in the state's exhibit.
Okay, here we go. Kim
Deposit
Jensen.
7, it's an extraction report
Okay.
of a cell phone.
Now we're going to find out who Kim Jensen is. Now, this is what threw me off earlier because the state referred to her as a co-conspirator. And I was like, huh? Oh, why are you not charging them? I don't know the answer to that yet, but here we go. Now we're getting back to this Kim Jensen because it's text between, I guess, Shanna and Kim.
Belonging to a woman named Kim Jensen.
Okay.
Detective Johns, who is Kim Jensen in relation to Ms. Gardner?
Kim Jensen was a lady that Ms. Gardner met when she moved to Jacksonville. They were a member of the same ward or church, and they became very good friends, by all means, best friends.
Did their friendship begin before Jared Bridegan and Ms. Gardner were divorced?
No,
What is it with Mormon people and murder? Y'all.
their friendship did begin before the divorce, correct?
So she knew her when she being Ms. Jensen, knew Ms. Gardner when she was married to Jared Bridegan.
Yes, that's correct. And in fact, she knew Jared longer than she knew Ms. Gardner.
Based on your investigation, we see your text messages. At some point, did you obtain a cell phone download of Kim Jensen's phone?
We did.
And was there contact between Ms. Jensen and Ms. Gardner?
There was extensive contact on a daily basis between the two of them,
For how long?
at least going back to 2015.
And how frequent was their contact with each other?
It was numerous times a day, phone calls, text messages,
Voice notes?
all kinds of things.
And from your review, not relevant to the homicide necessarily, but for context, your review of their contact, did they seem to have a very close and open relationship?
It would certainly appear that way.
They talk about the most intimate details of their lives,
Yes,
the most mundane details of their lives.
yes.
So we're looking at your state's composite exhibit 8. These are text messages on Ms. Jensen's phone that you found between her and Shanna Gardner dating back to 2015. And we're going to start there and work our way forward to 2022. I know it's difficult to read.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know you were modding. No.
The conversation, tone, and tenor between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen regarding Jared that began around this time period.
The context of this particular chat chain is Shanna telling Ms. Jensen that Matt is ready to come over there and to talk to him, meaning Mr. Bridegan. She said it would not be physical, and maybe then goes on to basically say, that they could maybe encourage it to become physical at some point.
What? Who's Matt?
Ms. Stifler, what did you identify this as?
This would be state's composite exhibit 8.
8, okay. Thank you.
Sorry, my computer decided to reset its password in the middle of this.
Okay.
Lovely.
In 2015, what was the status of Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan's relationship?
In the beginning of 2015, they were still married, and they did eventually divorce in 2015.
Moving on to page 2 of state's composite exhibit 8, more text between Ms. Gardner and Kim Jensen. And what are they talking about here?
Wow.
Says Matt was ready to come over here today and talk to him. It wouldn't be physical yet, but I tell him if these things.
What I'm going to do real quick is take a screenshot of this. Let me take these down real quick so it doesn't block it. And this way we can refer back to it. So let me just do that. Okay, cool. Put subtitles back on. Okay, cool.
Things happen X, Y, and Z, then A, B, and C will happen to him. And if he calls the cops, that would know, and A, B, C would happen. He said, I tell him he can thank the beautiful woman he's leeching off of, that he's even still alive, because if it was him,
That's
he would
funny.
have disappeared months ago. I told him your comment about the casserole, ha ha ha. We both had a good laugh.
Okay, then Ms. Jensen replies and she talks at some point in this
Now,
text
one thing
here.
I will say, again, this all points to Shanna, right? Being, Shanna had plans, it looks like, right? But I just wanted to point out, remember, this is Shanna's bond hearing. So, anything similar that Mario could be against him, evidence against him, wouldn't be coming up here unless it's like between the two of them. This is evidence against Shanna. Now, having said that, I don't think she has met Mario yet at this point. Now, I think that's a big deal because, if they have communications with Shanna and somebody else talking about this type of stuff, and it was before she'd even met Mario, that changes things. So just Flash, do you know exactly when she met Mario? Because if you look at this is from May 2015.
About funeral potatoes. Did that phrase become relevant to your investigation?
Oh my God, funeral potatoes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Where's Erin when you need her? Flash, do you remember that? Okay. Here's the thing. Apparently that is a Minnesota food phrase. That's so weird because so Erin, who is another STSer who lives in Minnesota, was giving us the name for this dish that's really common in Minnesota. And she was giving us in the chat like a list, and it was not related to anything. It was just because we were talking about food, a list of all the different names that this same dish has. And one of them was funeral potatoes, and we were joking about it. Oh my gosh, that is wild that it's coming up here. And my guess is that if you don't know that that is a dish, you would be like, what the heck? Like I was, right? I'm like, funeral potatoes, right? That is a common name. People call it up there for that dish. Wow. So are they going to try to say that this is like a code? I bet they are.
It did.
And I wonder, do they know that? Maybe, y'all, is it possible to law enforcement, in Florida, they may not know. They may not know that that's an actual name of a dish. Oh boy.
There were two phrases that kind of were a continuation during
Okay,
all.
Flash says they met in 2018. So right there, that's significant. So again, this is May of 2015. Shanna's been already talking. They've got it in these text messages. I mean, she says bah ha ha, but still, right? Even if he is still alive, because if it were up to me, up to him, he would have disappeared months ago. And then talks about things getting physical. I mean, again, this is 3 years before she met Mario. So that's pretty damning against Shanna. And I'm kind of surprised that, the charges don't really reflect that. But anyway, we'll see. Maybe they were still hoping that Mario would turn on her, throw her under the bus. But I mean, they're talking about this dish that we heard about from Erin.
Their text messages, one of those referred to as a casserole, also aka funeral potatoes, or then there was the phrase of doing magic.
Right.
Sorry.
So I don't want to interrupt you. Let's talk about the funeral potatoes casserole. Did these words, were they used frequently in conversations between Shanna Gardner?
Oh boy.
Yes, they were.
And in what context were they used?
In reference to the death of Jared.
I mean, I'm going to push back on that because of what I just said. It's going to be interesting what happens because I'm sure that someone's going to be like, hey, do you know that this is an actual dish? It'll be interesting to see what happens.
So there's more text here about funeral potatoes. These are.
I mean, had I not known that that was an actual dish, I could see where you'd be like, oh, that's probably code. However, having said that, right, isn't that if you're wanting to have a code, isn't that a little bit too obvious because of the word funeral? You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't you pick something that's like doesn't imply death if you're trying to have a code word?
In fairness, everybody blows off steam when they're at their assessment.
Absolutely.
There you go.
But at some point, Did these texts continue and escalate to the point where they became significant to your investigation?
There was a continuation of this type of texting between them throughout their entire relationship that we were aware of, starting in 2015 through at least 2021. And I would say that the messages are much more vulgar than this.
Wow, vulgar.
So here we have, again, on state's composite exhibit, 8 text messages from
Oh, wow.
2015.
Wow, that's crazy. If there was a crime of being an asshole, he'd get the death penalty. And then Shanna says, I would happily watch them give him. Wow, this is weird. And also, why does Kimmie hate him so much? What is happening? And why has Kimmie not been charged? I have a lot of questions, obviously. I'm just going to take another screenshot. The irony, though, and I don't mean that in a funny way. I mean that in a terrible way because, you know, of this whole bit about the death penalty and the lethal injection. Yikes.
Shanna Gardner saying, I would happily watch them give him the lethal injection. They're talking about they would love to see him do the death penalty and they could make a casserole. And moving on, again, state's composite exhibit 8, more text messages. And in these ones, there's a discussion. Can you describe to the court where this discussion develops?
These are essentially theories of what they could do to, Ms. Jensen refers to Jared as stupid.
Okay, so stupid, and we'll see that in other text messages. That was a nickname that Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen used to refer to Jared Bridegan.
Correct.
So what
What the heck is happening? Like, what is she having? Okay. Like, all I can think of is like, is she, hold on. I need to do something real quick. Is Shanna, like, what is going on between her and Kimmie? Because why is Kimmie so involved with this? You know, we already heard they're communicating a bazillion times a day. Why is Kimmie like, and remember what the detective said, that Shanna met Kimmie through Jared, that Kimmie and Jared had been friends for a really long time. And then that's how the two, Shanna and Kimmie, met. It's not like this is like Shanna's best friend from childhood. Okay. So like, that makes it even stranger that then Kimmie, Jared's longtime friend, would be talking like this about him. It's odd. And it just makes you wonder. That's all.
what direction does this conversation take?
It's essentially just more about ways that Ms. Gardner is unhappy with Mr. Bridegan, that she would like for him no longer to be alive. And then they talk about casserole. And
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with their friendship. I'll say that much. Does their friendship end? How does because I'm kind of wondering, does Kimmie get replaced with Mario eventually?
And then they will move on to other things as far as how to cause his death.
These are difficult to read. This is State's Exhibit Composite 9. These are texts in 2016. And the next slide will be zoomed in a little bit. But here we see Ms. Gardner. This is the first time she brings up the word hitman in her discussions with Ms. Jensen.
So now I understand why that discovery request was dated back to 2016, because I was like, what? That's so overbroad. But now I understand. Now, again, they can still be more specific in terms of what they need from that year. But I couldn't wrap my head around it. That changes things again. The fact that this has been talked about, wow. Right? Because again, 2016, they mentioned hitman, but 2022 is when the murder actually happens. And again, Mario's not involved yet. Wow.
Conversation centers around how it develops.
Essentially, Ms. Gardner's upset. She says it's too late to get a hitman. I'm serious. I think Ms. Jensen is trying to kind of talk her down a little bit. And then they move on to basically where
Me neither.
they start talking about, does she know anyone that could actually carry out this plan?
Wow.
And we see that down here in the bottom.
So, okay, this again, I had a thought, right? And I'm like, my thought is like, does she replace Kimmie with Mario? So Shanna's asking Kimmie, does she know anyone who could actually carry out the plan? There's another case that has this in it. I'm trying to think of who it was. I'm trying to think of what it was. I'm sure there's more than one, but like where they've got somebody who they think is going to be their sidekick and is going to keep their secret. and then they like ask them if they would either would carry it out themselves, or if they knew somebody and like they didn't, they couldn't be of any help. So then they like disposed of that person, right? I don't mean killed them, but like got like, okay, we're not, you know, they don't care anymore. And then they like find someone else to you know, to kind of do the same type of thing. And I'm wondering if that's kind of where this is headed, because like I kind of saw this coming a little bit. It's like, wow, she's talking to Kimmie a lot, you know, and then asking Kimmie if she knows somebody who could carry it out after referencing a hitman. It's interesting.
You can draw this because there's anything you want to circle. That
Wow.
Ms. Jensen says, I know Sue's husband knows people. Ms. Gardner
Oh, boy.
replies, I'm not even joking, I want him gone. And
Oh my
she
God.
goes on
This
from
is
there.
not good. This is not good.
At the time they're having this conversation, and here's a zoomed version of it. Simultaneous with this conversation, did you also find text messages between Ms. Jensen and the person that they were discussing finding them a hitman in the previous slide?
Correct. So while this conversation was going on, Kim Jensen reaches out to the person that they're referring to and asks
Wow.
if she knows anyone.
Okay, I don't know how Kimmie's not been charged, because so Kimmie actually is looking to probably find a hitman. She's like taking this is like the same type of activities that like Katie Magbanua is in prison for in the Adelson case. I don't understand. So now I understand why they said, like, I was shocked when they said co-conspirator. Well, now I see why. And the only reason as to why that person's doing that role, I mean, really, it comes down to they're helping her for some reason, right? Like, and again, we've seen this in other cases where somebody makes it a certain situation out to be really, like, who did this? Like, who was it? I'm trying to remember. Oh, there's so many examples of it, right? Where like you've got somebody who's like married and then they have an affair, and then they're like, yeah, my husband is abusive and he's torturing the kids, and they say all this stuff, right, to get the other person to take action. You know, now again, Shanna apparently never made allegations that Jared was abusive. It's like stupid, right, or annoying, or custody battle, that type of thing. But still, you know, we've seen this where somebody has a friend or a boyfriend or a whatever they are, and they kind of like weasel their way in, right? And then it's manipulation is what it is. It's manipulation to get them to help. I'm trying to think. There's a really good example of this. I'll probably think of it when I'm not trying to. I mean, there's, again, more than one example, but there's one specifically that I'm trying to think of. Yeah. Interesting. This is interesting. And it just shocks me though, again, because what we're seeing so far from Kimmie is enough for big time charges. So I don't know.
And cause they can do magic, i.e. make someone disappear, referring to, do they know anyone?
And I'll one quick second. These text messages between Ms. Jensen and the third party are referenced in both the exhibit we just looked at and text messages that you found later,
That's
correct?
correct.
And in your conversations with Ms. Jensen, she disclosed to you that she reached out to this person because of her conversations with Ms. Gardner.
Correct.
Wow.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence that's been marked as.
I mean, this is solicitation. That is solicitation for murder. Whether or not you can find anybody or not, that's what that is.
Paid as State's Exhibit 10.
Conspiracy. I can't.
I'm sorry,
I'm shocked.
Stage J as State's Exhibit 18.
Your Honor, same objection. I don't see anything in here where Ms. Gardner is asking Ms. Jensen to reach out to Sue. I don't know how that can be, what Ms. Jensen did can be used against Ms. Gardner at this point. Again, we're talking about things that are 6 years prior to the killing of Jared Bridegan. I don't believe there's any allegation from the state whatsoever that this led to anything, or that even in the state's theory, to the death of Mr. Bridegan. It's totally irrelevant. It is so stale, and this court should not even consider it for purposes of this bond hearing. It's not relevant.
Your Honor, that
Even
means
as a co-conspirator statement?
Are they saying that the conspiracy went back to 2016? Is that the state's argument?
Ms. Stifler?
the Article date range encompasses these text messages in the charged indictment. There are further statements leading up to the death of Jared Bridegan between these individuals. They are relevant because they show Ms. Gardner's state of mind, intent, incitement, encouragement as it relates to being a principal of first-degree murder. This is a bond hearing. The rules of evidence are loosened. There's no jury before the court. The court can give whatever weight to these text messages it deems fit based on the argument of Mr. Carodi, but his argument goes to the weight, not the admissibility. They are admissible because they are simultaneous statements to a conversation she's having with Ms. Jensen, to a third party who is then referenced by Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen about what it is they're planning to do or hoping to see done.
As far as
That
the
is
dates,
weird.
the indictment covers a different time period for the conspiracy.
Oh,
I'm looking at it.
oh wow. Oh, this could be a problem for the state if they didn't, right?
As a count two, the conspiracy covers November, no, whatever, 20.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I see it now.
Your Honor, and I would argue then we have a multiple conspiracy problem here. What are they actually charging us as a conspiracy? Because the conspiracy, I think that you have a multiple conspiracy problem.
Maybe for a jury, but why would that apply in a bond hearing?
The judge's argument would be relevant as to purposes of this hearing, which would be one, because there's only one capital offense on this indictment.
Okay, I have to go let Frodo out real quick. So guys, I'm gonna keep playing this, but y'all, when I get back, just let me know if like something crazy happened and that a detail I need to know while they're. But I'll be back in just a minute here.
The proof evident presumption grade and the evidence that the state must carry with regard to that is only to the first degree murder charge. So evidence of the conspiracy, I would say, is not relevant. And then the second question would be the state's motion for pretrial detention, which is generally issue a danger to the community or a flight risk. And I don't see how this evidence would be relevant to that either. And I don't believe there's any connection to this piece of evidence and the killing of Jared Bridegan in February of 2022.
What's the connection?
So the connection goes to her intent, incitement, encouragement. Her intent the crime be committed, which is the first element of the principal language. She's a principal of first degree murder. She wasn't the one who pulled the trigger. She's the one who set the events in motion. The state has to prove that she had the intent, specifically that the murder of Jared Bridegan take place. So all of these statements and all of this interaction with her co-conspirators and her attempts to solicit and conspire other individuals that failed up until the point she found the ability to complete the task with Mario Jimenez and Henry Tenon are relevant to her intent.
I guess my question would be, that's why this is admissible. Why would the conspiracy of KJ reaching out to whoever those text messages would be relevant in a connection to Ms. Gardner?
Because she attempted to bring in these individuals into her conspiracy that ultimately resulted in the death of Jared Bridegan and Mario Jimenez Saldana, as the court will hear from Detective John's testimony later in this hearing.
Judge, if the court reads these text messages that are on the screen, Ms. Gardner never asked Ms. Jensen to reach out to sue. This is Ms. Jensen on her own volition. I don't know how that intent can be imputed to Ms. Gardner.
Give me just a moment. These are hard to read. What are the timing of those other messages?
So when she and Ms. Gardner suggesting that she like to get a hitman, she says, Sue's husband knows people. She says, I'm not even joking, I want him gone. That's at 1:31 p.m., 7/17/2016. The following slide shows contact between Ms. Jensen and another party on that same day at 4:33 p.m. And then states exhibit composite 9 includes text messages on 7/19 and 7/21, in which Ms. Gardner asks Ms. Jensen, do I ask so-and-so about people? Should I ask him today? Referencing the same person that Ms. Jensen and this other third party were discussing.
Tell me the date and time of that.
That one would be July 21st and July 22nd. She asks on July 21st, do I ask X about people? I wait. July 22nd, can I ask M today? Let's see what H says.
Okay, give me a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that.
They're also using language in this text that's at issue, code words that they use in other discussions, such as magic,
Code
please, disappear, et cetera.
You don't.
This conversation
Well-
clearly is in context of Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen discussing, asking these people.
I mean, I don't know that you can just say it's a code word, even if it looks obvious. I mean, well, you guys know. If they're going to want to bring that in at trial and make that suggestion, they're going to have somebody who can, like, you know, like who was a former like spy decoder person, explain how you know for sure if something is a code. You know what I mean? Or they would just have to not say anything about it and leave it up to the jury, right? A fact for the jury. They wouldn't be able to like suggest that. But if they're going to suggest that, they are here, they need to be able to back that up, in my opinion, even if it seems obvious, right? Validate it.
She just reached out. It doesn't. My contention is she did ask her to reach out. And she says, Sue's husband, I know people. She says, I'm not even joking. I want him gone. That seems like the go-ahead to reach out. I think it's relevant, and the follow-up conversation they have references the conversation Ms. Jensen had with this third party. In the context of following up, let's ask these people. Following up, let's ask these people. Using the code word that she uses with the third party. It gives context to what the defendant and Ms. Jensen are discussing.
And messages you're saying are on the same date, just
Yes,
later in the
ma'am.
time?
In these messages between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen, they're saying things.
No, I'm saying the messages that are in question are on the same date, just later in time? You
Yes,
said
ma'am.
4 o'clock?
They were at 4:30. This conversation continues from 1:27 p.m. through 4:49:56 p.m. when they're discussing these code words, Chris Angel, magician, disappear. The texts of the third party are in the midst of these text messages also discussing magicians and making people disappear. And then Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen in the following days reference the individuals that are connected to this third person.
Is that the one at 17? I'm sorry, 7:17 at 4:45? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am. On the third column, the first,
The board?
four text messages. And then the first text message in the fourth column. And then the last text message in the second column, and the entire first column.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Detective Johns, I sort of did it for you. I went through these text messages. In these messages, Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen are discussing getting a hitman, not even joke.
So Flashman is asking if I heard that he had a hearing. I didn't hear it. I saw it on the docket because I check it all the time, and I didn't read that document because all the document said was there's gonna be a closed hearing. So yeah, I knew about it. Yeah.
And asking if Sue's husband is. Sorry. Now it would be Jay coming in as state's 18.
All right, I'll overrule the defense objection. J will be marked as
Okay.
State's Exhibit 18. All right, I'm sorry. You may proceed.
And Detective Johns, we are speaking about older messages, but in your course of your investigation, did this type of discussion continue between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen all the way up to Jared's death?
It does.
And in these messages, they use what you mentioned earlier to be another one of your favorite code words to describe Jared's killing, which would be magic, magician, disappear act, Chris Angel.
Correct.
So here we are at State's Exhibit now 18. These are text messages between Ms. Jensen and SL. And in these messages, Ms. Jensen is asking her if she knows someone, and she says, Shanna needs a guy. And what direction does this conversation take?
Basically, Ms. Jensen's reaching out to Ms. Lee and stating, hey, Shanna needs a guy because permanent disappearing acts.
Wow.
And
Not
she says
good.
that she needs a magician for a stupid, referring to Mr. Bridegan,
Oh boy.
and asks if she knows anyone who can basically accomplish this.
Wow. How are these people not charged? I am just.
And then the messages between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen following that conversation, do they again reference this idea of magic or magician?
Yes, they're initially talking about ways to destroy Mr. Bridegan in reference to feeding him things that might give him a heart attack.
Oh
And
my
then
God.
Shanna
Oh
makes the
my
comment
God.
that the best time for
This is-
quote magic.
Oh, this is like really not good evidence, right? I mean, like it's good for the state. Like this is, it started out like, well, I don't know, the funeral potatoes, but boy, it took a turn. He was right when he said it gets worse. It took a turn to where it's less, there's less room for like, well, maybe it's something else. Jesus.
Is when they're amicable.
Like when
And
they,
then he or she.
like when they said hitman, like that was a few messages back, but they said hitman. It's like, well, y'all are screwed now. Like, because there's just, and let there be no debate about what you're talking
We're
about.
discussing the potential individuals they could contact, including someone named Matt.
Yes, she makes reference to Matt, who she talked to earlier, who was the trainer from the YMCA that she had the alleged
Okay. We don't need to get into that for purposes of this hearing. They're referring to someone
Oh,
named Nick.
okay. So guys, remember when I was like, who's Matt? I mean, I don't know if you even could hear me say that. It was just, this was early on. I was like, who's Matt? Okay. Never mind the alleged affair, but already it's interesting to me that it's a personal trainer at the gym. What the fuck? What is going on?
Nick, and she says between one of those four. So we have several people, Matt, Nick, the individual that she was speaking to Ms. Lee about,
Oh, wow.
and they start referring to them by code names. So M, and then the next slide, which is that there are 2 days of follow-up, July 21st and July 22nd. This is Ms. Gardner in the dark gray, and she is asking Ms. Jensen, do I legit ask Matt about people? Ms. Jensen says to wait. She says nothing, and then the next day, they're again asked, can I ask M today? And to see what H says. Now these text messages, this is not the only contact that Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen are having. They're not just solely communicating by text, are they?
No, they're communicating via phone and other ways as well.
Yes. Tomorrow is the Daubert hearing in Karen Reed for Dr. Russell about the dog bites. And then there's another Gardner Fernandez as well.
So in some of these text messages, are there points where the conversation ends and a phone call begins?
Correct.
And we're gonna move on to some 2021 text messages in a moment, but I wanna talk
I
about.
will say I'm trying to find the investigative report and the other discovery, and like there's reference to discovery that being released, but it's like it's not. I hate it when they do that, right? They're like new discovery is released, and then it's like, well, where is it? Because some news works or media outlets will put a link in that blurb where you can read it. There's other ways to obtain that type of thing, but I'm not finding the investigative report or any other discovery. There's just reference to certain things. And I don't know how they're not, I double checked the docket, not on the docket. So I don't really know, barring like a FOIA request, which I've never done. But what I will say is that, what happens oftentimes is when things are FOIA'd by somebody, they end up being circulated, and that's how everyone obtains these things. But the other thing is sometimes this shit costs a lot of money to do. It kind of just depends. But there's some channels that like raise money for that reason specifically, so that they can have the money to obtain certain discovery. So, I'm curious if whoever it was that obtained 900 pages or whatever of discovery, how they did that. But if it's possible, if it's free and it's through FOIA, I'll figure out how to do it for sure.
How this kind of discussion continues with Ms. Gardner, not just with Ms. Jensen, but with other individuals. So these text messages go up through 2016. I want to discuss some of these individuals who came forward voluntarily to the Jacksonville Beach Police Department with evidence that Ms. Gardner had made similar comments to them. So let's begin in 2017. Did a relative of Jared Bridegan seek you out?
Yes, Justin Bridegan, who was Jared's brother, came to the police station. He had stated that he had also left the Church of Latter-day Saints. And when Ms. Gardner had found that out, she reached out to him and stated that she wanted to be the cousins together. And so they ended up going over to Mr. Bridegan's home and where they were letting the kids play. During that time period, Ms. Gardner made the statement to Justin that she at times was so angry with Jared that she considered hiring a hitman to take him out.
Did he believe her to be joking? Did he say whether she said this in a joking manner?
He indicated that he thought that she was being very serious. However, due to the fact that they were divorced.
Wait, who's the he? I missed the he.
During that time period, Ms. Gardner made the statement to Justin that she at times was so angry with Jared that she considered hiring a hitman to take him out.
Did he believe her to be joking? Did he say whether she said this in a joking manner?
He indicated that he thought that she was being very serious. However, due to the fact that they were divorced, and it was in the past tense context, that was something that he needed to alert the police, but he didn't believe her to be very serious about it.
And other than M and H and all these other individuals, did anybody come forward to you and say that Ms. Gardner attempted to solicit them to actually act as a hitman for Jared Bridegan?
Yes, during the time of their divorce, a tattoo shop owner had come forward by the name of Bradford. He stated that he had spent a lot of time with Ms. Gardner when she was getting her tattoos and some other things. And one night they had decided to go out for drinks afterwards. And during that time period, she stated that she needed someone to shut Jared up and asked him if he knew people who shut people up. He indicated that the way that he took that conversation was that she was looking for someone to murder her then husband.
And I also want to talk about an individual who came forward and provided a sworn statement to investigators regarding conversations she had with Ms. Gardner, specifically involving her husband, Mario Fernandez-Aldana.
I believe the conversation happened in 2017. A friend and coworker of Ms. Gardner's had come forward and stated that this was around the time that she was just meeting Mario and they had started dating. And she stated that Shanna told her that Mario had a military background and that he could take some guys, break into Jared's house, and take care of him, and no one would ever know what happened.
Moving on to, now it's going to be State's Exhibit 10. These are text messages between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen in 2021. And this is a sample, but are there multiple text messages in which Ms. Gardner expresses her discouragement with the child custody battle she's having with Jared Bridegan?
Yes, there are lots of examples, both verbally and written, where she is very unhappy sharing the kids with Mr. Bridegan.
And she uses language, not just, I want to use the court system, but I'll never be happy so long as they're involved for a while.
Correct.
And then again, this is a pretty lengthy message to Ms. Jensen from Ms. Gardner. And in this, she expresses that she can't bear the thought of 9 more years of fighting for custody of her children. This is again State's Exhibit.
Oh, wow. I mean, all of this again really points to her. I mean, this is for her, right? Like, in other words, like I kept saying, like, how does this benefit Mario? How would it benefit Kimmie? Whatever. It's like the only thing you can see from this is that it benefits them because it benefits her, right? Like, so far, because she's the one who's got these child custody issues. You know, like the only way these other people are involved is because she involves them, essentially, right?
So once you got this phone download from Ms. Jensen, before receiving these messages, had you spoken with Ms. Jensen about her knowledge?
So Flashpan. So I pulled up on the Duval Clerk. Okay, you have to know what you're asking for. So that's tricky when you don't know what's out there, right? Like, I don't know. You have to be specific. So I've got it pulled up. The thing is they've got different ways you can obtain things. Like there's a thing called, where is it? Complex records request policy and request form, but it does not define what counts as complex records. So I don't know, like what these appear to be is discovery or, you know, materials that have not been made public, but I guess they're just not under seal. But usually anything that's public would be put on the court. Like, you know what I mean? So I guess the reason is because those are just like pleadings and stuff, and this would be discovery. So, so maybe, you know, which makes me wonder if there's the possibility of actually getting those interviews as well. But like looking here, it's like you can search the official records, but that's what you do. That's what I do every day when I search online. That doesn't come up with. So I don't know. There's like request for confidentiality for protected groups. That wouldn't apply. Request to release redacted information on recorded documents. That's not what we're looking for either. Yeah, so it looks like the only other categories is complex records, but I just don't know. And then on the form, you know, you can mail it in, and then there's fees associated with it. I just wish it told you what these complex forms were like. What does it mean? Like, is that what I'm looking at here? Like, is that like this discovery? Is that what that is in this category? Information contained in any court record, official record, or other document that is exempt and prohibited from release to the public will be redacted. I mean, I would imagine it is. Let me pull up this cost recovery policy. A special service charge will be imposed if the nature or volume of the court or public records requested for inspection or duplication is such as to require extensive use of information technology resources. It doesn't seem to say what it is. A service charge will be applied. Calculating the special service charge. There's no numbers. It's like time spent, amount of technology used. Oh, that's really funny. Estimates. Upon receiving a request for public or court records, the clerk's office will provide an estimate to the person initiating the request if the estimated costs exceed $50. The estimate will include the hours required, the estimate service charge, blah, blah. Collecting recovered costs. If it's over $50, they need an advance deposit. There's some things that could cost more than $500, it looks like. When they can be sent by email, they do that to minimize costs. Right, because that's the thing, right? If they have to send it in person, like physically, that's a lot of paper, and that's why it would be more expensive, right? If the record is in electronic form, they'll copy it onto a CD or DVD. Jesus Christ. Okay, here's material costs. Okay, document copy, $1 per page. Certified copies, $2 per document. CD-ROM, $2 each. DVD, $5 each. IT-related costs, programmer time, $35 an hour. Packaging and shipping charges, they will vary. Research costs, $2 per year. I don't know how that works. So let's say that it's 900 pages and then they have to give it to you physically. That would be $900 just for the pages, not including the other costs. Now, if they can put it on a CD-ROM or a DVD, then it's as much as they can fit on each one of those. And that's way cheaper, but I don't know if they know how to compress things. Anyway, but if anyone wants to look into it, no, please. I would love your help. I would absolutely love your help for sure. So, and anyone else who has any idea on how to obtain the discovery, because apparently there's like investigative reports as it pertains to this case. Anyone that wants to work on that, please feel free. Absolutely appreciate it. And it could be, and maybe the way to do it is through FOIA, I don't know. But my understanding is that there's still fees, right? It just varies depending on what it is. So, but anyone who wants to work on that, please feel free. And I would certainly appreciate it. It gives me more things I can cover for you guys and we can go over. So, okay, but let's get back to the hearing.
Judge Shanna Gardner's involvement in the death of Jared Bridegan.
Yes, she came to the police station and we did interview her.
Did she mention any of this information when she spoke to the police station?
Not at all.
Did you serve her, assistant serving her with a subpoena to testify in front of a grand jury in February of 2023?
We did.
Did she appear at the grand jury in your testimony?
She did.
When you gave her that subpoena, were you also monitoring Ms. Jensen's toll records and calls?
Yes, we were.
And when she got the subpoena for grand jury, did she contact Ms. Gardner?
She did.
Wow,
And
what?
she was
That
at
is
the
not
grand
smart.
jury, was Ms. Gardner calling her?
Yes, she was.
Oh dear. Oh,
And what has Ms.
y'all. They're making all the mistakes that people make.
Jensen told you about her relationship with Ms. Gardner up and through the murder?
She said that they're very good friends, best friends, and that basically that Ms. Jensen is kind of Shanna's confidant.
And what did she express about her view of the Jared Bridegan versus Shanna Gardner history?
She is Team Shanna, according to her wording. She was not a fan of Jared Bridegan, and she has a lot of admiration for Ms. Gardner.
Okay. And she described herself as Team Shanna even after Jared's homicide, and even after she was brought in to give testimony in grand jury and on other occasions involving Ms. Gardner's potential involvement.
That's correct.
Eventually, were you present when Ms. Jensen was interviewed in July into August of 2023?
I was.
And at that point, you had all these text messages that she had not disclosed to you.
That's correct.
And when you spoke to Ms. Jensen, with this evidence available, did Ms. Jensen give further testimony about Shanna Gardner's involvement in the planning and the homicide of Jared Bridegan?
She did.
I'll go through some of those statements. What did she?
I bet that's why she's not charged. But also, what's interesting is this. So for those of you guys who maybe hadn't watched all this, my understanding was like they've got Henry, right? I didn't realize there were other people in addition to Henry who like either struck some sort of deal, which is the only thing I can imagine, right? That they didn't charge her for her cooperation because normally they would be charged. Whether it's through a deal or whether it's just, they're just willing, they were subpoenaed, whatever the case may be. I didn't know there was another one, like another person who can be like, yep, here's all the stuff. Oh
She told
dear.
you about
Oh dear.
your conversation specifically with Mario Fernandez Aldana about killing Jared Bridegan.
She relayed that there were instances where he was so close that he could touch him and Jared didn't know it.
Just to be clear, Ms. Jensen said that Shanna disclosed to her things that Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez spoke about.
Correct.
Did she say that they had
A lot of
several conversations, one conversation?
There were multiple conversations.
Remember when the defense objected earlier and there was a reference to hearsay? I guarantee you because that's like a lot of layers of hearsay. So that's not going to be able to come into the trial. Well, having said that, if Kim Jensen comes in, she can testify to what Shanna told her. Yeah, that's how that could work. But they would need her to testify. But it is like a game of telephone for sure.
Over a multi-year period about Mario killing or finding people who could kill Jared.
Okay, and now we'll get into the specific statements. What did Ms. Jensen say Ms. Gardner disclosed to her about Mario and her plans to kill Jared Bridegan?
She made a statement about him, like I said, having people, there were a motorcycle gang that lived behind his house that he could get to kill Jared. There were times where Mario was so close he could reach out and grab Jared and cause his death. And then just more ways that Mario was capable and the right person to take it for Jared.
Did she say specifically if there was a certain time or context that Mr. Fernandez Aldana would offer to do this for Ms. Gardner?
It was typically when she would be either upset with him or when she was upset more so at something that had happened between her and Jared in regards to the children. When she would be upset about some type of custody issue or some kind of disagreement they would be in, Mario's solution was always to offer to take care of Jared.
And did Kim Jensen tell you what Shanna take care of?
Again, you guys, this is if all this pans out, it's blatantly clear. Like even there, when Shanna would be upset about things that Jared was doing, Mario would offer to take care of him. So this really does sound like, again, people, like we've seen this in other cases, right? Where someone, if this, allegedly, like if they are the people that, people, we've seen this, right? Where they manipulate other people into helping them. I mean, it sounds like if all this pans out, potentially Shanna did this with numerous people. Again, notably, the first would be Kimmie, and then after that Mario. But still, the fact that that is interesting, right? That you've got people, more than one person, right, who somehow have gone from being a normal person, right, to where when they see the other person, when they see their friend or whatever, when they see Shanna upset, they're like, the suggestion is, let me see if I could try to find someone or, we need to get rid of him. Like that's like, imagine what it would take to get someone to that point, right? Because that's pretty crazy.
To me.
That would be to kill Jared Bridegan.
And you mentioned that Ms. Jensen disclosed that Shanna Gardner told her Mario was so close to Jared he could touch him. Did she explain what that meant? Did he actually follow him and was so close he could touch him?
Yes, there were times where he would watch his movements or, like I said, follow him and try to, develop patterns of what he did and where he went and what would be the best way to carry out the plan.
Did he use any phrasing to describe these moments where he could have done something to Jared Bridegan?
Missed opportunities.
Here's some of the statements we talked about. Did Mario also disclose, or did Ms. Gardner disclose to Ms. Jensen that Mario Fernandez Aldana had followed him in a vehicle on a prior occasion?
Yes, that he had followed him from the house back to St. John's County.
And what about to the hospital?
Don't recall that.
Did Ms. Gardner disclose to Ms. Jensen why there was a delay or some kind of reason that this plan wasn't coming to fruition at the time period they're talking about?
What's going on?
There was a discussion between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen that there was a delay in killing Jared, and that was Mario's excuse was, well, it's during COVID, no one leaves their house during COVID, so therefore I can't get a hold of him. He never leaves his house.
During this meeting with Ms. Jensen, did she advise you about Shanna Gardner's knowledge of Henry Tenon?
She did. She said that she had met Mr. Tenon, and that she knew that he owned the truck that we had released to the media that we were looking for.
And to be specific, Ms. Jensen told you that she had conversations with Shanna Gardner about Henry Tenon. Were those conversations before or after Henry Tenon was charged with the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Those were before.
So before Henry Tenon was publicly named as the individual involved in the murder of Jared Bridegan, Shanna Gardner and Kim Jensen had discussions about him.
That's correct.
And they had discussions about him owning a truck.
Owning a truck. On surveillance video that we found the night of the homicide, we had identified a vehicle of interest that we believe was involved in the homicide, and that was in fact later proved to be the truck that Mr. Tenon owned.
And Ms. Jensen disclosed to you that Shanna Gardner had discussed this vehicle with her prior to Henry Tenon being arrested for murder, or knowledge that that truck belonged to him being public.
Correct.
I want to talk lastly regarding Ms. Jensen's disclosures at this meeting about what she told you about a trip to Hawaii. The Gardner family, can you describe to the court this annual kind of vacation that they were doing to Hawaii?
They have an annual family trip where they all go to Hawaii, and would appear to include all the parents, all the children, and their spouses and grandchildren.
And was there a trip to Hawaii in 2022 prior to the murder of Jared Bridegan?
There was a trip to Hawaii approximately a week before the murder.
And did Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez Aldana go on that trip to Hawaii?
They did.
And did they return approximately,
About 4 days before the murder.
so around February 12th, 2022?
Correct.
And did Ms. Jensen describe for you a conversation that Shanna Gardner told her she had with Mario Fernandez Aldana in the week before Jared was killed?
The text messages between the two of them would indicate that their conversation had to do with the fact that Shanna was frustrated with the marriage and that she was going to call it off with him, and that they had discussed that and that they were starting plans to do that. However, later she indicated that during that time frame, Mario stated to Shanna that Mario was going to in fact kill Jared, and that if she didn't want it to happen, she needed to speak up and say it now.
Ms. Jensen told you this,
Here.
obviously with the testimony from Henry Tenon, that Mario Fernandez came to him the day of the homicide on February 16th, saying he needed to do this now to save his marriage.
Correct.
Wait, let me hear that again.
However, later she indicated that during that time frame, Mario stated to Shanna that Mario was going to in fact kill Jared, and that if she didn't want it to happen, she needed to speak up and say it now.
Ms. Jensen told you this, and obviously with the testimony from Henry Tenon, that Mario Fernandez came to him the day of the homicide on February 16th, saying he needed to do this now to save his marriage.
Correct.
So here's the thing.
She indicated
I think-
with the fact that Shanna was frustrated with the marriage and that she
Okay, so what again, the hearsay, right? This is him relaying what Kimmie told him that Shanna told her. So beyond all the layers of hearsay, I think the important thing here is what he's about to say was what Shanna described happening, okay, to her friend.
she was going to call it off with him, and that they had discussed that and that they were starting plans to do that. However, later she indicated
So what it sounds like Shanna initially said that they were frustrated, they were that her and Mario's marriage, right? That they were like, in other words, it sounds like that's just like a separate thing, like they were having marital issues and they were gonna maybe, end their marriage or whatever. Okay.
that during that time frame, Mario stated to Shanna that Mario was going to in fact kill Jared, and that if she didn't want it to happen, she needed to speak up and say it now.
Okay, now that's really interesting because first thing, that's not connected to the previous statement, right? Like that part about that, just what that sounds like. And remember, this is what Shanna is saying to her friend, right? What that makes it sound like is like Mario wants to just, for no reason, like just on his own volition, right? Allegedly, right? Potentially kill Jared, and that it would be up to her to stop it. Now, what's really interesting is that's almost like, a different legal, it's almost like, it's still almost like an admission, if it's true, for a different type of crime where like then that would be too complicated to even go into, but like not stopping somebody from doing something where you have knowledge, right? That's like aiding, not necessarily aiding and abetting, like an accessory maybe, but like it was Mario's idea. And what's interesting is, again, it's not connected to the marriage. So and this is again what Shanna told Kimmie. What's missing here is that their marriage depends on this happening, that this would have any effect on their marriage. It sounds like the way Shanna's saying it is like her and Mario are going to get divorced regardless, right? Or whatever. But that just later on, unattached to that, Mario's like, I'm going to kill Jared unless you say something to stop me or whatever. And then you have what Mario told Henry, which is, well, let's hear it. This is interesting. What makes this interesting is because everybody's got motivations to say different things to save their own skin. And so, it's like kind of like a puzzle, right? Like who's saying where's the truth in all of it?
Ms. Jensen told you this, and obviously with the testimony of Henry Tenon, that Mario Fernandez came to him the day of the homicide on October 16th saying he needed to do this now to save his marriage.
Correct.
So, right. So now that is from Henry Tenon of what Mario told him, that he needs to do this now to save his marriage. So you've got two contradicting theories, right? We've got Shanna telling her friend that the marriage was falling apart, they're going to get divorced, whatever. And then separately, Mario said he was going to kill Jared unless I stopped him. And then you've got Mario telling Shanna, Mario telling Henry he has to do this to save his marriage. So which thing makes more sense to you guys? Which version makes more sense to you guys? Because I think that depending on what you guys think or what we all think, depending on which version makes more sense, that you can that will change how you assess the truthfulness of the statements, right? Because to me, what the statement allegedly from Mario to Henry makes more sense. And why do I mean that? Because the only connection that Mario has to Jared and the only motivation would be through Shanna. Like we said, I mean, that's what so far, that's what this is looking like, right? Where Shanna's like complaining and he's like, here, I'll do this I'll do this if it'll help you, kind of thing, right? Like, will it make you happy? Will it make your life better if I get rid of that type of thing? And so, and then if they're and then according to Shanna's statement, right, that they're gonna get divorced anyway, that would mean he would have no motivation or reason to do it, right? So again, according to Shanna, it's not really logical, right? Where she's like, yeah, we're having trouble, we're probably gonna get divorced, blah, blah. And then later on is like, yeah, Mario said he's gonna kill him unless I do something. It's like, why would Mario do that, right? There's no reason. The only reasons are attached to Shanna. So that to me kind of sounds like Shanna trying to maybe separate herself from this, place the blame on him in a way. I mean, I know that there's going to be more to come out and things are going to happen on cross. This is just my thoughts right now about this. Because it's interesting. And, not all this is probably going to come in at trial, right?
Ms. Gardner never mentioned any of this information to you when she sat down with you on April 15, 2022.
No.
Is this information that would have been of interest to you as the investigator into the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Absolutely.
What type of question is
And
that?
said she actually gave you other theories that could send you down a wild goose chase.
Correct.
I mean, everybody does that.
And I anticipate that when you're cross-examined, or defense makes argument, there will be some indication that Ms. Gardner said no or didn't really know Mario was serious about doing this. So I want to talk to you about her actions and some of your investigation into her actions following the death of Jared Bridegan. To start with, the interviews you did with Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner in March and April of 2022, did you also do recorded interviews with Ms. Gardner's children, biological children with Jared Bridegan, whom we refer to as LB and AB?
We did not specifically do those interviews. However, the child protection team at the university reported them.
Okay, and I know the court's familiar, but can you explain why it is that you all send children to the child protection team instead of doing interviews yourself?
We generally do not interview anyone under the age of 13. We would send them to a team that includes child psychologists or other trained individuals in a non-threatening, non-traumatic environment to conduct these interviews.
And did AB and LB come to the child protection team and give a recorded forensic interview with the child experts?
Yes, they did.
Do you
Wow.
recall around the date of those interviews?
Interesting.
Would have been a day or two after My initial interview with Shanna.
So sometime in early March of 2022.
Correct.
During the interviews with LB and AB, you obviously got an accounting from them of where everyone was in the home that night. Did you know discrepancies between their interviews and what Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez Saldana had told you?
They both, Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez stated that he was sleeping due to having a bad headache and taking some medication. Both of the kids indicated that they thought that Mario was in his gaming room. But they later said that they never actually saw him. It was just that his game console was actively playing, so they just assumed that that's where he was at.
And Henry Tenon advised in his sworn statement that Mario Fernandez actually was not at home playing video games or lying on the couch. He was driving the vehicle to the homicide scene.
Oh, wow.
So these children are brought to CBT.
Why? Why was he driving it?
Did Ms. Gardner accompany them?
Yes, she did.
Did
Wait,
Mr. Fernandez
what?
Saldana accompany them?
What is the point? Why was he driving it? Why was he driving it? What is that true? I mean, if that's true, why would he do that? Like, why? Isn't the whole point so you can give yourself an alibi? I feel like, what?
No, in fact, during one of the interviews, one of the children made a utterance that Mario was on his way to Canada with some friends to go camping.
Okay. And did you later get records, financial, call detail records, cell site location data to figure out if that was true or not?
We did. We got his financial records and we got his cell site data that showed that he essentially was making his way from Jacksonville to Brunswick, North Carolina, and up to Pennsylvania.
Oh my
Did
God,
you go
North
camping?
Carolina.
He did not go camping.
Was, based on your investigation, can you describe to the court what the nature of this trip was? Was it pre-planned, vacation, business?
I didn't tell you what the nature of this trip was, other than the fact that he made surprise visits to some people that he barely knew, and he purchased toiletries on the way. Once he got past North Carolina and up to Pennsylvania, he was making hotel reservations as he was driving. So it was not a planned trip.
Interesting.
And while he's making this unplanned trip up to Canada, presumably, was he in contact with Ms. Gardner by phone?
Yes, he was.
And at some point, did he cease contact with Ms. Gardner?
He was in contact with her essentially until the CPT interviews were done, and then he essentially turned around and came back home.
Weird. What's the point? What's that about? He turned around and came back home. Was this? What is this? Is this like him trying to, like, what are they? Is this supposed to be like him getting rid of the gun or whatever, hiding evidence? I don't know. Interesting.
Moving to August of 2022. This was a key point in your investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
What happened August 18, 2022?
Mr. Tenon was arrested.
And up until that point, Henry Tenon was not on anyone's radar, so to speak, until probably.
What did she say? Hold on. I feel like that was different. Hold on. Oh, August. Okay, so he must have not been charged formally until, because I know he was not charged until 2023, like March, I think. So he must have been arrested and wasn't charged. And now it's spinning wheel.
2022. And this was a key point in
That's August 2022. So he was arrested but not charged.
your investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
What happened August 18, 2022?
Mr. Tenon was arrested.
And up until that point, Henry Tenon was not on anyone's radar, so to speak, until probably when?
I would say maybe a few months prior to him being arrested.
And in your investigation, what was the relationship you uncovered of Henry Tenon to Mario Fernandez Saldana and Shanna Gardner?
He lived in one of their rental properties.
And who was the owner or manager of those rental properties?
I'm not sure legally it was Mario Fernandez or their LLC, but one of the two.
And were you able to identify Henry Tenon as a person of interest in the murder of Bridegan?
Yes,
Once you did that, did you, in conjunction with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, arrest Henry Tenon on unrelated charges?
yes. We essentially formed a plan where we would arrest him once he started driving. He's a habitual traffic offender, and that plan was executed. He was taken into custody.
I don't think people at large understand. Is this like a common technique that law enforcement does when they're investigating a crime?
Yes, it is.
Does it provide the opportunity to interview somebody who's a potential subject?
What did they call it? Hold on, I missed the term. YouTube. Oh, YouTube.
Yes. We essentially formed a plan where we would arrest him once he started driving. He's a habitual traffic offender, and that plan was executed. He was taken into custody.
I don't think people at large understand. Is this like a common technique that law enforcement does when they're investigating a crime?
Yes, it is.
Does it provide the opportunity to interview somebody who's a potential subject
Traffic
or
offender.
person of interest?
It does.
Does it present the opportunity to obtain leads and further evidence into that person?
Yes.
So when you arrested Henry Tenon on April 18, 2022, had his name been publicly released anywhere as a person of interest?
Not at all, no.
August 18, 2022. Had you spoken to Mario Fernandez Saldana or to Shanna Gardner about this person, or asked them any questions, or interviewed them about Henry Tenon?
Not at all.
And when Henry Tenon was arrested, was he still living at that home that was run, so to speak, by the First Choice Home Rentals LLC?
Yes, he was.
Wow.
When he was arrested, what did your investigation uncover about the activity between Mario Fernandez Saldana and Shanna Gardner when their tenant was arrested on a driving charge?
Right after he was arrested, the other gentleman who was living there used an associate's phone as to not be detected to call Mr. Fernandez.
And how do you know that?
Uh-oh.
He admitted to doing that.
Uh-oh.
He told you he used someone else's phone to contact Mario Fernandez Saldana to tell him Henry Tenon was arrested.
That's correct.
Uh-oh.
What did Mario Fernandez Saldana do?
This started a flurry of calls between Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez. And then Ms. Gardner then reached out to her attorney as well as her PR firm.
Okay. And I have
Right.
here, is this a timeline of relevant calls for purposes of this hearing for that date, August 18, 2022?
That's correct.
MF means Mario Fernandez.
Correct.
It says here that Ms. Gardner was speaking with someone named Christopher Thomas of the Intrepid Group and someone named Linda Luchetti. Do you know who these individuals are,
I do.
and who are they?
Christopher Thomas is the owner or president of the Intrepid Group, and Linda Luchetti is a media relations consultant that often works with Mr. Thomas.
In the course of your investigation, did you identify these individuals as having been retained by Ms. Gardner during the course of this investigation to sort of help her with her PR?
Yes, that's correct.
And Intrepid Group and Linda Luchetti, are they based out of Salt Lake City, Utah?
That's correct.
And do they have some affiliation with Ms. Gardner's mother's
Of
company?
course they do.
I believe one or both of them had done some work for Stand Up, and they
Yeah.
were offering their services
That
pro
makes
bono to Ms. Gardner.
What was significant to you about this type of contact on this date?
I mean, the significance
I mean, to me, I'm like, well, how could someone be that dumb? But what's he
to
doing?
me is your tenant who would likely say that you had no clue was involved in this was arrested for, you didn't know what charges at the time, yet you felt the need to alert your attorney and media consultants that your tenant of your rental property was arrested.
For a driving under suspended license charge?
Correct.
Did you make attempts to speak to Christopher Thomas and Linda Luchetti and other members of the Intrepid PR crisis management firm?
Myself and one of my colleagues flew to Utah in attempts to speak with them, and they avoided us.
Can you be more specific about your attempts and their avoidance?
Well, Ms. Luchetti was running frantically around the front of her house. It was too high for me, so that I
No
could
way.
in her house.
No way.
Mr. Thomas was out of
No.
his office going to his residence, and he had his wife
Wow. Really?
answer the door a couple times to avoid speaking to me.
Incredible.
Were you eventually able to receive evidence and statements from Chris Thomas with Intrepid Group after he retained a criminal defense attorney?
Yes, I just said he stated he hired an attorney and contacted the state attorney's office directly.
And we'll get to the information they gave you in a moment. Moving on to states.
The lady running around in front of her house is insane. to me.
What's been entered into Evidence States Exhibit 12. This is a text message between Ms. Jensen and Shanna Gardner on that date, August 18, 2022. It says, "I don't want anyone to know," and Ms. Jensen says, "I'm not." Can you describe for the court the context of these text messages?
I believe this was like a lunch date that was coming up, and they did not want anyone to know that their tenant had been arrested at that time.
And this text is from the date that Henry was arrested.
That's correct.
States Exhibit, Composite Exhibit 11, are these the text messages that
Wow.
were turned over by Intrepid PR?
I'll tell you what, it's really clear that this case is built on, I mean, honestly, I think that the text messages alone, I mean, if you don't even have Henry, like, well, okay, like, in other words, even if he didn't take a deal to testify against them, I think that these text messages, I can see, and I'm sure this is in everything, they are really establishing this. And the thing is like, dude, the thing is they had so many communications, it looks like, just from what we're seeing here. with all the people and like all of it is there. You know what I mean? Like crazy. Like everything is there. Hey.
Yes.
Okay, and this highlighted number, does that phone number belong to the Associated Intrepid PR Group?
Yes.
And these texts are dated August 18th and August 22nd, 2022. Was there one person who was willing to speak to you when you went to Utah?
There was.
And without using her name, can you describe who she is?
She was a junior level social media manager at the PR firm.
And she no longer worked for them when you made your trip to Utah?
That's correct.
What did she tell you about the contact between Intrepid Group and their other PR associates at the time and Ms. Gardner on this date?
As soon as Ms. Gardner found out that their tenant had been arrested, she, her words, frantically was trying to reach someone with Intrepid. She couldn't get hold of anyone else just due to the time difference was very early in the morning. However, this social media person answered her phone and started taking down notes to give to response to her.
Wow.
What did she say, Ms. Gardner, relate to her?
That their tenant had been arrested and that tenant owned the truck that the police were looking for.
Oh dear.
Moving further in the state's composite exhibit 11, these are text messages with the Intrepid PR Group. These individuals are employees of that group, correct?
That's correct.
And this is dated August 18, 2022, the date of Henry Tenon's arrest on driving on suspended license, habitual charges. We see here, is this green? That is Mr. Thomas, who is the lead on her case.
Correct.
Okay. He said he spoke with Shanna and there were interesting developments in her case. And then moving on, ignore the language, but the last text message was August 24, 2022. Can you describe for the court what your investigation uncovered as to Mr. Thomas's knowledge regarding the charges?
Just that they weren't sure what the charges were, but it seemed to be unrelated to the truck or anything to do with Jared.
And again,
So the point of that, you guys, in case it's not obvious, is like that he was. So, okay, I guess to my knowledge, well, maybe someone knows in the chat. I don't know that he was driving that same truck, right? Like, what happened to the truck? I don't know. That's a whole other question, right? So the truck that he was driving on that day of the homicide, right? I would imagine he didn't just keep driving that truck, right? If he did, then it's different, right? Because my point was going to be that they pulled him over for just like traffic violations or whatever. But so like, if in other words, if indeed it's the same truck, then you could connect the two, right? However, and maybe someone, does anyone know in the chat, like if he got rid of that truck or someone got rid of that truck, right? And Henry Tenon is driving a different vehicle, right? Then their point here is that for him to have these just like traffic charges, right? Or whatever, but Shanna connects it to the truck is a consciousness of guilt situation. Blackwater fell asleep, but well, I don't know why you're not still asleep because it's like some crazy hour there. But does anybody know the dealio with the truck? Like what happened to the truck? Did he keep driving that truck? Because I think that's really important. I mean, that's going to be a huge component here, right? Because, well, okay, we know they were looking for the truck. So that would kind of point to the fact that it must have been gotten rid of. Is that what happened with Mario's trip? I'm trying to put these pieces together. Mario's trip up north or whatever. Did he take that vehicle? I missed that part. If he mentioned what vehicle he took, I didn't catch that. But if Mario took that truck up north or on that trip or whatever. Oh, no, he did see the truck, didn't he? Because the kid said something about camping. Okay. So then it sounds like they made the truck go away, maybe? I don't know. Does anybody know about the truck? Oh, interesting. You mean the one where he was still out, he was still talking about being held in custody? Did that already go to trial? Was it like what? Was it, how did they bring that to trial so fast? Or no, wait, that's a different case, right? That was Nebraska. I can't keep them all straight, especially when I don't have names. Anyway, and if anyone knows the deal with the truck, let me know.
at the time these messages are being sent, nobody other than the people who hired Henry Tenon would know of his existence as a link to the murder of Jared Bridegan,
Correct.
other than Justin. In the court's binder of exhibits, states exhibit 13 is a business record showing the authenticity of Apple records received. Did you receive evidence related to an iCloud belonging to Shanna Gardner?
Yes,
And in particular, were you looking for evidence in that cloud relevant to a Ring camera that Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez Saldana had at their house?
yes, the Ring camera was located outside the front door. The day after detectives went and notified them of Mr. Bridegan's death, they asked to see or if their Ring camera had picked up anyone who might have passed by the residence. Ms. Gardner showed the Ring app to the detective, and there were no recordings past the 16th.
When you received the iCloud return of Ring footage, was there anything significant to you about what was or was not there?
This is reminding me of
On the iCloud were
Karen Reed. Did anybody know anything about that truck? I'll
recordings from the Ring camera that we could also tell basically that the camera's settings were to constantly record. There were videos on the iCloud that showed both vehicles passing by their residence, as well as customers coming to pick up orders or Mr. Fernandez putting an order outside their door. These were all things that would have been, it appeared would have always been picked up by the Ring camera. However, on the night of the homicide, there was no activity on the Ring camera, at least in the app, indicating that it was likely that the information was either deleted or the camera was set to not record.
And you know that because what did AB and LB told you, or what did they tell you about how they entered the house that night, the night of homicide?
They indicated that they would typically go through the garage, however, the garage door was closed, so they used the keypad on the front door, which would have been captured on the Ring camera.
So based on what they told you, did you expect to see at least, at minimum, a Ring footage video of AB and LB entering the home minutes before Jared Bridegan was killed on the night of homicide?
Based upon the past history that was located on the iCloud, we expected to find them entering the residence as well as Jared's vehicle passing by the camera.
And there was no footage of those events?
That's correct.
And in fact, on this text message on August 22nd, 2022, which is around the same time period Ms. Gardner was speaking to her PR firm about potential charges against Henry Tenon, do she and Kim Jensen have a discussion?
Okay, so it looks like Tenon's truck was caught on video just after the shooting, and then a man named Jimmy Jones Jr. had the truck in his backyard for 3 to 4 months after Tenon had it towed there. So yeah, okay, so then that answers my question about the previous matter where when he would have been pulled over, when Tenon would have been pulled over for the traffic violations, he would have been driving a different vehicle. So that makes it even weirder that Shanna connected it to the truck. Yep.
Discussion about Ring footage.
Yes, I sent a subpoena to Bridegan.
it was a mistrial. Oh, I know. I do know which case. I remember hearing about that. It was a mistrial. What do you mean? Do you mean because the jury was hung, or did something else happen? Interesting.
Fernandez and Gardner.
Okay, so Ring was not supposed to do that, I'm presuming.
No.
And so she is discussing, in this particular time in the investigation, which is significant to you, she and Ms. Jensen are discussing that Ring subpoena, and if they have it, they give them video.
Correct. In fact, it was actually a search warrant. It wasn't a subpoena. They referred to it as a subpoena.
And then State's Exhibit 14, this is a text with Ms. Jensen also regarding the cloud. And can you describe to the court what
Jensen's involvement in this is insanity to me. Like, she is all up in this.
the significance of these
Wild.
texts are? This is
Wild.
September 2022.
I mean, really,
This is Ms.
it
Jensen.
really almost seems like she's a key player. I mean, it's bizarre. I don't understand, like, what is happening. I mean, she's literally, I can't even imagine. I don't see a reality in which she has less involvement than Mario, apart from the fact that maybe Mario communicated directly with Henry. However, Ms. Jensen tried to do that. She tried to find, she was soliciting. She tried, and then it didn't pan out or whatever. But like, all indications are that had that panned out, Kim would have been the one supplying a hitman. Like, and it would have been her, like, if it had panned out. But the other person couldn't find somebody or whatever. This is insane. But she's still involved still. It's crazy. What is
And
happening?
basically asking Shanna or talking to Shanna about whether or not she still has her old additional cell phone.
Oh, okay.
And then they were basically stating that without her creating a new cloud ID, all of her data would just essentially be backed up to the secondary cell phone, which would defeat the purpose of having a second phone.
And Ms. Jensen makes a comment. I was thinking about that damn cloud.
Correct.
When you received, most of the evidence that we've discussed in this hearing came from the cell phone of Kim Jensen.
That's correct.
I mean,
Did you do examinations?
there's not even a way to compare it if you compare this, just what we've seen so far, comparing it like evidence wise to other cases. notably Casey Anthony. I'm just thinking about Mr. Baez, right? Because like you can't even make that comparison. Like this is crazy. I'm seeing why some people had, before I really knew many of these details, I'm seeing why some people had been kind of indicating that this one seems like it's going to be pretty clear, like I just had heard that there was a lot of damning evidence, right? As they say, like bad facts, right? Stuff like that. I see it now.
Cell phones, devices, clouds, returns for Shanna Gardner.
Yes, we did. We did cell phone downloads as well as Google and iCloud search warrants.
In the returns of those items, devices, and returns, did you find the same conversations that you had found on Ms. Jensen's phone?
Some of the conversations were there, but a lot of the conversations were not.
So like the the cloud of the ring footage, you were expecting to see evidence that was not present on Ms. Gardner's devices.
That's correct.
Henry Tenon was eventually arrested and charged with murder for Bridegan.
That's correct.
And do you recall the date on which that occurred, or the time period in which that occurred?
Early January 2023.
Leading up to the arrest of Henry Tenon, were there investigative techniques being pursued by the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Yes, during the time that we knew we were going to announce the charges against Tenon, we had also received a court order for a wire intercept.
And a wire intercept to intercept phone, text, and audio communications between Ms. Gardner?
This I can only imagine, because it looks like they just talked. I don't know about Mario, but at least Shanna with Kimmie, man, those phone calls are out there somewhere, guys. Assuming, like, let's see what they say, but like, can you imagine? Just reminds me again of the Adelsons with the wiretapping and the phone calls, although it sounds like they probably have even more. I mean, they were chatty. Also, it sounds like
Mr. Fernandez.
the other thing is it sounds like they were oblivious to this. Whereas at least, again, the difference with the Adelsons is like they were kind of suspicious that the FBI was onto them. So they kind of dialed down and tried to lay low and whatnot. I doubt that's the case here, though.
Saldana and other individuals of interest.
That's correct.
And that court order you did an application and a judge granted that.
That's correct.
In order to get chatter generated, what did you all decide to do to what the phrase being trigger communications?
We decided to go ahead and have a wire in place before the charges were announced against Mr. Tenon. We did that, and then we made the announcement about the arrest or the additional charges that have been added.
And before you made the announcement about Henry Tenon's arrest, did you purposely leak information to the media that a break or an arrest was imminent?
Yes.
And did the media run with that information?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say who was going to be arrested?
I mean, look at that
Yeah.
smile.
So the information was just
I
that
mean,
an arrest and a break was coming.
Y'all,
That's correct.
I don't blame him. Let me back this up, because I was smiling also when she asked that question. I mean, I hate it for the people involved, but like the thing is that there's so much talking. Okay. Self-snitching, right? Self-snitching. Here, let me back this up if YouTube will cooperate. That's okay, Flashbang. I'll just Google it and look it up.
Trigger communications.
We decided to go ahead and have a wire in place before the charges were announced against Mr. Tenon. We did that, and then
Yes.
we made the announcement about the arrest or the additional charges that have been added.
And before
Coming up. So what he's saying is that before they made the announcement about the arrest of Henry, right, they went ahead and got that wiretap in place, because what they knew is that what would happen is that there would be a, I'm picturing Shanna and Kimmie, honestly. I highly doubt Mario's as chatty. I don't know. We haven't seen that yet, but I tell you what, I don't even know that they need it. I mean, at least for implicating Shanna's involvement. To me, it's like Shanna and Kimmie. I don't know what Kimmie's doing, but yeah.
Before you made the announcement about Henry Tenon's arrest, did you purposely leak information to the media that a break or an arrest was imminent?
Yes.
And
Watch the
did the
smile.
media run with that
Watch the smile. Yeah, look.
information?
Yes.
Okay.
There. I don't blame him, because what he said, this is huge. This is what you would be a dream if you're a detective, right? Because it's like they're like the media is like what a perfect situation, right? You're going to leak this information to the media, and the media is going to run with it, right? Because that's what the media does. But for once, it's like in your favor, right? Because what they want, because they know what's going to happen is there's going to be a response, and I guarantee you, their hope is that, in other words, before details are given, right? We see this in other cases. Before details are given, they're going to already start communicating, and there's going to be details that weren't out in the public, and they're going to see the response. I'm super excited to see what happens, though.
Did you say who was going to be arrested?
No.
Oh, or even right there, that alone. They didn't say who was going to be arrested. I guarantee you they're going to see people talking about Henry. Fuck.
The information was just that
Yeah,
unarrested break was
The thing is if they could have just been more quiet or not, I mean, I don't know how you get away with communicating these days without it being discovered, but damn it if they didn't talk all the time, and that couldn't have helped.
That's correct.
And Your Honor, the state has moved into evidence 15, 16, and 17, which are wired recording calls of Ms. Gardner from the wiretap. For time's sake, I'm not going to play the entire call since some detective testified to the relevant portions. Beginning with call 170, which is State's Exhibit 15, what was one of the first calls that Shanna Gardner made after this leak was out and being publicized?
Wait. I don't want the answer. I'm going to try to guess. Is it Kimmie or Mario? Kimmie or Mario? I probably Mario, but honestly, I feel like it could be Kimmie.
She was speaking with Ms. Jensen, wondering if she.
There it is. Kimmie for the win. This is what I'm saying though. The first person she calls is Kimmie. What the hell is happening? Like what? Like Kimmie, wherever you are, if you're out free, gallivanting, living your life, you don't even know how lucky you are because honestly, they could just as easily, and maybe they still can. I don't know. I have a lot of questions about what's going on with Kimmie because honestly, her involvement seems as much or more so than Mario, and it certainly was involved earlier. So I have questions, people.
Should give Mario a heads up about
I mean,
it.
unless Kimmie was like undercover, but that I don't think that's not doesn't seem to be. There's no way because that would have been too early anyway. Like,
I do remember
I'm
specifically.
like, in my mind, I'm like the only thing that seems reasonable that Kimmie is not a part of this and is not charged would be if it was an undercover cop. But anyway,
Greater detail, kind of how it was that she learned of the leak and what her reaction was.
I actually don't remember how she learned the leak.
Did she describe to Ms. Jensen how she was going to give Mario a heads up or a warning that a big break was coming?
She talked about actually using her neighbor's phone in order to call Mario to get.
it almost
information about it.
sounds
And
that
that
shit right there to me almost sounds like this was really Shanna and Kimmie's thing. And they enlisted Mario. That's almost what this sounds like. Like, and again, remember, Shanna and Kimmie had been talking about this together since 2015. And Mario didn't get involved, or they didn't even meet until 2018. Him and Shanna didn't meet until 2018. And like even this, the first person she calls is Kimmie. And then what is it? Hold on, who says they're going to call him? Let me just back it up a second. Course.
and to give Mario a heads up or a warning that a big break was
I
coming.
didn't get the part I was looking for. Oh, YouTube, why? Well, what I'm
In
wondering,
greater detail, kind of how it was that she learned of the leak and what her reaction was.
I actually don't remember how she learned the leak.
Did she describe to Ms. Jensen how she was going to give Mario a heads up or
okay, so Shanna's going to give Mario a heads up. But again, doesn't that sound weird? Doesn't it sound like it's Kimmie and Shanna forever? That's what it sounds like to me. And that Mario's like the assistant or something.
warning that a big break was coming?
She talked about actually using her neighbor's phone in order to call Mario to give him information about it.
And that neighbor being Marla Rogers.
That's correct.
I mean, Kimmie is clearly her confidant. Like the fact that she calls Kimmie first is huge to me before Mario. And she tells Kimmie everything she's going to do, right?
During the entirety of the
Mind-boggling.
wiretap, was this a common theme that Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen discussed that their phones might be monitored?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, then what the fuck are they doing?
She made statements about the fact that she was warned that her phone was likely tapped.
And that was January 23rd,
Made statements on the tapped phone that the phone was likely tapped.
2023. We're going to move on to a few days later when the arrest of Henry Tenon as the person responsible for the death of Jared Bridegan, at least responsible for the actual pulling of the trigger, is released. I want to discuss a phone call that Ms. Gardner made to her public relations firm on 1/25/2023. And I've included a portion of the transcript that the monitor used here. Can you describe to the court what was significant to you about this conversation?
She said that she admitted to knowing Henry, that she had met him approximately 5 years ago, but there should be no paperwork tying him to the rental property.
At the time that she made this call, the media did a good job. They covered this fairly quickly, but at the time she made this call, had the media yet reported that Henry Tenon was linked to Mario Fernandez Saldana?
No.
At the time she made this call,
Oh,
the
man.
media reported that Henry Tenon was a tenant to Mario Fernandez Saldana and Shanna Gardner's LLC?
No.
So in this call, she's telling them that Henry Tenon, the person under arrest, is in fact a tenant, but there's no paperwork or payments attaching him.
Correct.
What was the reaction of the individuals with the Intrepid PR group?
Their initial reaction was, well, that must have been a long time ago, right? But you didn't, this was not a recent payment or anything like that. However, Ms. Gardner went on to tell them the fact that, that they had given him money earlier in the year. At that point, they basically told her that they should probably stop communicating about this.
So she advised the public relations firm that she and Mario Fernandez Saldana had paid Henry Tenon money for a pallet business within the past year.
Correct.
We discussed a call also made that day. I have the time notated wrong in here. It was at 17:27 on 125:23 between Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen.
This is riveting. This is like a sneak peek of trial. You know what I mean? Like, this is riveting.
And was there another call in which she discussed Henry Tenon and the monetary payments she made with Ms. Jensen?
Yeah, was essentially about whether they were was Tenon going to use the information against them to garner a better deal or throw them under the bus or twist them as being involved in this.
Throughout the course of the wiretap, Ms. Gardner, and here again they're referencing that she might reactivate her other one. Were there discussion amongst them about using other devices, platforms, phones, etc., to contact each other?
Ms. Gardner and Ms. Jensen would frequently talk about whether they could use FaceTime or other applications that were encrypted to communicate so that they could not be intercepted by law enforcement.
Not to give away state secrets, but can you evade law enforcement interception by using other platforms and devices?
Yes, you can.
The last thing I want to talk about is some of Ms. Gardner's activities following the arrest of Mario Fernandez Saldana, which came in March of 2023 after Henry Tenon gave testimony against him. Was Ms. Gardner living in Florida during the wiretap?
Yes. Or no, excuse me, she was in Washington State.
And how did you find out that Ms. Gardner had moved from Jacksonville, Florida to Washington State?
U.S. Postal Inspector.
After Mario Fernandez Saldana was arrested for the murder of Jared Bridegan, conspiracy and solicitation and child abuse, did Ms. Gardner remain in Washington State?
No, there was a 5-month period where she was not with her children and she was moving around,
And how did you determine that?
Oh,
mostly through cell site records.
oh, what?
Where did you determine that she was living?
She had rented an Airbnb in Tallahassee for a while and at some point had moved on
Yeah,
to...
The thing is I literally thought they were just going to be arguing about bail or bond. I didn't, because sometimes, they can vary, right? Some bond hearings, it just varies. This is, seems honestly more akin to like what we saw with Corey Richards. Well, we didn't see all of it because they don't have it, but with Corey Richards, right? But where like you're really getting a bird's eye view into what the case is, because in other words, the state is having to really show, why this person should be detained. But there's other times where it's not like this, right? I mean, my God, like Alex Murdaugh, for example, 4 minutes in and out. That's it. I mean, most people. So that's why I guess when I saw it was so long, I was like, oh, that's weird, but I just had no idea. But yeah, this is really, thank you so much for bringing this to my attention and telling me like, hey, it's not right. Just not just a bond hearing, it's like, I mean, how many times have they talked about bond yet? 0. How many times have they talked about custody yet? 0. Like literally not even part of the discussion. We're just getting the facts of the case. So.
Savannah.
And during this time, she was using a secondary phone or a different phone number than the one you had associated to her.
That's correct. She had activated the day that she flew from Washington to Tallahassee. She had reactivated her.
Like trying to go on the
phone.
lam.
And you say quote unquote burner phone. Where did that quote come from?
When officers went to Washington to serve a search warrant, one of her children asked if we were looking for mommy's burner phone.
Detective Johns.
Wow.
Gardner,
Y'all,
had several-
Hold on, the gallery laughing. That is funny. You know what's funny? Talk about self-snitching, right? So she called it a burner phone in front of her kids. Fuck me. Dude, you got to learn how to crime better if you're going to crime, allegedly. You can't be doing that. Don't talk about the burner phone in front of the children. That's a good point. YouTube's fun today, isn't it? YouTube's having a bad day. So funny, right? Some days there's no spinning wheel, and then other days there's lots of it. So
When officers went to Washington to serve a search warrant, one of her children asked if we were looking for Mommy's burger phone.
Detective Johns, obviously Ms. Gardner did have.
And then
several
you hear the
calls
bailiff,
from
I think
the
bailiff's like-
investigation prior to her arrest. And your team effectuated arrest on her in August of 2023 in West Richland, Washington.
That's correct.
Why did you all make the decision to effectuate an arrest on her rather than allowing her to turn herself in?
We wanted to make sure that she did not attempt to flee. Her parents have considerable assets, and it would be very easy.
okay, now that is a normal question to ask, but that finally now is on point with in terms of bond. Let me back that up. Interesting, because it's like, again, this was what he wanted. He did what he did, right? But like, here we go. The reasons why. Because of the considerable assets, and they thought she would flee. Well, if it'll play. That actually, now we're getting to what's directly related to bond. See, what my point was, like in other cases, they would skip just right to that. Why should you have bond? Because we assets and fleeing, okay, bye-bye,
In
go.
West Richland, Washington.
That's correct.
Why did you all make the decision to effectuate an arrest on her rather than allowing her to turn herself in?
We wanted to make sure that she did not attempt to flee. Her parents have considerable assets, and it would be very easy, given her geographic position, to get up right out of bed and fly away.
When you did research into the financials of her home in West Richland, Washington, who bought that home and who paid for it?
It was purchased by an LLC that is owned by her parents.
Detective Johns, I have on my camera.
Yes.
Detective Johns, I'm winding down. I just want to summarize the main points of your testimony that I think are important for the court to consider. One being, where did the money that was paid to Henry Tenon to kill Jared Bridegan come from?
The money came from the trust that was established by Mr. and Mrs. Gardner.
And was that trust held in the name of Shanna Gardner?
No. Well, the trust itself was named the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust, yes.
And the funds from the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust that paid Henry Tenon were moved from the trust into First Choice Home Rentals LLC.
That's correct.
And the owners of the LLC are who?
The owners of the LLC are Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez.
And Detective Johns, of your entire investigation, was there anybody else that you uncovered with a motive of such depth and breadth as that of Ms. Gardner to have Jared Bridegan killed?
No.
And in your investigation, you obviously uncovered all these trail of individuals and text messages in which Ms. Gardner incited, encouraged, solicited, and asked other individuals to help find someone who appears want to do this task.
Yes.
And Ms. Gardner, again, never mentioned any of this information to you.
Somebody's gonna have to answer for why the fuck Kimmie is not, why there's no Kimmie, where's Kimmie at in all this? Because that's not normal. I'm just saying.
Interviewed her as a witness looking for helpful information in this case.
That's correct. You never mentioned anything.
And she never came forward, even over time, as all of these other events unfolded, including Mario's Fernandez Saldana's unexplained trip up north, the arrest of Henry Tenon, her move to Washington, or her moves to Tallahassee and Savannah.
Correct.
At this time, I have no further questions.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute recess.
Okie dokie. And then cross. So.
Yes, sir. All right.
Sorry for the screaming, guys. Y'all know I love him. Love is an understatement. I love him. I love him. A nice close-up of the seal. Yeah, I'm having a hard time picturing an angry Baez, so this will be interesting. looks like they're about to come back to session. Well, if YouTube has one day a year where it sucks, I hope it's today. Stupid. Stupid. Gosh. All right.
So we're now talking about closed session. Are you seated?
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Detective Johns, I didn't have the benefit of knowing what you were going to say, so I'm going to bounce around. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, first, let me start with some of the introductory stuff. At the time of this case, at the time of the murder, you had only been a police officer for 3.5 years.
Correct.
So,
Y'all, what was the first thing I said? What was the, I mean, not the first, but or like when he was giving his background, right? What did I say? I was like, that's really surprising that he was a lead detective after, because I did the math, right? I was like, 5 years he's been on the force now. I was like, so it would have been 3 years or something. Yeah, anyway, it's really funny. Because I was like, yeah, that's really fast to be a lead detective, right? Oh boy.
you went to the police academy,
Correct.
and then I guess you did field training.
Correct.
How long did you do field training?
16 weeks.
16 weeks. Okay, so for about half a year, you were basically training, correct?
Correct.
How long were you on patrol?
So I previously worked for the police department for 10 months. I left for a few years.
The question that I have, and I bet Mr. Bias is where he's going. The question that I have, because when I was running this math in my head, I was thinking to myself, was this his first case as a lead detective? And I wonder if that is a yes.
Came back. I've been in patrol for 3 of those years. And I also served as a crime scene technician at part of that time as well.
Okay, so on this go round, how long were you on patrol?
About 3 years.
Okay, so you were a relatively new detective when this case came
Yes, sir.
to you? Okay, was this your first homicide investigation?
It was. As not as a crime.
And there it is. Oh my God. So when he was first talking and I was like thinking that to myself, I was like, yeah, wow, that's crazy. He was like so quick to be a lead detective. And I actually thought to myself, what if it was his first, homicide miss? And then I was like, no way. There's no way. There's no way. That it's like you're brand new detective. Somehow you get promoted to lead detective like really quickly. That's not usually how that shit works, right? Because with these, law enforcement agencies, it's like usually it's like you're on road patrol. You have to pay your dues, and they look at how much time you've been there. I don't know how he managed to do it. Maybe that's what they're going to get into because this is really unusual. And this was his first homicide. Man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
Crime scene technician, but as a detective, yes.
Okay, so what a homicide case to be your first, right? Quite a lot of attention.
Yes.
Okay, and a lot of attention comes with some pressure, right?
Yes.
Pressure to do the job right.
What are they doing? What is happening? There's some sort of issue? What's happening?
Sorry, Mr. Bias.
Weird.
Pressure to do the job right.
Of course.
And of course, that's what you want to do, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so, sir, I want to kind of go
Dude,
back.
he looks, I just have to
Let's
say,
start with-
he looks great. He looks great. He looks like exactly the same. Yes.
With your testimony about the divorce between Jerry Bridegan and Shanna Gardner.
Sure.
Now, of course, when you testified that it was a acrimonious divorce, correct?
Correct.
And that a majority of the issues that they had between the two of them were child custody issues, correct?
That's correct.
As part of your job and part of the investigation, it would have been for you to not just take people's words for it, but to actually check the docket of the cases that were
Great
involved
point.
between Jerry Bridegan and Shanna Gardner.
Great point, because you know what? He said, this detective did say that literally they couldn't even have any communication. It was all litigated. He actually said that word. It was all litigated through attorneys. So there should be a huge ass record of all that, right? Front row.
I would say that's true, but in this case,
I know.
that's language coming directly from the defendant.
Okay. But of course you would verify that, right?
Oh
In
dear.
this case, I didn't feel that I needed to verify words that
Oh,
were
no.
using that she stated.
Oh no.
But yes, they were verified.
Oh,
And
okay.
who verified them? You?
I did not know.
Okay.
But as this being your case, of course, the information came to you,
Yes,
and you relied on your testimony based on all the information that you gathered, correct?
correct.
Some of which you did, some of which you did not do, correct?
That's fair, yes.
Okay, so, sir, are you aware, in fact, that a majority of the issues, well, if not all the issues, revolve around money and not child custody, as you testified?
I have not read all of the arguments or motions that were filed in their case. I'm solely going off of what I learned during interviews.
So, tell me if you take issue with what I'm about to tell you. You're aware that Shanna filed for divorce in February of 2015, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in fact, it was resolved on July of 15, that same year, correct?
That's correct.
Oh,
So it's quite a quickie divorce, wouldn't you say?
yeah,
I'm not
that's,
sure. I don't
no, that,
I don't have a lot of experience.
I can tell
in,
you that's quick.
how long divorce
That's
proceedings
really
typically take.
You've
unusual.
never had the pleasure of being divorced?
I didn't say that. I just said I'm not a family law person. I don't know how long it takes.
Okay.
And that's
But
fast.
You would agree, you wouldn't characterize 5 months as a long drawn out divorce.
It would appear. I would assume it's fairly typical.
And as included in that agreement was, of course, the parenting agreement, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
As well as custody, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. And the first issue that occurred was in January of 16, when Shanna Gardner asked for child support against Jared Bridegan, correct?
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Okay, well, you're also aware that Jared Bridegan moved to Utah in
Wow.
November of 2015, correct?
Wow.
That's correct.
And he got a job over there, correct?
That is correct.
And
Oh, wow.
it's
Mormon,
when he was
Mormon
working
country.
and away from the, well, let me clarify that. Shanna Gardner stayed in Jacksonville with the children, correct?
She did, yes.
Okay, and Jared goes away to Utah, he gets a job there, and then she files asking for child support, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And are you aware that he objected to paying child support and then moved back to Florida, so he didn't have to pay child support?
Yes, sir. In fact, Ms. Gardner made a statement during an interview with her that she was calling his bluff to see if he would pay the child support or come back.
Okay, and then ultimately on September of 2017, the court ordered him to pay $1,000 a month child support, correct?
Okay.
Okay. Now, subsequent to that, in January of 18, Jared filed against Shanna a petition on an issue dealing with the fact that he was paying more for health insurance for the children, correct?
Okay.
And at that point, sir, he was granted relief and his child support was reduced $65 a month. Are you aware of that?
No, it was not.
Okay. Now, subsequent to that, on February of 19, Jared filed for a modification of child support, claiming that Ms. Gardner had rental property income, so therefore she's making more money, he should pay less. Are you aware of that?
No, it was not.
Okay. So you're not aware that he's 2 weeks later subsequently dismissed it upon finding out that there were no rental properties?
The only thing I know of their proceedings are, as far as other than the dockets, are what was told to me, mostly by Mrs. Gardner.
Okay, but my question is are you aware of that?
Wait, there are no
That it was
rental,
dismissed?
Yes.
No.
wait, there are no rental properties? I'm confused.
Then, are you aware that in April of 2019, Jared Bridegan objected to having the children in, I guess, a discovery school that was right behind Ms. Gardner's house?
Yes, sir. I am aware of that.
Okay, and this is a private school, right?
That's correct.
And the person paying for this private school was Shanna Gardner, correct?
I believe it was coming from the trust.
But ultimately, she's paying for it, right?
I mean, ultimately, Mark
Let me
Fernandez
rephrase
was paying
that.
for it.
Let me rephrase that. Mr. Bridegan was not paying for it, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So now, and are you aware that that was ultimately resolved in August of 2019, where after having the child support reduced to $65 a month, Shanna Gardner waived Jared Bridegan from having to pay any child support in exchange for them to just stay at that school?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay. And then the last dispute was in June of 2021 over the fact that there was an oxygen machine for one of the children that was in Mr. Bridegan's home, correct? You're aware of the issue with the oxygen machine?
There was an issue between where one of them had an oxygen machine. They did not want to let the other one use it, so then the other one went and bought a better oxygen machine, and then there was some dispute over if that could be used by both parties.
Okay. Now,
I don't know anything more than that, though.
okay, so let me ask you this.
That is a perfect example of what you hear about with these, again, the divorce was really quick, but clearly they had issues, right? Because really it shouldn't matter, right? Fighting over the oxygen tank and whatever, if that's true. Because, it's like your child's health should be the key thing. Not, you know what I mean? Because it's like, oh, I don't want to let you use the oxygen tank. It's so petty. You all see this, and it's just such a shame, right? So anyway, that just sounds like what you hear.
Are you aware that the dispute was because Jared Bridegan did not want Ms. Gardner to have access to the oxygen machine while they went on vacation with the children?
I don't know the details of everything to do with the oxygen machine.
You don't know that part, correct?
It was my understanding that it's something to do with the fact that Mr. Bridegan wanted to use an oxygen machine that had been purchased by Mrs. Gardner. She said no. He purchased as it was explained to me, a better.
That he's trying to make here is that Jared was maybe sometimes the one at fault for being possessive. That's kind of what it seems like to me. He's like Jared was the one that didn't want her to use the oxygen machine, not the other way around. Now, for me, I'm like, I think it's stupid. Like, everybody should just let everyone use the oxygen machine. You know what I mean? Like, why are we being stupid about it? But here, it does matter for their purposes who is at fault, essentially, with that, I guess.
Her oxygen machine that then Ms. Gardner wanted to use because it was a better machine. But Mr. Bridegan did not want her to use it because she already had one of her own, and but that is the extent of what I know about the oxygen machine.
But you were aware that Ms. Gardner helped pay for that oxygen machine that was kept at Mr.
I don't know the details of the payment of it.
So when you verified and checked the docket sheet
The other thing, right? Just to add to this pettiness, right? There is a lot of families where they're having divorce or child custody issues where you've got a single parent working 3 full-time jobs trying to make ends meet, right? You've got people who are struggling and making every dollar go as far as possible, right? Where they're like literally trying to figure out how they're going to feed the children. And then you've got this situation, right? And so this is my point about the pettiness, because I think honestly, it's like maybe coming from both sides. It doesn't even really matter. I just wanted to point out the fact that why this is especially frustrating is because they're all rich, right? Jared Bridegan's now the CEO of an ex-executive of Microsoft. Shanna's got all the money she could want in the world, apparently coming from her parents. And so the fact that they're fighting over $65 difference a month or anything regarding money, and the reason is because, right, it's money involving the children, right? It's like, I could almost see where someone could be describing this and say that they're fighting over the children, because in a way they are. It's money about the children, right? Like, in other words, all of this is disputed is because of child custody, or child support rather, right? And usually they go kind of hand in hand. So it's not really the custody, it's the child support. And that's what's just such a shame, because again, they could have just gotten along, but well, ideally they could have been more mature, one or both of them, right? I don't know. But if they were maybe more mature and less petty, they could have been like, you know what, we're fine. Like, they have the money. Like, let's just see if we can get along for the kids better, you know?
Did you see the court order?
Yeah, exactly.
That required Jared Bridegan to pay Shanna Gardner $571 so that he could have sole possession of the oxygen machine and not have to lend it.
This shit is ridiculous. I'm sorry. Like, they could afford to have 5,000 oxygen machines and then not have to fight about it, right? Or they could just not fight about it and they could just let everyone else use it. Like, this shit is stupid and really, really, really sad when you think about it. Again, there are families who wouldn't be able to afford the one oxygen tank, right? And where they're dealing with this, and now they could afford as many as they fucking wanted, right? But they're arguing over the money. It's just stupid.
No.
So none of these issues have to do with. Oh, well, let me ask you this. You're aware that there are no further litigation going on in this divorce other than what we just covered, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, and it's fair to say that out of all of these things, none have to do with sharing custody with these children between Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan.
Correct. None of the things you mentioned have to do with custody.
And none of the things in the court docket say so either, correct?
I've not reviewed the court docket.
But as a team, of law enforcement detectives, you guys did that, correct?
That was done correct.
Now, and I'm sure if I'm wrong, Ms. Stifler will
I'm sure.
correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified about.
So again,
this
I
rental
just wanted
property
to point out that the child custody came from Shanna, which is interesting. She said child custody. Now, again, I could see that as an easy mistake to make because, again, child custody and child support, it's easy. I even made the mistake just a second ago, right? Because a lot of times they do go hand in hand, typically. It's rare that they're not fighting over custody. Honestly, you never hear that, right? Like it's odd that they're not fighting over custody if that's the case. So, but again, even if it's just child support, there's so much overlap, you know. I could see that being a mistake, but also let's say it wasn't a mistake because again, this came from Shannon. Why would she say child custody when it's not child custody? The only thing I could think of is because to try to minimize the importance of the finances, maybe, right? Not draw attention to the finances, because if you were to say child support, now it's like you're almost inviting someone to maybe look into the finances. I don't know. Just a thought.
Mr. Tenon lived in, correct?
That's correct.
And I circled or I quoted you when you said their rental property, correct?
Correct.
And when you say there, you're talking about Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez.
Oh yeah. So the thing is like it depends on the court, right? Like Judge Bell, I think that's what it is. It may not even be a difference in him. It can be a difference in the court. So the thing is that Judge Kite has, you know, she's not said it. Now it could be different in trial. Who knows, right? But typically they are going to have, like, in other words, the way Judge Belvin ran that court, it was more similar kind of to federal court. Not exactly, but in federal court, you know, there's a requirement. You have to keep one hand on the podium at all times. I mean, actually, now that I go back and think of it, it might be that was kind of what he required. Because, I mean, you know, they only would step away from the podium if they were like getting an exhibit or approaching the witness. And they had to ask permission for everything, right? Him and the prosecutors. So it just depends. Some judges, they don't, you know, I think it's as long as that you can be heard. It just depends. And again, it could be different in the trial, but I don't mind it either. I think that it's, I think it creates a better show for those of us who love courtroom theater, you know? And I think I'm one of those people that I think better when I'm walking. Hi, happy to see you. If you're new here, welcome. Glad to see you. Yeah, we do trials here. So, but yeah, I was gonna say, like, for me, like when I'm thinking, like if I'm just like thinking, like working things out in my head, you know, I pace, I walk. Like, and I know there's a lot of people who do that. Like that's like when the brain's working, the feet are working thing. So I feel like that probably is what we're seeing here. And that it's really more of like, if you have to stay still, that would take a lot of mental energy to like keep yourself from walking. Cause like for me, the instinct would be to walk. And in fact, I'm always standing. I'm standing right now. I never sit down. So I think that is really more of probably what he's used to, but maybe there's just a difference with Judge Belvin. But yeah, for anyone who's new here, please feel free to join the Squirrel Crew Discord. I'll have Nightbot put that in the chat. Feel free to subscribe. And I do have playlists for all the trials that I'm covering and have covered. But yeah, the Squirrel Crew is awesome. So thanks everybody for being here, whether you're new or not new. We love it. We love all of you, and no squirrel left behind. So.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, you're aware that Mario Fernandez owned that property before ever marrying Shanna Gardner?
Yes.
That's
correct. Yes.
That's interesting.
So that would make it his property, correct?
I don't know the terms of their marriage or what they decided to move into the LLC that they created to manage their own property.
Well, you would agree, sir, that if you own something before you get married, that is not marital property, correct?
I'm not a law expert in family law.
So accurate. This Detective Johns would not know that. That is a legal conclusion. He would not know that, but I know that, and like that's correct, right? That's correct. But I would not expect this detective to know.
All right. Now, before we get to Mr. Tenon, I want to talk about some of these text messages.
Oh boy. Okay, what's he going to do with the text messages?
You're aware that these text messages are, a majority of the
Oh
text.
no, I did not mean to do that. Nightbot, I got it wrong. That's my bad. Hold on. I'm trying to do, hold on. There we go. I'm just Nightbot hugging people.
Messages, and all of the text messages having to do with the hitman are way back into 2015 and 16, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, all of the witnesses who told you about these alleged statements made by Ms. Gardner were referring back to 2015 up to 17, correct?
That's correct.
So
Okay, I see what he's doing.
fair to say too, that was when
Okay, I see what he's doing here. So, all right. So the state brought in all these text messages that were awful looking, right? And they referenced a hitman and stuff. And so what the state is doing so far that we're seeing is they're saying this has been premeditated essentially since 2016, although they really could kind of go back to 2015. But that, and anyway, that's when the text messages start, right? And they're saying this is how long, this is how it's like extra premeditated, right? But what Mr. Baez is saying is that look at how remote in time it is. That's what I think he's getting to. He's using it in another way, which is brilliant, right? Like that was way, way, way back. I mean, I will say it is odd to contemplate, like it is unusual, right? It is unusual from all the cases we see to be like considering trying to have somebody killed for like almost a decade, I feel like, right? So I get it. It is unusual. So yeah.
tension between Ms. Gardner and Mr. Bridegan were at its peak, correct?
I can't speak to her statement.
Okay, and then the next thing he's getting at is that like they're right. So remember, he pointed out earlier the quick divorce, right? The relatively quick divorce, honestly, shockingly quick, and that their issues were settled. So like maybe she was saying this back then, right? But that's when they were having their issues, and like later on, as we approach, the events of this case, they weren't having issues. I think that's kind of what he's going to be going to.
But based on what you saw from the text messages, from the investigation, from all the people you talked to, it was pretty bad early on, right?
I would assume that would be true, but I would also argue that there are sprinkles of comments made throughout the entire time period that would indicate that she had issue with sharing custody with Mr. Bridegan, or that there were things that she would be frustrated over.
And again, interesting too, right? That she would mention the custody when that doesn't seem to be the case. Like, interesting that does almost in my mind make it seem like that's just how she considered it, right? Even if that's not the exact right definition, like legally speaking, right? Even if it's child support, not child custody, maybe just in her mind, because the two are usually so connected, like I said, maybe she just called it custody and didn't really think about it. But unless it's on purpose, but again, I don't know why she would use that with Kimmie, because like seems like she was an open book to Kimmie. So
Okay, I like your word sprinkles, so I'm gonna use that.
I said that too. Oh my God. I said that too. I was like, sprinkles. Oh, that's really funny. Yeah.
So sprinkles are, of course, her frustrations between
Mr. Baez. I think you and I are supposed to be like best friends, or like, I don't even know. The fact that you loved the word sprinkles also is killing me right now in a good way.
the drop-off schedules, different minor mundane things like that, correct? Things that they were,
It was typically custody issues.
well,
Dropping the kids off,
more like
changing dates that they would have the visitation, where they were going to go to school, what date, who would drop them off, who would pick them up, vacations, things like that, which I would consider custody issues.
Okay, so would you mind if I correct you and say what we're talking about are more visitation issues than custody issues, right?
That's fair.
Okay, so now you would agree that as a detective, you come across all kinds of people, right?
Yes.
People who are highly educated,
Well, yeah, at that point, because it was his first case. Sorry,
Right.
Yeah.
had to.
people who aren't as much educated as well, correct?
That's true.
People from different hoods.
Are you kidding me? I would go to a bar with Baez in a heartbeat. I would go like anywhere with him. Like I said on the other night that like I would be his apprentice. I'm not even joking when I tell you this, guys. I'm not even joking. I actually looked up to see if his law firm was hiring, because I have no interest to live in Florida. But if he was hiring and he hired me, I would pick up and move. Not even joking. Not even joking. I would do all of his work. I would be his right-hand person, be like, teach me everything you know, like an apprenticeship, in a heartbeat.
Right?
Yes.
People with different upbringing, correct? How much exposure have you had to folks from the Mormon faith?
And unfortunately, I couldn't see that they were hiring. I tried, and it didn't look like, I didn't see anything that they were hiring, unfortunately.
I went to
But he just asked a question. Hold on, let me back it up about the Mormonism. I'll tell you what, guys, I feel pretty confident in my knowledge of what goes on with that from knowing people who are Mormon or who were Mormon, from reading about it, from following many trials where that was a huge part. I've delved way deep into that, deeper than I ever thought I would. And so that's why I freaked out at the beginning of this when Mormon came up. I was like, oh my God, really? Because it's like that adds a whole other dynamic that is a thing in and of itself. And so it's interesting. He's asking if he's like, how much do you know? Because again, I was actually thinking this in Florida. I don't think there's that. It's not like a huge Mecca, right? Like there's Mormon churches everywhere. But it's not the Mormon land like you have in like Utah or like apparently Las Vegas even, and or in Idaho, right? Like the big ones, I guess. Maybe Colorado to a certain extent, but like, yeah, over here on the East Coast and in the South, it's not the same. And in fact, we even learned that Jared moved back to Utah for a time,
As much educated as well, correct?
That's true.
Oh, I am.
People from different
I
homes,
am.
right?
Yes.
I am, and I'm not actually. I'm not. I will say I'm like I don't fangirl over like anybody. Like in all seriousness, I'm like not like that's. But I am a huge fan of his. I mean, and I mean, really, it's just I respect. I mean, I respect his lawyering so much, and I respect his approach. And yeah, I just think he's brilliant. And but if I'm a fan for anyone, it certainly is him.
People with different upbringing, correct? How much exposure have you had to folks from the Mormon faith?
I went to high school with some people
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
who were Mormon.
Oh dear. That's not
but I am not an expert in
Yeah.
their culture.
Okay, so the extent of your exposure to that culture is that you went to high school with a couple of Mormons.
Correct.
That's
Okay.
yeah.
Now,
Okay.
also some people, you mentioned that Shanna Gardner and KJ were very close, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, they
Yeah,
talked
I want to know what is going on with Kimmie.
about everything, right?
Yeah, I even wondered, like, is there maybe a little bit more than friends going on? Because, like, they were, I don't know, it was a lot.
And a lot of joking going on between the two of them, from what you can see.
Yes.
Okay, and it's also fair to say that they spoke about killing quite loosely and jokingly, correct?
Oh,
I want to say something real quick. You know how we were talking before about how sometimes bond hearings are just like quick to the point, you come at, you're in, you're out. And I was saying how this is unusual. And that I gave another example. Corey Richens also had really long drawn outs with the bond hearings. Here's what I think it is. I'm going to tell you guys my opinion on this. I think it's a strategy from the defense in both of those cases. And again, that case, we didn't get to see all of it or whatever. But I think it's a strategy. I think it's smart. Because here's the thing. I think you can either just not challenge it and you can just do the regular things with that, ask for bond, whatever. But you can also request for the state to prove it, right? Now you might be thinking, why would a defense attorney do that? Why would a defense attorney want to put on a hearing, a public hearing before the cameras and have the state come out and say, here's all the evidence we have, as to why you should stay in custody, which a lot of that is going to be similar or the same, or there's going to be, it's like presenting their case, right? Because that's what I said. I was like, wow, it's like we're getting a little sneak peek to the trial. We're getting a little sneak peek. Why would they want that? And here's why. We're watching it right now. Because if you ask them to do that and they bring in their best witnesses and their best evidence and they come in with it and the rules of evidence don't apply. So it should be a field day for the prosecution, right? It should be, this is their best case scenario, right? Rules of evidence don't apply. You can use hearsay, whatever. That's their best case scenario. And then you obliterate them on cross. So I think the whole point of this bond, I don't even think it's about the bond necessarily, right? I don't know. I don't even think that's the point. That could be like a cherry on top if something happens with that. But I think the point is for the public. because like I even said, right? I was like, yeah, from what I knew, they had a really strong case, blah, 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 blah. And everybody in the public knows that they've got a snitch, you know, essentially Henry, right, is going to testify against them. Apparently Kimmie too, whatever. I think this is their opportunity to change the public perception early. I think that's the point.
When it came to Jared Bridegan.
Okay.
Law and crime. I don't know about law and crime, but I know the judge had an order about that. Like no one was supposed to cover it, including law and crime, I believe.
Okay. Can I mark this?
It'll be defense 6, right? Have you shown this?
I don't
Yes,
think
I
law and
No
crime.
objection. All right, that'll be defense 6. What is it?
Series of text messages.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, I'm showing you defendant 6.
Right.
Detective Johnson, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that he really saw the need to get out ahead of the, and to alter, because that's the thing, right? If you come out like this and you obliterate them on cross, I mean, how many cases have we seen, right? All of them, right? Where it's like, you think it's going to be one thing. Well, I mean, we saw it in Casey Anthony, like, for me, because I hadn't watched the trial, but like you see it in all the time, right? Where you think it's one thing and then, and it seems like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then all it takes is to hear from the defense attorneys if they do a good job and, cross-examination or whatever. It's like, you've only heard one side, right? You've only heard one side. And no matter which side you are, here's the thing, no matter which side you are, it's going to look good for you if that's the only side that anybody hears, right? That's why it's an adversarial process. So that's the whole point, because up until now, this is the thing, up until now, this was from May 15th, but up until then, the only side anybody had heard from was the government, right? So of course it looks good. That's the point. And so this is a chance to say, hang on, let's take a look and to, I don't know what'll be the outcome because we're not even halfway through, right? But I wonder if like this really, ends up, it'll be interesting to see what happens, what we think at the end, right? Like, how is this going to affect us, right? Because again, in a way, it's a gamble, right? Because you're letting the state put on false evidence. So where will we be at the end of this bond hearing? Who knows? But I think either way, it's a chance. I mean, that's why you do this. That's why you do this. So.
All right, so let's go over these, because you said they talked about killing only during Jared. This is a text message from KJ saying, sure do love all the hours I spent on the phone just to find out, well, excuse me, that's the message of the body. Just to find out one of the children's meds are now $300 a month, and that brand of nose spray isn't covered at all. Hashtag, I might kill people today. Do you see that, sir?
Interesting.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Now that's from Kimmie, right? So I see what he's doing. Okay.
Then you see another text message, record 603, where it says, so help me if I get there at 8 on Monday and I get turned away or it doesn't happen, or I have to wait longer than an hour, I might kill someone. See that?
Yes, sir. Do.
I'm not talking about Jared Bridegan, right?
I don't know that.
Okay. You don't know, what about the one ahead of it, having to deal with the meds? Are they talking about Jared Bridegan?
I don't know. I don't know who she's referring to.
She's talking about meds, correct?
She's frustrated over medication, it would appear.
Costing so much, right?
Correct.
Okay, we'll go to the third one. No worries, I'm trying not to kill the little shit.
Oh no.
You believe based on,
Oh boy, look at where I paused it. That's a good pause. Look at his face. Because he knows what's coming. He's going to have to, in order for him to maintain that this isn't just them joking around, he's going to have to be willing to say that, I don't know if this is Shanna or Kimmie. It seems like this is Kimmie. He's going to have to be willing to say that they're talking about actually killing their children. Retro.
I'm looking at the body of this.
Oh
these
man.
text
Oh
messages,
man.
that they were talking about Jared Bridegan.
She might have called him that.
Well, you know that she called him stupid, right?
Yes.
You know they both called him stupid, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's how they refer to him. And you also know the context of these messages had to do with the child, correct?
That's
There it
correct.
is.
Now, nobody killed the little shit, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
There it is.
So, in addition to that, the next text message says, I need a break from my kids. Like, I'm ready to kill them. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's not dealing with Jared Bridegan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's quite loosely spoken, correct?
Correct.
Now, everything, I guess it's fair to say, from numerous witnesses, many people told you that Shanna Gardner was an incredibly dedicated mother and loved her children, correct?
Yes.
And that her children meant the world to her.
Yes.
Correct? Now let's go to the next page. I'm out of data and still no internet, TV, and Wi-Fi. I'm downloading at reverse turtle speed. I'm assuming it's the kids
That's funny.
and how school ready they look today. Call me after work. I need to get you film for Amy's video. If I can see you today in person, I can FT you, FaceTime you, and have Brad film that. We didn't go to the video, we didn't do the video on the phone. We used a real camera. So I have to figure out the splicing. I'm on hold with T-Mobile trying to get my data back from the hurricane.
Yeah,
This is crazy.
it was unclear if that was Shanna or Kimmie. It might have been both of them. If it's really, this is just like how they joke. But that's his point, right? That's his point, is that they are saying it about any type of thing, right? That's his point, is like that they are saying it and it's not at all serious, right? That's what he's trying to say.
Comcast is saying they hope I have service tomorrow. I'll have killed someone by then. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next message says, could kill Enterprise. They are 30 minutes late. I call, she's like, all right, someone is on their way. Freaking kidding me?
He's making the point though with all these. There's a lot of them and they are just about literally everything. It does almost sound like an inside joke, which is interesting.
You see that?
Yes.
Jared didn't work for Enterprise Rent-A-Car, did he?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And this obviously has nothing to do with Jared Bridegan, correct?
Correct.
So I would agree, it might be unusual to use that word often, but they in fact did use those words often, correct?
Yes, I think she did use it in her hyperbole at times.
And that's a lot of how Shanna Gardner speaks from the messages you reviewed, correct?
You know, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like initially, when it was like, okay, just the idea that you're going to suggest that they're saying this is a joke is like, how many times do we see that, right? All the time in cases or whatever, where somebody's like uses the word like kill or murder or whatever, and then they're like trying to say like, oh, it's a joke, whatever. And like, how many times does that usually pan out, right? I mean, you know. So when I could see where this was going, I was like, okay, whatever. But what's crazy is like, I feel like he did a really good job of establishing that. And there's probably more. It is a weird joke. It's a weird joke. And I was thinking that was the next thing I was going to say, is that it's a really weird joke to have. But you know what it made me think of? It made me think of Casey Anthony. Here's how. That it was so unbelievable about like about like Zanny the nanny, for example, right? Like that the family like believed that she really existed or whatever. Or that like, for example, at its face value, like everyone's notion, including mine before watching the trial, was like she made Zanny up after the disappearance and like made her up on the fly, right? Like that was, right? And that it would be so implausible that she'd made her up years before without any good reason, right? Because it's just so weird. Like, why would you do that? However, that was proven, if anything was proven beyond a reasonable doubt, we heard witness after witness. There's proof of that, right? I mean, there's no question that Zanny had a whole family and a whole life and all that nonsense since 2006. So that's what's so interesting, right? Is like, it's a similar situation where it's like, it's really weird, but like, there's no way of disputing that. And like, honestly, with all these messages we saw so far, it's weird, but it's clear that this was just like an inside joke or just their way they talk about things, and who knows, right? Just like with Casey, we could have learned more about why she did what she did if she took the stand, right? And she didn't take the stand. Similar thing here, because I'm sure like there could be some sort of backstory to it, right? We don't know. And if she took the stand, someone could ask her, right? Whether it's the state or whether it's them, like they could ask her, like, what's the dealio with this, right? And maybe if Kimmie testifies, which she's probably going to have to, maybe that will get asked of her. Where did this come up from? And maybe there's some funny story. Maybe there's something that will make it seem less weird, right? We don't know. But regardless, that's not really while that might be interesting or, give some context for the jury, that's really not the point, because the point is you can see in all those text messages that they're not talking about actually killing anybody. And the breadth of examples from going from their kids to the people at Enterprise to the internet, which is not even a person, right? You see, so I think he proved the point with that, surprisingly. Because again,
Do not review every single
it seems
message.
so implausible, but
They were wrote. However, I would argue that the frequency in which she spoke about Jared was much different than the one-off messages that you've indicated here.
Prefacing your testimony with you haven't reviewed all the messages, correct?
Not in her entire phone, just during the time period.
Now, a lot of the other hyperbole she would use is talking about killing herself, correct?
I don't know. I didn't see the
You
messages.
never saw any
Yeah.
messages about her killing herself.
hyperbole. It's a good, that's the word I was looking for. That's the hyperbole. We all do it, right? Like, I do it all the time, right? Like when something crazy happens in trial or whatever, and I'm like, I'm going to throw something against the wall, or like, I'm going to fall over, or whatever it is that I say. I don't even know what I say because I don't think about it, right? But it's not literal, right? It's a hyperbole. And everybody does that with different, everyone has their own hyperboles that they use about different things. But that's a common one where people say, yeah, I'm going to, kill myself, or I'm off, whatever, right? Like, I think that probably seems more common than killing somebody else. But again, hyperbole. Hyperbole. It's a good word.
No, I did not.
Okay, and you know that these two women, in fact, I noticed in some of the state's exhibits, when they talk about killing Jared, much of it is with an LOL followed or some other face emoji. You saw those, correct?
There are a lot of those, yes.
In fact, they like to rip Jared,
Absolutely.
okay?
And
And
honestly, that's a good point. It was hard for us to see that, which makes you wonder if that's why they made them so small. However, at trial, that's going to be different, right? At trial, they're going to make sure that the jury can see those emojis and LOLs. And that will make a difference, right? When the jury's the finder of fact, and if it's still at issue, were they kidding or were they not kidding, right? That's going to be for the jury to decide. And when the jury sees the emoji, like the emojis and the LOLs, that's going to make a big difference, right?
there's also comments about, there was that section with the alleged co-conspirator, KJ, and then her communicating with Sue. To another woman by the name of Susan Lee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you never spoke to Susan Lee, did you?
I believe one of my colleagues did.
Okay. Are you aware that there are no interviews or statements in the discovery having to deal with law enforcement speaking to Susan Lee?
No.
Well, that's odd, isn't
Did
it?
you read
That is
a
odd.
report by Susan Lee where an officer spoke to Susan Lee?
No, I did not.
That's odd.
So
That is odd.
she is, as you heard Ms. Stifler argue, an alleged co-conspirator, correct?
I believe she was referring to Kim Jensen.
Well, in addition to another individual, correct? This one. Do you recall that?
I thought she was referring to Kim Jensen.
So you're the lead detective in this case, and you have text messages where they're allegedly looking for a
This is brilliant. Because here's what he's saying. And he's not wrong, right? The state is making that, right? I mean, like, again, to me, we've seen the messages with Kimmie. Kimmie, I see where they came up with co-conspirator. I don't know why there's not been any charges. But as far as this Susan person, yeah, there's been no communications from Susan. Like, there was a reference to her. But I see what he's saying, which is like, hey, we've got a situation where, look, you're willing, or the state really, is willing to name this person as a co-conspirator and refer to her as a co-conspirator. And no one's ever met her, talked to her, interviewed her. Do they even know if she even exists? You see where why that matters, right? Because it's like, that's how quickly you're able to just call someone a co-conspirator without doing anything to verify that. I mean, now we know that they do have evidence, right? Like, we know that's not the exact case when it comes to Mario and Shanna, but still.
and they call and they're texting someone. You got it right there, black and white, that they're texting a potential suitor for this hitman. And you never go and talk to the person who is the alleged person who they went to go looking for a hitman.
I believe at the time that we were trying to locate her phone number had changed and we didn't have a good address for her. So we were not able to contact her at the time during the messages.
Okay, but just a minute ago, you said that You believe one of your
I do.
fellow officers interviewed
I
her. So
did.
now you can't fight her?
I need to go back and check my notes to confirm. I did think that someone did have a conversation with her, but I would need to reference that.
Do you have your notes here today?
No, I do not.
You knew you were testifying in a capital death penalty case and you didn't bring your notes?
I brought some notes, yes, but in reference to the testimony that I knew I was going to give,
Well, you knew you were going to testify about Susan Lee, right?
more in reference to Kim Jensen.
But you knew you were going to talk about Susan Lee, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't bring any notes having to do with Susan Lee.
No, I did not.
And you can't tell Judge Kite in any way, shape, or form whether any law enforcement officer from Jacksonville Police Department, or Jacksonville Beach Police Department, or any of the other cooperating officers in this investigation, which included multiple law enforcement agencies, ever spoke with Susan Lee.
As you stated, there are lots of agencies and there are lots of people who are helping with this investigation. I cannot tell you right now whether or not she was talked to or whether that was in a report. That's something that I would need to look into.
Okay?
Yeah, the thing is, it is odd because normally it's like the opposite. Like normally the government is more likely to try to overcharge or you know what I mean, or arrest somebody without good enough cause or whatever. Like in other words, ignoring someone when you could make an arrest is like the odd part to me, right? It's like normally you charge all the people you can, right? Like that's what you do. And so when you've got someone who you could possibly charge. And like, it's the same thing with Kimmie. Again, I feel like a broken record, but I'm like, what is going on with that? Why is Kimmie not charged? Like normally you want to bring charges. That's what you do.
Now,
I'm not saying they should. I'm saying that's what they do.
I want to talk briefly about the night of the murder. Staying on the text messages. Never mind, I'll drop that. I wrote this down. I will ask you about it. Some of the messages about killing Jared included feeding him lard because he had, I guess, high blood sugar or cholesterol. High cholesterol.
Correct.
So you know that was a joke, right?
I can't speak to their state of mind.
Do you have any evidence that these women were planning on pinning him down and feeding him lard?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Oh,
so
boy.
as a detective, you took that as a joke, right?
No, in fact, I did not.
Okay. Did you?
This is one of those things where it's like, if you're not going to concede this, you look really dumb on the stand, right? Like you're not going to even admit that you thought that was a joke, really. I mean, and if you really didn't think it was a joke, like what's going on with you? Like where do you even obtain lard, right? Like where you can't just go purchase lard.
Take the part about the Easter Bunny being involved as a joke?
Yes.
What about Chris Angel?
I believe they used Chris Angel to prove a point, not necessarily in a joking manner.
Okay. But you don't know that for sure, correct?
That's fair.
And in fact, that's because you don't know these two women at all, correct?
Outside of this investigation, no.
Okay. And in fact, when you spoke with KJ, she in fact told you
Yeah, I don't even.
this was all
right.
They would just.
I mean, honestly, the lard, honestly, for me, this is synonymous with chloroform. Same. Like literally, the chloroform thing is just as plausible as killing someone with lard in terms of who would even say that? Where would you even get it? Can you even buy it? It's so implausible. The lard in this case, like that's the chloroform. Like this is that. How am I trying to say? This is the chloroform in this case. This is the lard. Lard is the chloroform. They're same, in my opinion. Like just so ridiculous, right? But you know what the difference is? I doubt the state here is going to make their entire case about lard, right? Whereas, as we know with Casey Anthony, the state made their entire case about chloroform. That just goes to show you the difference, right?
It's just the way they spoke, correct?
Initially, yes.
And we're going to get to that. But basically that they sit around and they just talk. That this is kind of just the way they talk. They, I guess, have somewhat of a morbid sense of humor, correct?
Correct.
Now, and these are, as displayed by the evidence that's been submitted, a majority back in 2015.
I think this is important because, again, with the idea in mind that this is really all about the public perception, which I always think to myself, I don't ever really know why that matters because jurors are voir dired, whatever. But I guess they do it just in case. But whatever. Anyway, all of this to say that even if it doesn't change any, this is a good start, right? Because all this stuff, again, when you just hear one side, can seem really damning, but he's giving it some context. And even that part, what made me think of this is when he said it's a morbid sense of humor. You know who has a morbid sense of humor? Trial watchers. And you know who's probably watching this hearing? Trial watchers like us, right? As soon as he said that, I was like, oh, that's relatable. A morbid sense of humor. That's relatable, right? It completely changes the lens through which you interpret this information.
16 and 17, correct?
That's correct.
You don't have any text messages about hiring a hitman in 2021 or anything like that, or 2020, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, again, and then I did ask you about this already. You mentioned that, I guess it was your testimony that you didn't initially look at Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez as suspects until much later on, correct?
That's correct.
And that's even though Jared's brother came in quite early on, correct?
Correct.
And told you about this alleged hitman statement, correct?
That's correct.
So she goes to visit Jared's brother and tells him, I'm going to hire a hitman to kill your brother, correct?
Correct.
And that's also in between the time that he was telling you he had a dream that included a premonition about this case, correct?
That's correct. Oh, this was after that was a secondary meeting
Okay.
after the first meeting.
But he wanted you to follow up on leads having to do with his dream, correct? Or he thought it was important for him to tell you about his dreams.
That was correct.
Okay. And did you do any follow up on his dreams?
His dreams, the things that he referred to us were things that were already part of our investigation.
Okay. So you didn't take that seriously, I take it.
I mean, I'm not a person who analyzes dreams. He thought that they were important to him, and they were referencing things that we were aware of.
Interesting.
Got it. Okay, so
The camera.
now going back to the night of Mr. Bridegan's demise, Shanna Gardner was at home that evening, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's what your investigation led you to, correct?
Yes.
You were aware that there is not a single.
I have to say again, why the fuck was Mario driving the truck? Why? Isn't the whole point so you have an alibi? I don't get it. Why? If that's true. I mean, that's what we heard so far. But if that's true, what are you doing? Why are you hiring a third party?
Text message between Shanna Gardner and Henry Tenon that exists anywhere on this earth, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
And of course, you never found any phone call records between Shanna Gardner and Henry Tenon at any point in time.
That's
Yep.
correct.
I'm sorry?
That I reviewed. That's correct.
Okay. How about some other officer from some other agency? Anybody else find ever a phone record between Henry Tenon and Shanna Gardner?
From all of her known devices to Henry Tenon during the time period that we looked at, there were no phone calls for Shanna Gardner.
This
And
is
in fact-
also straight out of the Adelson Playbook, right? Because here's the thing. The whole point of the middle person was because they wanted to make sure that, that there was no actual direct communication between anybody in the family with the actual hit people, right? And that was why they used a middle person. But when you look at that to this, again, this really makes Mario look like the middle person. I really have a thought here. Here's my thought. I think that the state has it in their mind, whether it's a hope or whether it's a whatever. I think that and I don't know if it's still their plan. I think it was their initial plan at least, right? To have Mario turn on Shanna. And there's a couple reasons for that. One, they arrested him first, right? Two, they charged him the same as her. And I would imagine they're probably still hoping. And you remember, he could take, this is true of anybody, right? They can take a plea deal. If the state offers it to them, still on the table, they can take that right up until trial or even during trial. We've seen that happen. So, but I would be shocked if that's not what they're hoping for, because here's the thing. So far, all of the evidence ruling points badly to Shanna, again, from what we see. Like, for what he's saying right here, I get his point, right? That there was no actual direct communication between Shanna and Henry, right? So I see how that could be like, okay, but also you could also see that from what we've seen so far, that could have been her plan from the get-go. That's why you get someone else to do it. So for exactly this reason, that all the communication is between Mario. Now, again, that would kind of make it seem like she's going to throw him under the bus, right? I mean, which honestly, this question makes it seem like that's the strategy, right? Like it was Mario. But again, that makes it weird because they're not. Anyway, okay, let's keep watching. We'll see.
Henry Tenon told you that he never even met Shanna Gardner, correct?
I don't know that he said he never met
Yeah, this is
her, but he did indicate that he had talked through Mario. That his main point of contact was Mario.
Well, let's be clear about that. His sole point of contact was with Mario.
See, this is the type of thing you would say though if you're like co-defendants, but you're like, you know, severed. Because this is interesting that this is what's happening.
In fact, the only time he ever laid eyes on Shanna Gardner was when she was sitting in a car and they waved at each other, correct?
She indicated that she had met him 5 years earlier, but I don't know the total. I don't know what their encounter was.
But fair to say, you have nothing to contradict that the only interaction this person had with that person was that they waved at each other a couple years ago.
That's correct.
Now, there is no forensic evidence that, well, wait a minute. Ms. Gardner voluntarily gave you her DNA, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's no DNA that was recovered from any of the items of evidence that came back to Ms. Shanna Gardner's DNA, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you're convinced that, of course, that she was not anywhere near the homicide scene, correct?
That's correct.
And the dry runs that were talked about earlier, you're aware too that Shanna Gardner had nothing or was nowhere near those prior dry runs, correct?
I can't say that one way or another, but I don't have any evidence that she was a part of them.
Okay. And in fact,
The other
Mr.
thing I would
Tenon,
say too
you do have access to.
is that the fact that Mario didn't have one of these, remember, this is a strategy. I wonder if that's because, again, there could be worse evidence. I mean, even if just from what we know, if it was him that was directly connected to the, but again, that's one of those things, right? Where it's like, is the evidence worse against him because he was, for example, communicating with Henry Bala? Is that because this was his idea? Or is it because that's exactly what you do? If you're someone who wants to not be connected, you get a third party and you make them do all the work, and you make sure that there's nothing that will make, no communications directly. Just like what we saw with the Adelsons, right? It's the same reason why Wendy's still out. So yeah. But all of that just speaks to like, this is so interesting that they're not severed.
Told you that never happened, of course, right?
He never mentioned Shanna Gardner, and as far as the dry run's concerned.
And that's something as a detective you would have asked though, right?
Of course.
Okay. So fair to say she's not part of that evidence, not part of any of these other things. But let me ask you this. You mentioned this bank account and the money.
Yeah, I don't know
You're
why
aware
the state is being dirty.
that-
I mean, my guess is this office is probably always like this. I mean, because usually that's kind of how it goes. I don't know that they choose certain cases to be dirty about, like the prosecution. I mean, I think that it's probably more like a general practice, and they've been getting away with it,
Or earlier, that all the fighting between Jared and Shanna in the courts had to do with money, right?
As you stated.
Red Bull. He's got a Red Bull. Look at him go.
Correct. Okay.
Oh my God. The way I love how the camera person zoomed in on that. Hold on. The camera person also appreciated that. That is
Shanna in the
amazing.
courts
Shout
had
out
to
to
do
the
with
camera person.
money, right?
Watch.
As you stated.
They were ready. Look at
Am I
that.
wrong?
They were ready. They saw him go to pick that up and they got the camera over. That's amazing. Thank you. I
Correct.
love that.
Okay.
Very good.
Having said that, sir, you're aware that Mario Fernandez became the trustee of that trust, that irrevocable trust, correct?
Yes.
So basically, he was able to move money around as needed, correct?
That's correct.
Now, this is the only thing that could be, because I had a little thought. I was like, it is interesting about this money thing, right? Because that could be the only thing I could think of where Mario might have his own separate motive, where I could see it being like Shanna thinks he's just her, like, you know, minion, but like he might, this is all just me theorizing, right? Because there's a lot going on here. But in terms of like, where does Mario have any type of like motivation? He has the motivation in the sense of that trust being in his name only temporarily or whatever, right? Shanna's trust. That's his, that like he has access to that. So, you know, that's another interesting thing, because part of me thought like, well, technically, you know, he could have tried to abscond after this whole thing, you know, and gain access to that money. I mean, I don't know. I was just thinking about it, because it is interesting that was a temporary thing that was supposed to go back to being in her name after Jared died. So,
Okay, and that account that these checks were written from, there's not one single check from that account signed by Shanna Gardner, is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, there's no ATM withdrawals where you have Shanna.
see, again, this could cut both ways, because this is exactly what you would make sure of if you're the person who planned this and you're like, I'm going to have another person do my work for me. You would do all of this. You would make sure that, you know what I mean? But also, it does, in terms of like the actual direct physical evidence, right? Without any context, it does actually, you know, implicate Mario more. But again, that's the whole, like, if you're Shanna, that's what you want. I don't know. It's interesting. But again, you could see how Mario's defense team could use it to argue what I'm saying, which is like, yeah, she planned it that way. But you know what all that speaks to? Again, it's odd that with looking at this and the implications, it's just odd to me that they're still joint being tried to.
Gardner pulling out money from that account, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and you're also aware that Mario had his own properties, correct?
I know that he individually owns some properties, yes.
Okay, and you also know that they kept separate bank accounts as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I think it's your theory, it's the prosecution's theory that this man, Henry Tenon, committed a murder with no payment, right?
You mean he committed it?
No payment up front.
That's what he testified to.
Kind of
Oh boy.
gave the alleged co-conspirators a pass on that, right?
You have to talk to him about that.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Well, I'm sure I will one day, but as it relates to this specific piece of evidence.
That is interesting.
And then the only payment that he received was 3% of the alleged money that he was going to.
I thought that was weird too, where I was like, huh. And also again, it was like to be invested into the pallet thing. I don't know. I was like, right? I don't know.
Off of
Because the thing is like, if you're willing to do that, you have to know that you might get caught. You would want that money immediately, right? You're not like, yeah, an installment plan over like 20 years. It's like, that doesn't seem realistic for someone to think of, you know.
An individual off of killing Mr. Bridegan, is that correct?
At this time, yes, that's what he said he received.
And he didn't even get that 3% until a couple months after the murder?
That's correct.
And that's when allegedly
That's
Mr. Mario Fernandez said, thank you for the murder, I'll just cut you a check, right?
I don't know.
Okay, and he cut him a check for
The thing is that I can understand why if you're the person that's hiring somebody, you would want that would be better for you, right? To like wait 3 months before paying anybody and to spread it, like, yeah. But his point is like, if you're Henry Tenon, how the fuck are you like accepting this deal? Because that makes no sense, right?
$1,000, right?
I was not present during that interaction. I can only tell you what he did receive.
But that's what Mr. Tenon told you, right?
That he'd received 3 checks. The 5,000 of it was for the first payment from the homicide.
Right, and he also told you that he gave him another $5,000, but that was for work, legitimate work that he had actually done for Mr. Fernandez, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
So
that's where this
there's
can
money.
get tricky. That's where this can get tricky. That's why I pointed that out earlier, because I thought that was really interesting, right? Because I was like, oh man, that could be the whole thing. That could be the whole thing. Because here's the thing. wow. From what I know so far, from what has come in so far, right, at this point, you've got the text messages, which look kind of bad, but with the context, it could be joking, whatnot, you know. The thing is that when you break it down to the bare bones of this, right, you've got Henry, who, you know, I don't know what evidence they have against him, and they're not going to have to present it because he pled, right? He pled guilty. So that's that, right? He pled guilty. So the crux of this whole thing, really, the bare bones of it, is connecting somebody to Henry, right? That they hired him. So I'm wondering if, like, the best thing that could possibly result in an acquittal here, and something that is actually a fact that both parties agree on, right, is this fact that Henry was being paid to do legitimate work for them. Because then you have an issue of this, right? In other words, again, if the whole thing is like, who can they connect to Henry, right? So you're looking at, that's why those checks matter. Just like with other cases, that's why the checks matter. But if there's no way to really know for sure what check was for what, when it's been stipulated to, right? No one's arguing, like, everyone's on the same page. Yeah, he also did legitimate work, and some of those are for legitimate work. So then it's like, okay, well, which ones are which? And then the only way to know is Henry's testimony, Henry's word. Well, this one was for the murder and this one wasn't. And then Henry, I don't know what's going to happen with him on the stand, but you can see where the fact that there's legitimate work and it's being paid in the same time frame with the same checks in the same manner and all that at the same time, that right there could be the biggest chance for, like, there's no actual way to really connect it. You know, you know what I mean? Like, that's maybe could be really strong evidence that could also be really disputed. Like, the fact, like, in other words, again, the fact that the check evidence is, like, so strong, that can work for either side, right? Depending on, like, if they have some other way to prove or disprove what check is for what, then they're just going to have to rely on his testimony. So it's one of those things that could kind of cut both ways, right? Because if they can really prove that the checks also for work, and the jury has no way to know, they're going to have to go with, well, maybe they could all be for work. And then guess what you don't have is conspiracy, solicitation. Don't have any of that. You don't have any of that. So
going back and forth between Mr. Tenon and Mario Fernandez, that's absolutely legitimate, correct?
First testimony, yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about this, these burner phones and the iCloud stuff. I'm going to kind of loop them together if I can. You're aware, because you read the text messages, that Ms. Shanna Gardner, during the course of your investigation, was represented by counsel, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you know that Ms. Shanna Gardner hired a very distinguished legal counsel in this community, correct?
I actually hired an attorney.
I'm not aware that he's the former president of the Florida Bar?
I'm not personally familiar with him.
Okay, and you're also aware, based on the text messages and your investigation, that he actually took Ms. Gardner's phone from her, correct?
That's what was indicated, yes.
Okay, and that he had advised her, or there's something in the text messages that mentioned getting a different phone, correct?
That she needed a second phone because her phone had been taken to be downloaded, yes.
And that is why there was the issue with the iCloud, correct? She couldn't access, she's got a new phone, so couldn't access that, correct?
That is not how I perceived it. I perceived it that she did not want things downloaded to the new phone that were on her old phone.
Okay. Fair to say, in today's day and age, a cell phone is a very intimate thing, right?
Absolutely.
In fact, we don't go anywhere without
Oh,
it.
that's interesting because of attorney-client privilege. Now, I mean, I guess you could still testify about certain things, but I feel like majority of it would be privileged. So
Fair.
Some people's cell phones might be a little more interesting than others,
Fair.
right? And many people, if not a majority of folks, have very intimate things on their cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And that includes when they use those cell phones to have conversations with people they love, right?
Yes.
They don't want anyone listening in on their phone conversations, right?
That's correct.
And that includes people who are absolutely innocent of any crime whatsoever, correct?
That's fair.
In fact, you wouldn't want me listening in on your phone calls, would you?
Absolutely not.
Okay, you wouldn't want me going through your phone, right?
Nope.
Okay, and you wouldn't want me going through your iCloud, right?
No.
Okay, so
I don't think anybody wants Mr. Bias. I mean, if you're testifying for.
now I want to talk about these very damning statements that you talked about that Ms. Stifler put up on the PowerPoint presentation that were allegedly told to you by
I'm just gonna say it again. He looks great. He looks great. Amazing.
KJ.
I was really kind of, I will be honest, like when I remembered that he was part of this trial again, I knew that, but I didn't, it didn't mean the same thing to me until after I started getting, covering Casey Anthony. And then now it's like, oh my God, what, I'll be honest, I was almost in a way hesitant because I was like thinking, oh no, like what if he looks like, oh, I don't know how to say this. What if he's not the same? Like, what if he's, because it's almost like I just thought like, I don't know how to say that, right? Like I just would want to, I don't know. It would just, because he's such a inspiration to me that like, it would just be sad for me. Like if he was like, had lost his ability to move around, or if he was like, because I don't know how old he is, right? I don't know how old he is. But most people, it doesn't matter what age you are, right? It's been 13 years. You should be aging. Like you are older. You are like literally older, and so I don't know. I just didn't know what to expect. And like, it seems like, okay, like it's reasonable that he would be somewhat different. It's shocking to me that he is exactly the same. Like, anyway, it's crazy. Like, yeah, no, I mean, I was meaning like physically, like
When this occurred, this was after she had testified.
like he's not aged at all.
Correct?
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
This in fact was in July 2023, correct?
Correct.
And this was a situation where you went to her, or where law enforcement went to her and stopped her outside of a Publix, correct?
That's correct.
And you told her, you need to come with us, correct?
We served her with a subpoena.
Okay. And at that time, you wanted to drive her to the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did that,
Oh boy.
she didn't want to go with you in your car, right?
Are we getting to a Miranda violation? I will lose it.
She asked if she could drive her own car, and we indicated that she could come with us, and we'd bring her back to her car, and she agreed to that.
Did she went in her car or she went with you?
I actually don't recall.
Doesn't this sound just like Casey Anthony though? This sounds just like that. The whole thing where now I think Casey was more agreeable, right? But like the whole thing about when they interrogated her at Universal Studios, they're like, yeah, she agreed to come, but like really what happened was they came and got her, right? And she just didn't, she was being compliant, but they like went and picked her up and brought her there, and then tried to make it seem like it was her idea to go there. Like that really was another thing, right? Because they wanted to, some people would still think this, right? They wanted to make it seem in front of the jury that she led them there and then brought them on this wild goose chase for no reason and wasted their time, which really is irrelevant, right? Like that's not, that's separate from making the false statements, which they charged her with, right? But what really happened was they went and picked her up and collected her and brought her there. And then they put on this whole ruse, which anyway, so it's just interesting that there's a similarity here of the trickery from law enforcement and kind of maybe skirting the Miranda issue here as well.
If we drove her, or she drove herself.
Okay. You wouldn't know if you took her in the back of a police car or in a police car?
It was almost a year ago. It's a minor detail. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, the details didn't turn out to be so minor, correct?
As far as her transportation to the state attorney's office, I would consider that a minor detail.
Oh dear.
Okay. Interacting with a critical witness in a homicide is not, right?
He's going to be bringing it up.
And you knew that she was a critical witness because you had all the text messages, right?
Correct.
And you knew she was a critical witness because you had in fact spoken to her previously, correct?
Correct.
and you knew that she was extremely close to Shanna Gardner, your number one suspect, correct?
That's correct.
And you get to the state attorney's office and you place her in the room, you know?
She was put in a conference room, yes.
They're getting there because what's happening is he's going to try to make it seem like she's not in custody. By he, I mean the detective. And you guys probably know, but we can talk about it. I mean, it's really quite simple, right? The standard is if a reasonable person would feel like they're in custody. It's not, you don't have to tell. So like that matters, right? So in other words, it's not like you don't have to say you're in custody or you're being detained. Like, so for example, if you're put in a room and they close the door, to me, and they leave you alone, right? Because usually when they've got people who are like when she was brought in the first time, my guess would be, remember they said it was a soft room. That's another one. They said it was a soft room. My guess is they didn't put her in there and leave her alone for a while, right? Probably. Anyway, but it doesn't matter if it would be perceived by a reasonable person like they're in custody. So like, for example, they put you in the hard room and then leave you alone for a long time and you're sitting in the corner and that's where they told you to sit, or they put you in the back of a police car, any of those things, any one of them, anything to make you feel like you are being detained and you can't leave, even if they don't say that point blank, that's it. Miranda, we need Miranda. Otherwise, everything else can't come in, can't be used in trial. So that's where there's going to be a back and forth here. He's saying conference room, right? To make it seem like, oh yeah, nice, large and space. The details matter here. Big time, big time.
And in this conference room, there was conveniently several posters and things on the wall indicating that she was a co-conspirator in this case, correct?
Oh boy. There it is.
Her own text messages.
Right, you put them up there.
Well, this is the thing, right? And if they have, it doesn't sound like they've Mirandized her yet.
For her to see.
And this matters because what he's gonna do, and rightfully so, is fight that all this shit shouldn't come in. And he's right. And anything that's through the poisonous tree of this shouldn't come in if they didn't Mirandize her.
And you walk out the room.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
And you allow her to sit there.
I hope they Mirandized her. Like every time that shit like this happens, I'm like, please tell me they were Mirandized. Because otherwise, it's too much for me.
And ponder why the police are getting her out of a Publix and taking her to the state attorney's office. And now she's looking at her own text messages about killing someone, correct?
Correct.
And he is establishing right there that she should have been Mirandized because a reasonable person would believe they're in custody. That's it.
I saw Ms. Stifler's PowerPoint, and they were just statements in quotes that Ms. Stifler or someone at the state attorney's office put in the computer, correct? You saw that during your direct testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay. We never heard these statements, correct?
Are you saying that I never heard them or
You
that?
didn't play them for Judge Kite or anybody else here.
No, I do not personally have a recording of the statements.
Okay. In fact, she wasn't recorded, right?
To my knowledge, she was not, no.
Okay. Wait, you're there, right?
I was there for part of her testimony.
Okay.
I was not in the room the entire time.
Detective Lamont was there, correct?
Yes.
So when you say, wait, you said that you were there for part of her testimony. Would you go out for a cigarette, a coffee break, what?
She initially met with the state, and then I met with her, and then we all met together.
Okay. And when she allegedly made these incredible statements about Mario and his ability to commit crimes and the fact that he had told Shanna he was going to kill Jared if he wanted her to, or all of these different statements, neither you nor Detective Lamont ever took out a recording device to record these critical.
That is interesting. So you guys, you know how this whole time, well, there could be another one. I'm trying, at this point, I've lost track of which interview this is. I will also, regardless, it is like goes without saying that they record these, right? Everything, especially in Florida, everything is videoed, right? Body cam, interviews. If this wasn't audio recorded, I would imagine it means it wasn't on video either. I would be shocked if they had a camera on but no audio. But regardless, this could be why we haven't seen it yet, because maybe it isn't. Maybe they didn't record. Like, in other words, I'm thinking, did they just not, there's no video, no audio, right? There isn't. Maybe that's why we haven't seen it. And it's just their word of what they wrote down that she said. Oh boy, that can't be true. That can't be true. That can't be true.
On these critical.
There's no way. There's just no way. There's no way that that's possible.
Case-breaking statements, right?
Yeah, I can't believe that though.
Was Ms. Stifler there?
Yes.
Did she take out a recording device and automatically start recording these incredibly damaging statements?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was Mr. Mizrahi there?
I believe so.
Did he take out a recording device?
Not that I'm aware of.
This is giving Delphi. Because this is just never done anymore. I mean, this is just not done anymore. I mean, this is in 2023. Everybody knows you just record everything. Like, that's the whole point. Like, that's what you do. Everything is recorded. Oh my God, why is it doing that? It reminds me kind of like in Casey Anthony, where they don't have any body cam doing the canine searches. And I thought like that's bad, but like this is worse. Like there's not even a comparison to how much worse this is, especially considering this is 2023. Because, you know, the percentage of things that it's just like, yes, it needs to be recorded has just, well, that has skyrocketed in terms of the mindset, right? And like, in terms of, you know, from the government and from the public and what, you know, wanting transparency and things being, you know, being made public and whatnot, but also not only that, the technology, right, has made it so much easier. I mean, like, I would imagine that it's just like, there's always a recording going. I would imagine you would actually have to like I would imagine that instead of like being like, okay, I got to hook up the camera and like turn it on and like, blah, I would imagine it's the opposite. And in fact, I'm trying to think of what it was. We heard that that came up in something. I'm trying to remember what it was it might've been Florida, but they said like, it's always recording and you actually have to go and turn it off. Otherwise it's just always recording. And that's what I was just thinking of is like, I would imagine you would have to go out of your way to not get a recording of this situation versus it being recorded, which I would imagine is just a given. It's just, is this real life?
You all have cell phones, right?
Yes.
Does your cell phone allow you to record?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and none of you thought about taking out your cell phone and recording KJ while she's making these case-breaking statements?
No, I did not think of to record.
And that was because at this point in time, you take her from.
Oh, they're talking about Kim Jensen, I guess. Right? Hold on. I thought he was, hold on.
KJ while she's making these.
Oh, he's talking about KJ, not, okay. Maybe because KJ, if it happens really fast, it's easy to miss. I assumed he was talking about his client. That explains why Miranda wasn't given, because they don't, for whatever reason, weird reason that doesn't make any sense to me, they've not charged KJ with anything. Maybe we're going to get some context. Okay, the question I've been asking a million times, I wonder if we're going to get more context as to that. Like, you know, again, they bring her in this room. They have the text messages on the wall. I thought that was Shanna the whole time. Apparently that's Kimmie. So if you could imagine that they maybe scare her into making some sort of deal, but I still can't fathom that she's not charged. I don't understand what world that's possible. Huh.
Case-breaking statements?
No, I did not think of to record.
But they didn't record it. Interesting.
And that was because at this point in time, you take her from public.
But everything I said about Miranda, honestly, still remains true, because like for Kimmie and whatever's going on with her situation, you know, and her attorneys, I mean, I wonder if that answers my question. Because what I was going to say is like that situation you described, I thought he was talking about Shanna. He was talking about Kimmie being picked up in the vehicle and taken there, and then the pictures on the wall and all that. All the same is true, which is that any reasonable person would take that to mean they're in custody. I wonder if what happened is that all that is the case, which is they brought her in there and all of those circumstances apply, and they didn't Mirandize her, and therefore they have anything against her they can't use. Maybe that's what, because I can't fathom a way where there's not charges brought against her. Right? Even if she makes a deal, that doesn't seem like that makes any sense. I wonder if it's because they just violated the shit out of her rights. And being that this was his first homicide, this detective, seems possible.
You put her in a room where You're basically pointing the finger at her as being a co-conspirator to murder.
Right.
You better think about it for a while. Then
So she's clearly in custody, and they clearly, I mean, it was obvious to me, right? I kept saying, why is she not? It's obvious that she's, if they believe that the text messages hold any water, let me add that. Maybe this is where he's going. If they believe that those text messages are not just jokes, like I said, I'm like, look, she looks more involved than Mario. Unless they believe that those are jokes, right? And so something's not adding up here with Kimmie. Like either she's like literally just as involved as Shanna, or neither of them are involved. And maybe that's what he's getting to, right? Wow. Wow. Wow.
all of you started questioning her quite furiously. When you agree?
No, no.
Quite nicely.
Interesting.
It was a civil conversation.
And I mean, this makes perfect sense because I kept saying, like, again, she looks like she's just as involved. She's all up in this since 2015. How is she not charged? How is she not charged? Like I kept saying, it doesn't make sense. Now it kind of makes sense, right? Like something happened. And if they didn't charge her or she's not charged either, the only thing I can think of is either they completely violated the fuck out of her rights and they couldn't do anything because of that, or the state has kind of like, after talking to her, they realized that these were jokes or something, right? In which case, if that's the case, they shouldn't be using it with Shanna. Like maybe Kimmie came in and explained. Remember how I said maybe there's an explanation, right? Maybe there's an inside joke. Maybe Kimmie explained to them, oh, well, here's this whole inside joke, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, you're fine. But then if they have that information, what are they doing with Shanna, right? So something fishy's going on though, like on behalf of the state. Like what, like, or in law, like what's going on with Kimmie?
Wasn't contentious in any
No
way,
matter what, it's something fishy.
shape, or form, is what your testimony is going to be.
I believe the contention was the fact that she had initially given statements that were clearly a lie.
According to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you don't know, well, first of all, we have no way of knowing what she said other than what was put in the PowerPoint presentation by Ms. Stifler, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you take notes during this interesting conversation?
I did take some notes, yes.
Okay. And do you have them with you here today?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you turn them over to Ms. Stifler?
No, I did not.
I will say this. Again, it seems really implausible that they didn't record it. This looks bad on them no matter what, because here's why. It looks bad if they didn't record it, right? Because it's like, what? We know that that's like, everything's recorded these days, and it looks like they're hiding the ball. However, which is worse for the public, right? To learn. I don't know. This is bad either way for them. Because the only other explanation is that they did record it, right? Which would make more sense, right? It would make more sense that it was recorded or videoed. It would make more sense that it was recorded, but because they violated the fuck out of her Fifth Amendment rights, they can't use any of it. And that's what's happening. But then all these people would be lying by saying it was never recorded in the first place.
And as far as the case file and the discovery is concerned, there's not a single record of these conversations.
Sorry, and by all these people, I mean the state and the detective, obviously. This is crazy.
Taking place, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Despite the fact that the most senior people in the investigation and the prosecution were present and received the most damning information to date, correct?
We were there to hear the information, but it was not recorded.
Yeah, this is not plausible. I mean, this is not plausible. Even without knowing all the information, this is, again, there's no way that this makes any sense. Something's going on here. Again, either like what is happening? Like the jury is going to hate this. You know, and here's the thing. If you're on a jury and you feel like the state is being really sneaky and there's like fuckery going on, then you know what it makes you feel like? I would imagine that you can't trust what they're showing you. And you know, a great example of that is in Casey Anthony, when the state tried to hide Exhibit 313 from the jury and the jury caught it and sent a note and said, hey, please, can we see Exhibit 313? If there was any remaining juror who was like on the fence, I guarantee you that sealed the deal. I guarantee you. Because how the heck can you trust a government's case that they bring forth when they're hiding things from you in front of your own eyes, not even behind your back? They were hiding things behind their back too, sure. but this was in front of them. They knew this exhibit existed. It was a big point of contention. There was a lot of objections. It was talked about, and they freaking hid it from the jury. And the jury had to send it. I've never seen that in a trial like that, ever. Normally, if they're asking to see something, it's while they're deliberating. This is during trial. It's crazy. It's like, at that point, you can't have any faith in what the government has presented to you or what they're saying, you know? So it's a similar thing, right? Where this is going to come in at the trial. This is going to come in at the trial. Yeah.
And at no point when things started getting good, you changed your mind and started recording.
No, I did not.
Detective Lamont, is he a senior? Is he senior to you?
No, we were same rank.
Same rank? Okay. Does he have more experience than you?
We have very similar experience in time.
So
Is it his first homicide
Right.
investigation too?
I'm not sure.
That's what I was going to say. I'm like, wait, so he's brand new also? Yeah. Oh, that's
Well,
not
I mean,
any
you guys
better.
worked together quite a few times prior to that, right?
He was in the unit prior to me, so I can't speak to his experience prior to that.
And he's never shared with you war stories or any stories about his experience.
No, sir.
Now, getting back to the day of the murder, Shanna Gardner, you came to find out that Shanna Gardner, in fact, went to Walmart that evening, correct?
That's correct.
And this was while the children were with Jared Bridegan, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's always a
Before I go any
Walmart.
further, I want to clear something up. There's no communications whatsoever that indicate that Jared Bridegan, where Jared Bridegan indicated to either Shanna or Mario Fernandez that he was bringing his small 2-year-old child with him for date night, correct?
I believe that she was brought as a matter of routine.
That's not the question I asked you. Okay? There's nothing that you have in terms of communications or evidence that indicate that he informed Shanna Gardner or Mario Fernandez or anyone close to them that he was bringing his child that evening.
That's correct.
And in fact, you never read any text messages that indicated that he was bringing his child to date night, correct?
Correct.
Now, getting back to the night of the murder, Shanna Gardner went to a Walmart that evening, correct?
Correct.
And this is while Jared is with the children, right?
That's correct.
And he's supposed to return the children at 7:45, correct?
Correct.
And Shanna checks out at the Walmart at 7:20 p.m., correct?
Around then, I don't remember the exact time.
And you're aware that, of course, the Walmart's approximately 15 minutes away from their home, correct?
Give or take.
Okay. And that would, 7:20, check out, you know that from the receipt, right?
Correct.
And let's say she's done, makes her payment, picks up the bags, puts them in the shopping cart, walks to her car, then puts the bags into the car, gets in her car. That could be a couple minutes, right?
Okay.
So that amount of time plus the 15 minutes puts her awfully close to even not being present when Jared Bridegan drops off the children, right?
She and the kids all indicated that she was in the kitchen cooking.
That's not what I asked you. That puts it quite close to her missing the drop-off, right?
Sure.
And if there's traffic, or she would have been delayed as little as 10 minutes, she would have missed it completely, correct?
I guess it's possible.
She would have missed her alibi had she not made it on time, correct?
I mean, it's hard to say that she would miss her alibi.
Okay. You won't give me that, right?
No.
All right. But you know where I'm getting at, don't you?
I understand the point you're trying to make.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to just make it, right? She was very close to missing the drop-off, correct?
Oh boy.
Based upon what you stated as far as what kind of mother she was, I hardly doubt that she would not be home by the time her children were being dropped off.
I would agree with you. But
He's
it's not
conceding
a
it.
question
Yeah.
I asked you.
I guess it's possible that traffic or
Yeah.
crash
He wants a yes.
or a
He
road
wants you
closure
to
or
agree.
a number of delays could have cost her to get home late.
Okay. Now, you testified that when the children got home, that they never saw Mario, right?
they stated that they thought they saw Mario, but when the psychologist asked them if they ever actually saw him, they stated, well, we think we saw him because his game console was on.
And that included the boy, correct?
As far as I recall, both of them made a similar statement.
Okay. And the purpose of you telling Judge Kite that, of course, is to show that possibly Mario wasn't even there, right?
It is possible, yes.
Okay. And in fact, that was the purpose of the statement, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to play that portion of the child CPT interview so we can know exactly what he said. Okay? I can have just a moment, Judge.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Truddy, is it one of the exhibits?
Judge, it's not, we were unaware, the detective, Johns will make this, I can burn it to a disk and bring it tomorrow to court for you.
Is there any objection? Ms. Stifler?
So playing,
So I just wanted to say real quick, remember all the times when I was like, that is so weird, like, because the state was saying that Mario drove the truck, right? And I was like, that is so weird, because why would anyone, like, I said that a bunch of times already tonight, right? I was like, that defeats the whole purpose, right, of having a hitman, right? Because then you don't have an alibi. Like, why would he drive the truck? It makes no sense. And I think that this is where he's getting to, is that maybe Mario didn't drive the truck. Now, why would the state want to do that, to suggest that? And here's the thing, right? Remember, like I said just not that long ago about the checks, that they have to have something to connect Henry to them, right? And that the checks, the state might be realizing that the checks can be iffy because of the fact that some of those checks were legitimate for work. And I have to wonder if Mario driving the truck, I mean, whether he did or didn't, who knows at this point, right? But if it can be proved, if it could be one or the other, right? If they don't have any way to fully put him in that truck, unless it was just like maybe Henry's testimony, right? You could see how the state would be going for that because they need a backup. And putting him in that truck connects him to, because again, there's really not, they can connect to them as knowing each other because he was a tenant, but in terms of connecting it to the crime, they've got the checks and then they've got Mario driving the truck from what I know at this juncture. So yeah.
oh, just a portion of it on an hour and a half interview, don't have context. I'm not like objections to it. I
Well,
just
you can
read
complete it.
on it. It's
If that, you can complete it if you want, or play other. Did you alert what you're playing?
Yes, this is the child's.
No, I mean, to the state.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, why don't you-
I didn't, during the break, I kind of stepped away. That's where we
Mr.
figured out.
Brady, will you let them know what portion, at least so they know?
We're playing at 1 hour, 23 minutes, Judge.
Okay.
And that's all, Judge. I should have.
That's all.
Are we going to get to see something?
What did you eat?
Wow.
How was it? And it was all fun and all that. And then we went to bed. And then the next morning, that's when I found out.
Mm-hmm. But when you got home that night, what was your mom doing?
I think she was cooking. She was on the counter texting people.
Okay. Was Mario
I
home?
believe that.
Yeah, he plays video games. He was playing his video games at his desk.
Did you actually see him playing his video games, or you think that's what he's doing? But you,
I mean, he had his headphones, he had the controller, and then
Oh, wow.
I heard, right, fire, because we play Call of Duty, it's a shooting.
Oh, wow. The state
And
represented
So
this.
I'm pretty sure he was. I heard the thing. He had his gaming headphones. He had the controller. So I'm pretty sure he was.
okay.
And I think I looked over one time after I docked, and then I saw him playing video games.
Okay.
So I don't think he was doing anything.
Yeah,
You heard the child,
this is why they wanted to do this bond hearing so they could play this.
Mr. Fernandez had on headphones, correct?
He mentioned that he had applications
This
of
is
playing
for
a
the
game.
public.
He said, I'm sure he was. I think he was. Never at any time did he indicate that he actually saw Mario Fernandez.
I'm going to get to that in a minute, but please try to answer my question. You heard him say that, correct? That he had his headphones?
Yes.
Okay. You also heard him saying that he heard Mario saying, I guess, left, or talk while he was playing the video game.
Yeah,
Right.
he heard
Did
him
he hear
talk.
Mario or did he hear the game console or someone else talking in it?
Well, he said,
No, he
I could
said
hear
him.
left, or whatever.
I'm just saying it wasn't clear
thought he said
that he
him.
did or didn't hear Mario.
It was quite clear to you when he says that he saw him, right?
No, sir. I did not take it as someone who said that he actually saw Mario Fernandez.
I will just replay that last portion for you.
Okay.
So we're not disputing it.
My name's Casey Leo from the Disqualify Child Protection Team. Today I'll be interviewing Liam on the body of the thing. What was click? Did you actually see him playing video games, or you think that's what he's doing? But I mean, he had his headphones, he had the controller, and then I heard fire because we play Call of Duty. It's a shooting game. Okay. And so I'm pretty sure he was. I heard the thing. He had his gaming headphones. He had the controller. So I'm pretty sure he was. Okay. And I think I looked over one time after I talked, and then I saw him playing video games. Okay.
You heard that, right? I saw him playing video.
Yeah, I heard him. I saw him playing video games. Here's what I think is happening. I think that the child maybe thinks that the question is more about, was he playing games or was he just in the room, right? Because the kid doesn't know why they're asking this. They're trying to establish where he was, right? His whereabouts. But they ask him, was he in the room playing video games? And so I think that the kid is interpreting the question to mean, are you sure he was playing video games? Versus, are you sure he was in the room? Do you see what I mean? They're two different questions. And so I think that because clearly he's saying he saw him. And so I think that the kid is like trying to thinks that they're asking, can you be sure he was playing the game? I think that's what is happening here. And that's why he answers this way.
Video games.
He said, I'm pretty sure I looked over and saw him playing video games.
You heard that, correct?
Yes, I heard the statement.
Okay. That's different than what you told Judge Kite during the direct examination, correct?
I don't believe it is. I don't think that he was sure whether Mario was there or not.
All right. Now, sir, I want to talk
Again,
about
that's what I'm saying, right?
This
Whether he
arrest
was
of
there or
Henry
not, that's
Tenon
not how the
and
kid understood the
Intrepid,
question.
which is the PR firm's, the whole testimony that you covered earlier. You recall that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go back to the night of August 18, 2022. That was the night that you decided to arrest Henry Tenon, correct?
Correct.
Now, the way you did that was you knew he was a habitual traffic offender, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he was pulled over under a ruse that he was going to be.
And that's true. We saw that on the docket.
The reason you
He had
guys
a
were
lot of
interested in
prior
him was because he was a habitual traffic offender, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then that was at 12 a.m. on August 18th of 2022. Right about that time. Right around midnight.
No, it was early in the morning.
Okay. It wasn't at night?
No, sir.
Okay. How early in the morning?
It was like 5:30 in the morning. 5:30.
Okay.
I don't know the time. I don't remember the time of the exact traffic stop. It was very early in the morning.
Let's double check. 1 second. Fair to say it was 4 a.m., right? Does that sound about right?
Like I said, I don't remember the exact time, but it was very early in the morning. I'll give you that.
Okay. So around this time, you had already gone to several of Mr. Fernandez's tenants and questioned them, correct? You and other officers?
We talked to one other tenant.
Okay. And this is where you first saw the truck, right?
No, sir.
Well, there was a situation where you were speaking to a tenant. Well, I don't know if it was you, but an officer was investigating this case and was speaking to a gentleman who was a tenant, correct?
This is the guy with the head.
And that's when Mr. Tenon pulled up at some point, correct?
That's correct.
And there was some questioning about the truck, right?
That's yes.
Okay. And that's kind of when Mr. Tenon got on your radar, right?
He didn't get on our radar until we had located a tire at the house.
Okay. And while you're doing this investigation and subsequent to you actually arresting Mr. Tenon, you go and speak to one of Mario Fernandez's tenants, correct?
Correct. Mr. Tenon's roommate.
Correct. And that's at 5:30 in the morning, that same night, right?
Morning, yes, sir.
Okay. Excuse me, morning. You didn't mention that to Judge Kite, right?
No.
Okay. So you're also monitoring Mr. Tenon's roommate and his communications with Mario Fernandez, right?
We did request tolls for him.
Okay. In fact, what ended up happening was you found out that there was a call between the roommate and Mr. Fernandez at 7:22 a.m., correct? That same day.
I don't remember the exact time, but yes, there was a call.
And how many times as a homicide detective have you gone and let somebody's roommate notify that their roommate was arrested?
Part of the reason that we went and notified him is that Henry Tenon was driving his vehicle, and we wanted to give him an opportunity to retrieve his vehicle.
Right, but you're aware that as soon as, not even an hour and a half after you notified the roommate, who was someone that you were questioning previously about the truck, that he made a phone call to Mr. Fernandez that same day.
Correct.
And in fact, you told him that Tenon's truck was used in the murder, correct?
I don't remember exactly what was said to him or not.
Okay. You sure you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Fair to say the reason you did this is to get them talking, right? To see where that takes you.
We were not monitoring their communications at this time.
But you were able to go back and check your phone records, right?
Yes, but Mr. Ordway wasn't using his own phone. He was using someone else's phone to surreptitiously talk to Mario Fernandez. So I'm not sure.
Right, and that's what you found out, right? That he was actually communicating with Mario Fernandez after you guys had gone there and told him that Tenon was arrested, right?
Yes.
And that the truck was used in the murder, right?
I don't know the communication as far as that was concerned. I was not there for that.
Okay, but the whole reason you told all of us, including Judge Kite, that Miss Gardner called the ER people, that they were concerned about the truck, that there's no way they would have known, you conveniently left out the fact that you had actually gone to this gentleman's house and told him that Tenon was arrested and that the truck was used in the murder, correct?
Oh.
There again, I don't know what was said to Mr. Ordway exactly. But either way, isn't it kind of odd that you would call and let your landlord know that your roommate was arrested?
Well, you remember I get to ask the questions here.
Sorry, I apologize.
Okay. Okay. Now, as the detective, of course, you get to review all of the reports in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Including those of your partner, Detective Lamont?
Yes.
Right? I want to clarify, I know you seem a bit unsure about whether you guys had informed the roommate as to whether the truck was used in the murder. You remember you seemed a little unsure of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection if I showed you Detective Lamont's report? What it said, lays it out for you?
Okay.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention first to the date and time of the report, which is August 19th of 22. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And page 2, where it states, the roommate's name was advised Tenon's truck was used in the murder of Jared Bridegan. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether the fact that you had informed the roommate the night of Mr. Tenon's arrest that his truck was used in the murder?
Based on the report you showed me, that yes, the officer did inform Ordway that the truck was used in the homicide.
When you say the officer, you're referring to your partner, right?
Yes.
Detective Lamont, right?
Yes.
Basically, the second, I don't know how you guys do it. Are you guys equal or he's second in command here?
I'm the lead and he's the duck.
Okay. So fair to say, he's going to tell you everything that he's doing in your case, right?
Yes.
Including something as important as telling a roommate that they just made an arrest on perhaps the biggest case in Jacksonville, right?
It was a busy time for us right then, and I can't say we had just arrested Tenon, and I was not aware of his exact verbiage that he told to Mr. Ordway.
And that's not something you normally do, right? To leak to potential witnesses critical information on a murder investigation, right? That's not something you do often.
I mean, it was public knowledge that a truck was used in the murder.
Well, it was public knowledge that Henry Tenon's truck was used in the murder, right?
I think based upon the previous interactions that we had had with Mr. Ordway, he had a fairly good idea that
What this is going to is how Shanna made that statement to the PR team people about that they had arrested the roommate, or arrested the tenant, and it had to do with the truck. This is what this is going to. This is wow. Yeah. He's doing a really good job of dismantling all of this that the state presented. Because again, that would have been consciousness of guilt, but she could have known it because it was leaked because they told the roommate. Wow.
Okay, but my question again wasn't public knowledge that Mr. Tenon's truck was used in the murder, correct?
Correct.
And that's not something you do. You would agree that that's not good police practice to go around telling witnesses what's going on in a murder case, right?
That's exactly why.
I think at the time we were looking for cooperation from Mr. Ordway. And so we believed him to be involved in this. So I don't think it was from a perspective of we're just giving you, we're leaking information about our case. It was an effort to gain his cooperation.
So now you remember, and now you have knowledge, not only the fact that you told him about the truck being used in the murder, but why?
I didn't tell him I wasn't there. I told you that.
Okay, but now you know why. Now you're kind of recalling why, right?
I am saying why it's likely that the officers told him that.
And you knew before you took the stand today that Mr. Ordway had called just an hour late. Well, actually, he made several calls immediately, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Fernandez didn't answer the phone, right?
I don't remember exactly.
But the third call, there was a, I think, 38-minute conversation, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And you knew that conversation occurred before you took the stand today and told us that there's no way that Shanna Gardner would have known, or Mario Fernandez would have known that the truck was used in the murder, when you, in fact, had advised a witness of such a fact, correct? You knew that before taking the stand today.
Mr. Ordway was advised of the truck. No, I did not know that before today.
You didn't know?
I did not know that specific conversation happened until you showed me the report.
Okay. You just said a moment ago that it refreshed your recollection that in fact occurred, correct?
No, sir. You indicated that. It did not.
And you agree with me, sir?
No, sir.
So you said no, that doesn't refresh my recollection?
I'm indicating you that Mr. Ordway had knowledge of this case and that us telling him about the truck was not the same as their leaking information. I did not have specific knowledge of what you showed me, or did not remember what you showed me until you showed it to me.
Boy.
So you're essentially clarifying your prior statement when I asked you if it refreshed your recollection as to whether police had notified Mr. Ordway of the truck being used in the murder, right?
I do not remember reading that before today, is what I'm saying.
Now, you would agree that this report was turned over in the course of the discovery, right?
Yes, sir.
And that, of course, the prosecutors would have this information, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. I wouldn't have it unless they got it, right?
Correct.
You don't give me reports, you give it to me, right?
That's correct.
So before taking the stand and making representations that there's no way Ms. Gardner would have known that the truck of Henry Tenon was used in the murder at that point in time, or talking to the PR people, it's not true, is it?
Yep.
You're asking me to know what Ms. Gardner does and doesn't know. So in other words, I can't speak to that.
You were never questioned in any way, shape, or form about you or Detective Lamont or any other detective going to visit Mr. Tenon's roommate at 5:30 in the morning to tell him, hey, your roommate's truck was involved in the murder, correct? You weren't asked a single question about that, right?
About telling Mr. Ordway that?
Yes.
No.
Sir, you mentioned that there was animosity between Jared Bridegan and Shanna Gardner because he wanted the children to be brought up in Mormon faith, but she's not, correct?
That's correct.
And that source of contention was Ms. Gardner not wanting to have one of the children baptized, correct?
Correct.
Is it a fact, sir, that Ms. Gardner, in fact, encouraged and was fine and was very supportive in terms of the child being baptized?
I think on the surface, she made that representation to her child.
But it's also in the text messages that you reviewed in this investigation too, correct?
There were some text messages between her and Kim Jensen where she basically stated that she did agree to it, yes.
So that statement too is not exactly correct. Correct?
What do you mean?
She was in support. She supported the child in getting baptized, correct?
Yeah, she gave her support, yes.
Now, you also mentioned that while the child's CPT interviews were going on, that Mario Fernandez decided to go to the bail and go to Canada. Is that pretty much what you testified to, more or less, very direct?
One of the children said he was going to Canada. I never indicated that he was going to Canada.
Well, you testified about it, right?
Right, the part
I
about
testified about this trip, yes.
Now, Ms. Gardner wasn't allowed to participate in the CPT interview, correct?
That's correct.
She in fact wasn't present, you didn't get to see it, correct?
Correct.
You didn't get, like we just saw that video, you never showed her that video, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and she would have no idea whether the children would have told the CPT person that Mario was or was not present the evening of the murder, correct?
I would assume that she discussed the interviews with them, but no, she would not have been present. She would not have acknowledged what they said.
She would have no idea what those children told the CPT, correct?
I'm sure she would by asking them.
Well, when in fact they were asked, when in fact, if in fact she asked them, she said she could, but we don't know whether she did, correct? You don't have any
No, I do not know if she did or not. However, there were statements that were made by Mr. Bridegan that the children were often coached. So
Mr. Bridegan never told you that the children were coached what to do in a CPT interview, right?
correct.
Now, you also talked about this 5-month period where Ms. Gardner, you were concerned about her fleeing, and she was traveling around all over the place, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Sir, you're aware that after there was a gap between the arrest of Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this 5-month period is during that time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what you represented to us was that she was moving around and staying at an Airbnb in Tallahassee and then going other places, correct? Like Orlando? I don't think you mentioned that, right?
No, the only places that I know that she was at was
The Airbnb.
Tallahassee and Savannah.
Okay, and Savannah. Now, you're aware that Ms. Gardner's counsel at the time had in fact sent an email and had advised the state that Ms. Gardner was willing and able to surrender herself at any time should they decide to charge her, correct?
I am aware that email was sent, yes.
Okay, and at no time did either you or any other law enforcement officer or any prosecutors pick up the phone and call her counsel and say, hey, let's do without the TV show, bring her in, correct?
I'm not aware of that now.
Okay, and are you, well, you're not aware that that ever occurred, right?
I'm not aware that a phone call like that was ever made.
Right, no phone call was ever made, as far as you know.
As far as I know, yes.
And in fact, that was never a suggestion of yours, right?
No, it was not.
Okay, and in fact, you're aware as a police officer that when you do a takedown at someone's home, there are numerous officers that are armed, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's in fact occurred in this case,
Yes, sir.
and that there were children in that
You
home,
saw
Yes,
that.
sir.
and multiple
I commented. I was like, "Look at all those big guns. That's got to be scary for the kids."
officers
I know.
stormed that home with assault
I'm
rifles.
trying to think of a good place to pause it or to, because again, we're gonna have to obviously split this into two. But it's so hard because it's like so riveting, So we'll see maybe when they finish this line of questioning.
Correct?
I don't think they stormed the home.
They went inside, yelled police,
Yeah, it was
all
a
that
lot.
kind of stuff,
It was a
right?
lot of
Yes, sir.
people and a lot of big
and things can go drastically wrong when that happens, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you put lives in danger when you do that, right?
Many lives are in danger anytime that we do any type of operation.
It's a necessary risk that you have to take, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But nonetheless, lives are at risk, including those of children, right?
Mhm.
I do not believe that their lives were at risk.
But all of that risk could have been alleviated had someone picked up the phone and said, okay, Ms. Gardner, why don't you turn yourself in?
Right.
That would also give someone an opportunity to flee if they were going to.
Right.
Now,
Okay.
you're also aware, or are you aware, I should ask you, that the reason that Ms. Gardner was in Tallahassee and other places was that they were waiting to see if in fact she was going to be charged and that she wanted to be in the jurisdiction of the court?
I did not know why she was in the locations that she was in.
If that in fact is true, let's assume that for 5 months, she's going from Tallahassee, Orlando, Savannah, and renting places to stay there, to be close if she's charged. That's quite a large amount of effort and
Right.
expense
I see what he's saying.
to avail
That's
themselves of the
earlier.
jurisdiction of the court. Would you agree?
I mean, I can't speak to what she was doing.
I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you, sir, that if in fact that's true, that the reason she's doing that is to be able to avail herself and turn herself in.
Right.
That's an extreme amount of effort and expense. Wouldn't you agree?
Why would she not just come to the jurisdiction that the court is in?
Again, I get to ask the questions and you don't. But my question to you, I know you don't want to answer it, but I'm going to ask again. You would agree that that's a lot of effort and expense, right?
I think this is going to two things. Oh, that's a terrible pause. One of them being that it's sort of instead of saying, oh, she fled right to Washington. I think it's making the point that like she was around, she was available, and nothing happened, and so she had the right to move, and she waited a reasonable amount of time. But also, I think it could also be going to the fact that they didn't think she was involved, or they didn't have enough, and so that would be why they didn't avail themselves of the opportunity of bringing her in when she was still there. That it was much later, and she was already moved away.
I would agree that it would be a lot of effort and expense to rent a home for several weeks that you did not currently live in.
Okay. And you, of course, are aware that there was a significant amount of media coverage in this case at that time.
Yes, sir.
Especially focused on this woman after Mario Fernandez was arrested, right?
I can't speak to exactly what was focused on her, but overall, the case had a lot of media attention.
But the theme was, when's she getting arrested, right?
Honest to God, I don't pay attention to the news.
But yet you leak stuff to them?
Occasionally, when it's necessary.
And you leak stuff to them specifically about this
Yeah.
issue?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Someone was getting arrested, specifically Mario?
Yes.
Judge, can I have a quick indulgence for a moment? If I could?
Indulgent. Okay, this is a longer indulgence.
False. You're aware that Mario Fernandez was basically in charge of all the finances while he was married with Shanna Gardner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he wrote all the checks, including to children's schools, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
And you talked about how this divorce was imminent, and that was something that Mr. Tenon said, that Mario Fernandez said, that's why it has to go down right away,
Right.
right?
Yes, sir.
But sir, you're aware that both Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner were planning on divorcing for months, correct?
That was what they indicated to the school staff, yes.
Right. In fact, they communicated that to the school because one of the concerns is disruption in the children's lives, correct?
Correct.
And that's something they wanted the school to monitor, right?
Yes.
Specifically Shanna, right?
Yes.
So it was no secret that while they were still together, living together, they in fact were going to get divorced in just a few months after the children finished school, correct?
That is what Shanna had indicated to the school staff, yes.
Now, one last thing. When discussing the testimony of Mr. Byrd to Judge Kite, you told, this was a statement with the guy who mentioned that Ms. Gardner said she wanted to find someone who could shut people up.
Yes, sir.
Remember that? And then you testified that you took it to mean murder, right?
That's what Mr. Bird said.
That Mr. Bird stated. But you, in fact, are aware that Mr. Bird didn't state anything of the kind. In fact, to the contrary, he said, as to that point, he didn't take it to mean anything at the time, correct?
My recollection of his statement was that he did, in fact, mean that she was looking for someone to kill Jared Bridegan.
Well, would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the police report on this specific interview?
Possibly.
Yes, please show.
Oh, sorry.
Incredible that incredible how Mr. Baez at the outset of this said, he didn't know what this detective was going to testify to, and he's kind of winging it. Incredible that being the case is what we've seen on cross.
I'm showing you, sir, a report dated 6/17/22. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure. And on the second page of that report, it specifically states that Bird advised at that point, he did not take it to mean anything at that time. Correct? Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And do you see murder anywhere written in there in any way, shape, or form?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right.
Before you question, can I see the lawyers at sidebar just for scheduling?
Okay. So I know so Flashman has said that there's a brief redirect and some brief recross. Is there another witness after that? I think, yeah, there's another witness. I think we're going to call it right here. I know that he's still not done with his testimony, but that'll give us the rest of this to do next time. So we'll pick up here. Let me make a note of where we're at on the video. Yeah, I mean, it is incredible that that he's winging it. Okay, so he's almost done. Okay, well then we'll go ahead and finish it out then with this detective's testimony. The other thing I was thinking of too is, by doing this, again, thinking about the strategy of this bond hearing and that it's not really about the bond, this also gives him a chance to cross-examine this witness before trial, right? Where he's going to see how he's going to react and what he's going to say. It's almost like a dress rehearsal, in a way, like we have in music. So, sorry. Okay, let's see if this is good. Oh, they have sidebar. Beautiful courtroom. Beautiful. Well.
Testimony, a grand jury proceeding.
Okay. So let me update my banner.
Counsel asked you about Kim Jensen's testimony or her statements, KJ's statements that you were present for. She also gave testimony at a grand jury proceeding in February of 2023.
That's correct.
And you had the opportunity to review a transcript of that testimony, which was unsealed by defense counsel. And in that testimony, she made the same statements regarding Mario Fernandez-Aldona's statements in Hawaii, correct?
That's correct.
And she also made statements to the grand jury under oath before being put in your car and taken to the state attorney's office that Mario Fernandez frequently spoke about taking care of Jared during times of trouble in their marriage, correct?
That's correct.
So the reason that no recorded sworn statement by the lawyers was taken of Ms. Jensen is because there was a discussion. In your opinion, Ms. Jensen was still minimizing and withholding, correct?
That's correct.
That's actually a good reason to record it. Anyway.
As far as date nights, you conducted interviews with Ms. Gardner, Mr. Fernandez-Aldana, and Jared Bridegan's wife at the time, Kirsten Bridegan. And you were mentioning that as a matter of routine, all four of the children were at date night for the most part.
That's correct.
And on that particular night, the youngest child wasn't there, but BB had a very close relationship with LB and particularly AB, correct?
That's correct.
And she was always at date night for the most part.
Correct.
And there was some mention about the CPT interviews. That is an hour and 40-minute interview, and in that interview, it would be fair to say that LB is inconsistent in the course of his own interview about the timeline of events that night, not only related to Mario Fernandez-Aldana, but related to just the events of the night.
That's correct.
Objection, meeting.
Sustained.
Did Ms. Gardner ever tell you that LB was not the most reliable witness?
Yeah, she made statements in her own interview that he was not very reliable with details and facts.
And did she advise you in that same interview that if you wanted a better timeline or more accurate details, you should speak with AB?
Yes, that's correct.
Detective Johns, when police are executing a warrant for first-degree murder, is it generally done with a takedown team and SWAT?
Due to the severity of the charges, the flight risk, and the risk to evidence, it is I've never heard of it done any other way.
Right, so any homicide
Yeah, but
that you're
again,
aware
your
of that Jacksonville
experience is
Beach
so
Police
limited.
Department or an arrest on a first-degree homicide that they've made, or in your time working in conjunction with the
In a
ATF,
very short
the Jacksonville
time.
Sheriff's Office, for the most part, that is standard matter of practice.
That's correct.
Mr. Tenon's roommate, he was interviewed how many times prior to that August 18th?
At least 3 times.
And he was cooperative and actually gave you information regarding Henry Tenon's possession of a vehicle that was similar to the one used in the homicide.
That's correct.
And on August 18th, that was the first time you've been asked about that vehicle or shown the picture of the vehicle in media release from Jacksonville Beach Police.
It was
Well, it was not the first
no,
time.
it was not the first time.
Defense counsel has presented you with some iCloud messages from Ms. Gardner about other flippant comments she may have made about wanting to kill someone. And so these came from her iCloud. So were these deleted from her iCloud?
I did not see them.
If defense counsel was provided a copy of her iCloud from your property room, correct?
Correct.
So if they got these from them, that means that Ms. Gardner most likely did not delete these flippant comments about killing people
Objection,
from her
cause for
iCloud.
speculation and leading.
Sustained on leading. Right.
The messages between King Jensen and Shanna Gardner about killing Jared Bridegan were deleted from her iCloud, were they not?
Correct.
And as far as you know, are her children still alive? They haven't been murdered.
They're not murdered.
The last 2 issues I want to speak about are the child custody issues, disputes regarding the baptism. Was there a dispute between Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan about which church or ward the baptism would take place at?
Yes, Ms. Carter wanted it to take place in the local ward where she was friends with the bishop and his wife.
The Bishop Curry,
Yes,
the same ward where KJ is a member?
that's correct.
And Ms. Gardner was not actually a member of that church at the time.
That's correct.
Defense counsel brought up that the text messages regarding looking for a hitman stopped in about 2017. But Ms. Jensen, at grand jury and in the state attorney's office, did she give you testimony regarding statements after 2017?
There were always, just because the statements weren't in their text messages, there were always continuous statements made about killing Jared or Mario taking care of Jared and meaning to murder Jared.
Some of those statements referenced COVID, which obviously occurred after 2017.
Right.
Okay. And Ms. Gardner's attempts to reach out to other individuals, M or H or Thomas or Bradley Bird or Justin Bridegan, before 2017, they ceased after that point. She married Mario Fernandez in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And one of these statements from her former coworker at Discovery School was that prior to marrying, Mario Fernandez-Aldana told Shanna Gardner that he could take care of Jared, get 4 guys, break in and make it look like a burglary.
That's correct.
The court case had calmed down before the homicide, and we've entered exhibits into evidence. Were there any text messages between KJ and Ms. Gardner regarding the, quote, best time for magic?
There was a message from Ms. Gardner to KJ that stated that the best time for magic is when things are amicable.
And again, magic was one of their code words that they used to talk about the murder of Jared Bridegan.
That's correct.
Don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
This witness step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait,
Just that brief, really.
nothing you've covered before.
No, just thought that, that was brought up now.
Okay.
Detective, you testified that just now during redirect that the child who gave the statement about Mario being home was not reliable, right?
Ms. Gardner stated that he was not
It was
reliable.
a redirect, right?
Correct.
But you relied on his statements during direct examination,
I was,
correct?
yeah,
In conjunction with
I
his
was just thinking that's where he's going. It's like, well, if you're relying on his statements, then yeah.
sisters.
And you mentioned about these text messages that I did not see them. What your answer was in reference to these text messages of having not seen specific text messages. You have not reviewed all of the text messages as you.
That's correct. I have not.
Okay. And then, are you aware that in the grand jury testimony, COVID is never mentioned, correct?
She is making the reference to COVID was made in text message.
Okay. But they are essentially, I hope he dies of COVID or something like that, right?
No, it was indicating that Mario couldn't take action because of COVID.
Now, there's nothing, those are not specific text messages that you've introduced today, correct?
I have not introduced anything.
Okay. In fact, sounds like a pretty damning text message. Why didn't you bring it to court today?
I did not introduce evidence to the court.
And that's a fact because it doesn't exist, right?
There is talk between Kim Jensen and Shanna Gardner about Mario not being able to take action because of COVID.
That, in fact, is a statement that was allegedly made in this unrecorded conference that was at the state attorney's office. Wouldn't you agree?
It was made there, yes.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
All right, thank you.
What?
My understanding is the state doesn't have any further witnesses, is that correct? Okay.
Okay, so that is a good, better stopping point. So let me make a note here. That is a better stopping point. Good. Thank you, Flash Fan, for letting me know the timing on that. That is a good stopping point because then up next will be the defense witnesses. So very good. Okay. Wow. Well, this was a lot. We learned a lot. Right. So yeah, they haven't gotten into the bond. I mean, like that's like normally when you're there, like normally when they're discussing the bond, it's like, again, it's like, you know, where would they be staying? Who would be able to monitor them? You know, what type of risk are they to themselves or others? You know, all these different factors. It's not even been talked about. Like I said, this is clearly, you know, and I would imagine they get to that, right? But like clearly this is the point of this, you know, and this is, of course, the defense called this, right? The point of this was to get some other, you know, information out into the public and to dispel some of this from the state. Because again, you know, if you don't want to wait until trial for them to hear what some of the flaws are in the state's case, or maybe what some of the theories are from the defense, this is the way to do it. So, and I don't know because I haven't watched all this yet, right? Like, I don't know when bond is discussed, but my thoughts is that if it's discussed, which it should be, it would be after both sides present their witnesses, and then when they get to argument, that would be the time. So it'd be like at the end of this, right? When they get to argument. You know, so, because again, normally when we see a bond hearing, there aren't any witnesses. It's just argument. So this is all like the preamble, if you will, pre-bond. It's like, because they wanted to present witnesses. So, yeah, but, so yeah, so if they were going to prove anything about bond, I just don't think it would have been, this would have been the time anyway yet. I think it'll be later. So, well, and really, actually, I should also add, it's not the state's burden to prove that she should have bond. It's the defense's burden to prove that it's not the state's burden to prove that she should have it. Wait, hold on. Shouldn't have it. It's the defense's burden to prove that she should have it. The burden is on them. The burden is on the defense to prove that she should be granted bond. But again, still, that doesn't change anything where it's not been relevant yet, where we're at in this hearing. So, my guess is that if anything, what the defense also would be hoping to prove is like that they don't have a reason to hold her because their case sucks and like, you know what I mean? Like she shouldn't even be, she shouldn't have even been arrested essentially. Right. But again, we'll hear more about that when they get to argument. So yes, appreciate everybody for being here. Thanks so much. I don't know what I'll be covering tomorrow because it's kind of up in the air. It kind of depends on like how long the Daubert hearing is. I'll be streaming something tonight, whether it'll be, the Daubert hearing, or whether it'll be the rest of this bond hearing, or it might even be the next episode of Casey Anthony. I'm just going to have to wait and see kind of like what plays out with the bond hearing. More than likely, I think it'll either be not the bond hearing, the Daubert hearing. I think it'll either be the Daubert hearing or the rest of this. And then Casey Anthony would probably be on Friday, where we begin with the defense's case in chief. So, but yeah, other than that, y'all are awesome. Squirrel Crew for life. Love you guys and see y'all tomorrow.